have this amalgamation of players that come from all kinds of games.
This is a dream scenario in my eyes.
It's like really cool to see new players come and compete against me.
VALORANT's just getting started.
I like that.
Welcome to my world.
It's now time to see who actually wants this more.
And in terms of like the road to get here,
These players have brought everything to this tournament.
It's all about to go down.
It was intense, to say the least.
These guys are looking so damn good right now. What a play from Sean. What?
What's up with it?
I'm gonna run in, and I'm gonna kill your whole team.
The mega trigger discipline. Oh, that patience paying dividends.
Oh my word! Stop it! This is what we came here for.
How has he managed to do that?
It's hard to believe that 3 days of competition has already run its course, and we're on to day 4, the last of week 1 here for NA Masters 1. My name is Bach. I'll be your host throughout the show. Joining me on the desk, we've got Vansili, Potter, and Veli to talk about everything we're going to be seeing this weekend. Vansili, we saw some teams eliminated yesterday, but now we really get to the juicy matches.
Super juicy matches. The two BO3s today are going to be amazing. The hype video at the beginning of this show is always amazing. Every time I see Myth dance, I just want to dance with him, and I think we're going to dance through these matches, man. It's going to be so fun today.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see you dance a little bit later. But first, we're not the only region that's live currently with Masters. We're live globally right now with every different region, and Riot has whipped up a little video to catch us up on yesterday's action. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it's a потенциальный fight.
Пока он пушит через смоки, ой-ой-ой, заезд, ну да ладно, как это должен быть прожат, потому что...
15 seconds. He has to find so much more. They're both in the same place. Oh my God!
Swings up to the second. Fear on falls is just one more player to deal with. Takas, the 3Bs, the 4Bs, the A's.
Tarafından bir kill çıkarmaya çalışıyor. Rast yakın mesafe. 3 tane vurdu Rast'tan. Mükemmel headshotlar. Hemen üzerindeki rakibini de biliyor.
Watching these plays from around the globe really gets me excited about the possibilities for a global LAN. When we finally get to Stage 2 and Masters gets played out in Iceland, we'll get to see how regions compare against one another. But we said it yesterday, NA #1. Sorry, that's just, of course. It's just NA #1. I mean, that's just the reality of it. I hope that I'm not eating my words when it does come time to go to Iceland and watch all these NA teams get bodied by teams like Vision Strikers, but obviously time will tell. Looking more, though, at today's matches and yesterday's action. Potter, we saw some of those teams eliminated, and some of them were somewhat surprising. We saw Immortals, unfortunately, sent home packing, and Xset just was unable to get things going all tournament long, getting eliminated by Gen G.
Yeah, absolutely. And that series that you talk about, especially the Immortals LG game, I, through and through, throughout the entire 3 maps, I thought Immortals was going to be the one to eliminate LG. But man, just close neck and neck rounds back and forth. The amount of clutches we saw coming out of the Omens, no less, out of all the agents. It was exciting, exciting stuff yesterday.
When Win is playing like this, that's exactly what you're going to do. You're going to win. Gen G looked really strong with him in the jet position, and things continued as they switched maps into that second map as well, as you can see from the highlights. Now we switch over to the IMT LG game, and this one was juicy. It got all the way to that third map, and there was opportunity there for IMT, but they just couldn't shut it out as LG proved to be too strong. And Alex, that's the first time this year that LG has been able to best Immortals.
We continue to talk about the tenacity of Luminosity Gaming. Definitely the short end of the straw, unfortunately, for Immortals, because they had some very good series, man. It was so close versus 100 Thieves, so close versus LG, and both their series, you saw that they didn't want to go home. So in these pressured moments, they always turned up, but it was just not enough because some teams wanted more, and LG was definitely one of those ones.
Yeah, big clutches there towards the end as well by Stellar to help push them over the finish line and give LG that little bit of extra oomph to get past their opposition. So they'll be moving on in the lower bracket. We can actually take a look at the bracket in just a moment to see how things shaped up and who's playing who, who's waiting for who, because we do have teams down in the lower bracket. But today we will be focusing on that upper bracket. First match of the day is going to be Envy versus FaZe. That is a big kickoff game, and it's teams of different playstyles. We'll touch on that in just a second. Then you've got Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. This is a really different Sentinels with 10s in the mix, and man, they looked okay. They didn't look crazy good as a team, but individually, there is so much talent on that roster. And I feel like we're going to see two different play styles in that game as well. But focusing specifically on this Envy team, Veli, you wanted to make a point about the way that Envy approached the map against Gen G, kind of controlling the tempo a little bit.
Yeah, so Sentinels versus 100 Thieves is going to be a fun game, but I feel like Envy versus FaZe has potential to be one of the better games today. Now, I was looking at the stats, and there was something really interesting that caught my eye. Foot and Crashies, you know, the stars that are on Envy along with the rest of them, right? But they went for a combined 13-1 against Win and Sean combined. Now, Sean, he had a really bad day, but Win going 0-7 on the second half of Haven was definitely something that we should keep focus on. Now, the thing is, Gen G, they went into the game understanding, Envy came to the game understanding Gen G's retake playstyle. And with that in mind, they realized, okay, they're going to leave lanes open. We have to attack them aggressively and pinpoint out players like Kusta to punish them, and it happened every single time. In this matchup against FaZe, we're going to test that playstyle out. FaZe plays kind of similar, but way more aggressive. And I think that Envy, being one of the most well-prepared teams coming into this matchup, they know exactly what Baby Bay and the boys are going to bring up, and I think that they're going to have the perfect counter for it. We'll see if it's going to really be a clash of the playstyles or if they can have an upper hand.
Potter, looking specifically at the way that Envy approaches their matches compared to the way that FaZe does. FaZe plays hyper-aggressive. They don't play a Sentinel. How is that going to potentially affect the match? Because you've obviously got Envy, who's going to play a lot more careful and more traditional style of play.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that clash in the no Sentinels, because look, FaZe, they don't care that they don't have a Sentinels. They're not worried about their flanks. They're not worried about what's behind them. They are only focused solely on what's in front of them. And we heard Baby Bay talking about the layers that they've incorporated now to ensure that whatever aggression they bring, they're going to be able to close out the round as well. But because this clash, we look at Envy, Veli just mentioned it, so prepared these guys. The mid-round aggression, the pre-takes we've seen from these guys, not allowing, as Veli mentioned, Gen G to even get into the sites and get into those post-spike scenarios. It's going to be exciting. I have one note here, Crashies. He's not going to sit back. He's not going to wait for the fight to get into him. He was involved in 15 first contact duels, the most out of his entire team. He had the highest average damage per round. He had the highest average combat score. He's a beast. The guy is an absolute beast.
He is definitely a beast, and I got to say that for him to get the action towards him, right? Because if he's not going to be the one that's going to be waiting for the action is still going to come to him. Baby Bay is still going to rush into the sites, but we see how good Crashies is dancing around those sites to prevent these actions and these first bloods to happen on FaZe side. So head-to-head for these two teams, it's going to look very interesting. I'm looking for excitement and action straight out of the gate.
Now let's take a look as well at the FaZe roster. We'll see who we've got coming into the server, and we know the names. It's interesting to me that this FaZe Clan roster has been together for so long, but things are just starting to click for them coming into 2021. When you actually look at the records of these two teams, Envy on the year is 19-4, FaZe is 13-3. That's likely the best 3-month period, give or take, that we've seen from this team when you look at the past. And we're going to be focusing on one of their players, Veli. It's going to be Corey.
Yes.
Corey brings some interesting things to the table. He's kind of like the backup, and that's the same for Crashies.
Yep.
Crashies and Corey, they're not like the primaries. Everyone focuses on Baby Bay. Everyone focuses on Fu, but when those players aren't around, it's players like Corey that pick up the slack.
So, yes, Baby Bay is going to be in your face regardless, and Zachary's going to be there to help him out. But it's players like Corey that makes FaZe so special. And without Corey's playstyle, I don't think they would be as good. Corey is always going to be the last guy in to get the trades and the refrags, but the one thing you're going to have to be cognizant of is if you're going to lurk around the map, if you're going to be on the flank, Corey's going to be there to meet you, and it's going to be way later than you expected, and also that flank is going to come late game, and that also turns the tides and helps FaZe be clutch.
Look, we could talk about all the players all we want, but let's be real. Everyone wants to see Baby Bay do the Baby Bay things. They want to see him sneaking on everybody. And in fact, we're not alone in that category. It seems like Myth has a similar opinion. We sat down with him to talk to him about Baby Bay coming into the tournament. Let's take a look and see what he had to say.
When it comes to Masters, I'm really interested in Baby Bay. The dude just clutches. Like insane flicks, moments where you just think like his back is going to be to the wall and he won't be able to make stuff happen. He just pulls these shots out of thin air.
Now Baby Bay has shower control and popping short A. Oh my, it's so free, Doug. It's so free.
Gosh. Baby Bay and Marv, these young guns that are coming over from Overwatch, they definitely need that sort of confidence. Baby Bay just doesn't stop coming at you once he's feeling himself.
Starting to scramble to try to get back onto the site to propose. Baby Bay goes in aggressive. There's the frenzy. Takes care of BCJ from the top row.
Baby Bay, time and time again, this guy is wild. I think they might be the hottest team in the tournament right now. I would not want to play against this team.
Baby Bay definitely brings something to the table for FaZe, and with the way that they've changed their tempo more recently, playing this hyper-aggressive style, just like Marv said at one point in an interview, we just play the game we want to play. We're not really concerned with what our opponents are going to do. We want to play our game. Now, we'll see if that reflects itself in the map bans, because I think when you come up into a series against a team like Envy, you got to pump the brakes on that theory. You got to be willing to admit, like, hey, I understand we can be confident, but we can't just play whatever map they might be good at. We have to be a little bit more careful. Vansili, looking at the map pool we expect to see, do we think that we'll see that level of respect from FaZe?
I think we see a level of respect for both. When you're looking at this, what's not in here? Ascent was banned by Envy, and the other one is split banned by FaZe, which means that these two teams are playing to all of their map strengths. Because Icebox looks good for FaZe, it was supposed to look good for Envy. They got smacked on it, but they still are ready to play this map. I'm sure there's going to be some changes into this map that they've made that could make things a little bit closer versus FaZe. But Bind and Haven, they're both good on these maps. So I'm expecting three map series, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Vance. I was looking at the stats right there, and Icebox is really strong for FaZe, like Vansili just said. And there's one thing I want to point out. You take a look at maps like Icebox and Haven and wonder why FaZe do so well on it. If we remember their last series here in Masters 1, they're so aggressive and unpredictable when it comes to those eco rounds. So maps like Icebox, you're able to flank through Kitchen Tunnel. You have all of those lanes where people can get caught off guard and caught in 1v1s. FaZe running wild on maps like Icebox and Haven, this is going to be a tough game for Envy, man, and I love that team.
Well, we'll stay with you, Veli, as we get ready to dive into the predictions. It's important to note, again, Vansili mentioned it, Gen G smacked Envy on Icebox last time hard, but at the same point in time, Bind is Envy's best map. They've played the map so many times this year, 17 games on Envy in 2021, 14 wins, 3 losses, so definitely take that into account. And Veli, who do you have here? Is it going to be Envy or is it going to be FaZe?
On paper, and when you go by the history of these teams, everyone's going to say Envy should win, right? But I believe that the unpredictability of Baby Bay and the rest of FaZe clan and their aggression that no one expects, even on defense, is going to lead them towards the W. It's going to be FaZe clan 2-1.
Potter?
Man, this is a tough one for me. I'm still on the boat that I don't see how sustainable this aggression from FaZe can be. I'm a believer that Envy's going to be able to shut that down. Now, if FaZe can turn this series around, then I'll fully hop on board. But I'm going to go with Envy on this one. I'm going with Envy.
I'm going to have to stick with Envy, right? We said Envy at the day one. I think Envy is going to be the one that's going to make it easily, not easily, but make it into the finals. It's going to be a tough match. It's still going to be 2-1.
He said we said Envy. That was a strong Vansili prediction. You remember that, right, Bach?
Oh, yeah. It's me, myself, and I. We say that Envy are making it to the finals.
Yeah, well, you also said time and time again yesterday. Let's not forget that one either. So you can take that one as well. I got to be honest, it's a little bit tough for me to just lean straight towards Envy. And one of the reasons why is these teams have actually only played 2 times ever in the history of both rosters, because FaZe struggled to get to the latter parts of tournaments back in 2020, where they would typically match up against a team like Envy. So I want to say that Envy should be able to best FaZe here just because of the history of this roster, the experience, the skill levels, etc. And again, that unsustainability potentially a problem for FaZe. But they've never played each other with these rosters, really. They've only had limited interactions. So it's tough for me, but I am going to lean Envy's direction. I'm going to go 2-1. I do think that Icebox is going to be just as bad potentially for Envy today as it was the last time. So yeah, 2-1 for Envy, but we do have our casters standing by. The boys from Immortal Minds, they got the big brains to talk about everything we missed and more. It's DDK and Sean. Take it away.
Thank you, Buck. Yeah, this is a crazy one, Sean, because we've got perhaps the most aggressive team in the game versus what I think is one of the most stable defensive teams in the game. Well, they can play that well. What's going to happen in this matchup? Because I feel like we might be on different sides of the coin on this one.
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I woke up today, I was like, I don't even know if I need coffee, because FaZe is just going to blast this game. They're going to be moving so fast. I'm going to be forced to be on their wavelength, right? They're so insane to watch. But I think Envy is a pretty decent counter to them as far as strategy goes. FNS at the helm as in-game leader, he can create a game plan, right? Where I do get worried in this matchup for Envy is when I see them play lately, they're willing to take duels, and that falls right into FaZe's hands. Food, I mean, he had a phenomenal Challengers event. He had form that we'd never seen him have before, but can he show that on the big stage when it really matters right now against FaZe? I'm inclined to believe yes, especially after, you know, FNS sets him up in tactical ways, but they are known. Mame, Food, Caboose, they take 1v1s like FaZe, and all it's going to take is FaZe punishing them a couple times, knock them on their back foot. This series goes in FaZe favor.
Well, I mean, with that said, Sean, I feel like, I agree. FaZe is really aggressive. They've got a play style it's hard to really stop them. It's hard to deny them from being in their comfort zone with the way that they're doing it at the moment. And rumor has it, I think some people will be familiar that the Cloud9 wise Mel, she's advocated that you should unbind your crouch. Well, I think FaZe are taking it a step further, unbinding the shift key. So we'll see how that pays off, because, as you say, the style of play from FaZe is very well known at this point. And having someone like FNS on your team to be the leader tactically and strategically for a team that's very diverse in those senses, I think he's going to have a game plan here that should hopefully deal with FaZe, as far as Envy is concerned. And we're going to have Icebox straight up. And this is a map that's a little bit newer for FaZe in terms of their playbook, but I think it suits their playstyle a lot. They're a team that plays really aggressively on A and B, and leaves mid open a lot on the defense. So wherever they go, it's going to be probably in numbers, and it's going to be very difficult to stop. So I'm really excited to see how Envy plays around this.
Yes, this is the exact comp FaZe brought in Challengers 3, and they wiped the floor in Icebox. In my opinion, Icebox is the sole reason why FaZe won that event. People might say, oh, they only went 3-0, but being 3-0 on a map like Icebox and getting wins in series against teams like 100 Thieves, Luminosity, and T1 without being dominant on this map, FaZe does not win that tournament. They don't control the veto in the same way. They get forced to play maps that they don't like playing. The fact that FaZe is so strong on Icebox really bodes well for their team. But now that Envy has time to watch, Dan, I don't know if Zachary's going to have that kind of success at B. I mean, there's so many tells in their setups. But here we go. We're hopping straight into it. FNS on that Killjoy, setting up at B. And FaZe is going to run it down A.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see whether or not Envy are going to try to hold this straight up, or if they'll play a retake setup. It remains to be seen. Quick dart out there, going out into mid from Raucus. Caboose with the boombot as well to get some info. And Baby Bay is going to get spotted out by that boombot, but here comes the push into A. Food starts things off. Great shot. That's huge. Getting those early kills.
The spike ban, and the drone doesn't tag the Sovas. So FaZe, they have no plan right now. They have to back off. FaZe initially plants an A hit, gets shut down by a one sheriff coming out of Food. And now they're regrouping.
Mummy's going to spot the rotation through as well. Also falling, the timing not really favoring him there. And up the tube, they're going to go straight into Kitchen. Baby Bay with the opener onto Caboose. Now things start to get a little bit tricky. Envy in hot water. FNS in a decent position here with the Frenzy, but it's going to be quite difficult. Has to pick a fight, and he's going to choose the right one. Zachary goes down, but there's the trade. Good from Raucus. The transfer is beautiful. And FaZe starting things off pretty poorly, but they managed to convert very well.
Yeah, and I mean, I alluded to it in the pregame. They like taking those one-on-ones on Envy side, and the first one goes in Food's favor. He takes the Sheriff fight, you know, asserts his dominance early on as a strong duelist against FaZe. It's going to take a lot more than that to make them stop peeking you, though, Food. But the fight is taken inside of a dark cover at mid, and that opens things up for Baby. Keeps on pushing, ends around with 3 frags. Huge impact from him, exactly where he left off.
Looking to farm the orb there for Food. So it's the eco round for Envy. That's one of the the least things that they can do to try to get some amount of value from this round. Baby Bay obviously will be pressuring things quite quickly with the jet flying over the site. And there are quite a few players here backside for Envy looking to find something, but it's a great line, a lovely coordination. The way that FaZe scaled this is perfect, and that's the round over and done with. And I want to make a very quick point, people, before we get too deep into this match. And with all the talk that we've done, talking up FaZe on Icebox, Envy could have, of course, banned Icebox, but they actually banned SEN. So just worth noting, I think.
Yeah, we could have talked about that for a little bit. I think that's a bait play coming out of Envy. If I'm FNS's in-game leader, I leave Icebox open and I anti-strat FaZe in a way they've never been anti-stratted before. So that's something to look out for. Does FNS have any crazy tricks up his sleeve?
This is going to be the first gun round, although, of course, it is a bonus for FaZe, carrying a lot of the Spectres forth from the previous round, and even the Frenzy still on Baby Bay. Looking to get that Blaze Storm maybe this round. We'll have to see. But Envy, as far as the firepower goes, are in a good spot. However, it can be hard to hold on to positions here. You can see that they're slowly getting forced back on the site, and they are still looking to be holding the back site, so they might want to fight before the spike gets planted as opposed to going for a pure retake. And we've got a lurk coming in as well through mid, spotted out by Caboose. Goodbye, Baby Bay. And Envy just crushing it on this defense.
Yeah, Corey's in this impossible 1-on-5 scenario, getting paint shelled off of the site, but they're going to give him the plant. So he will get this free orb. The wall's still down. He might be able to even reposition here.
Love the movement there from Corey as well, showing precisely one of the reasons why he's on the race. Does get caught out, but as you say, you know, got some good value out of that, despite the situation being pretty dire, and that's going to be Envy winning their first buy round.
Yeah, I like the approach FaZe had that round. So what they did was Corey went up on top of Catwalk. He drops his boombot early, and then they drone simultaneously. So they're really, really nervous about Envy getting aggressive at this A site, which we've seen from them in the past. They've been known to push up very aggressively at A. So FaZe is aware of this. They're using important pieces of utility to clear that. Unfortunately, they were lacking the layers after that. Everything kind of fell apart.
Looks like Caboose for Envy this round will be pressuring B long and getting that early B long control. So we may see more of a retake setup from Envy, depending on how FaZe are able to push them off of position. So the drone is coming through from FaZe. Crashies will fall off of screens. And lots of players around 410, so slowly edging their way up our FaZe at this point. Oh dear, crashing! Oh my goodness, that boombot looked like it was going to connect. There's a great paranoia coming through there from Mummy. They're actually going to take the fight here. He's going to run it back as well to try to gain ground back on the site, prevent the spike from getting planted. And who's sitting in the dark cover? Wall goes up.
They broke
really
the wall
fighting
so fast, Dan.
It's looking so hard. Yeah, they're really fighting tooth and nail to try to do it, but they can't. It's just not safe right now. Envy are trying to fight for the site, not trying to play for the retake. Maybe now. Moment to breathe here so the spike can go down. FaZe now looking to edge their way back onto more position, but Envy still just lurking around these small angles.
Oh, that's a big find from Baby Bay, Dan. That brings it to a 3-on-2 in FaZe's favor.
30 seconds left.
You can see they're using the time on the clock here as well. Not trying to rush things with the spike plant. Now just down to Mummy, and still, they know they have the time here. They don't have to rush things. Trying to reestablish control. And now finally planting the spike. Loving this discipline and patience from FaZe. Definitely paying off. Mummy, though, not over just yet. Able to take down one. There's 2 more to go. And they know where his where he was last, and it's not really all that much in terms of options that he has here. Either has to go to the right or to the left. Marv's able to cover that one, and FaZe will convert the round, but pretty scary stuff. Again, I have to credit FaZe for just taking their time despite how chaotic that was and how much Envy wanted to fight for this around backside.
Yeah, Envy really made that uncomfortable. They had a quick rotate come in. They broke the Sage wall before it even had a chance to solidify. Everything about that round looked like it was going to go to Envy's favor, but FaZe just kind of weathered the storm, stayed calm, and won all of the gun duels once the utility subsided. Very well played from FaZe. They're up 3-1 now, and Envy's on an eco, Dan.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to get too much done here. Love that from Baby straight in. Oh, hello. In the smoke, Crashies is lurking, and he'll be able to take down Baby at the very least, but Baby's ultimately done his job. He got the pick, he created the space for his team to move forward. FaZe are able to take the entire side off of that. And all he invested was the Blade Storm, so he didn't even lose economy in doing that move. So perfect here for FaZe, all according to plan. Caboose, though, making that plan not look quite as good with that pick onto Raucus, but ultimately not too much Caboose can do here. Definitely wants to save that showstopper for a more impactful moment in a future round. Maybe to get one more out of it, that's quite nice, but there we go. After all is said and done, FaZe up 4-1, and Envy, they've got to be careful here now because it feels like FaZe is starting to really generate some momentum, and they're in their comfort zone.
Yeah, they're definitely in their comfort zone, especially at this A site. I mean, they're just going here every single round. But a detail to look at here is Marv switching up the placement on the Sage wall. He previously was walling backside on the right side, then he walled front sight on the left. So he's giving them different looks, and that's actually very impactful for how you rotate into the site as a defender. So that's a really cool detail coming out of FaZe. But this is a fake. They're going to slightly fake A. Bebe throwing a smoke. Corey going to throw his boom bot. This is a B hit, and FNS is already backing off.
So grabbing the orb, and as you say, they've gone A every single round so far.
The drone's a tell, and Food has all of the info. Look at the rotate coming in.
Yeah, everybody is there. We have Corey sitting in attacker spawn, waiting for any rotation, which will be coming from one player, but feels very labored here for FaZe to actually get the spike down. There's so many players ready to go here for Envy.
There it is, in T spawn right there. Attacker spawn, he takes out Food on the flank. That opens everything up. They might go back A. Indeed.
Yeah.
Zach's gonna ult into A, get a free plant.
Great reset on the scenario, and they've completely outplayed Envy here. Positionally, what can they do? I mean, it's just going to be the case for Zachary to try to survive, buy time for his teammates to get there to help him out. But Envy, they don't even know where the remaining players are. That said, Caboose gets a kill very quickly. He can get on the spike. Is he going to go for the hold here? If he can get defended, this could be everything. There we go. Caboose, he's going to go for the hold. Showstopper. Oh, it's not there in time. And the defuse comes through. Oh my god, this is insane, Sean. What the hell has just happened?
No way, what a blunder right there from FaZe. Oh, it looked like the perfect ult coming out of the Omen, right? You killed the A flank. Corey kills the A flank. So they know no one is going to be an A because that guy pushed all the way through. There's no way someone would be an A holding nothing. There's no point. So they ult Omen into A, get a free plant. But the rest of the players can't get there in time. They can't make it back to the A site. And, you know, Mame just throws a dark cover on the spike, sticks it, and now we're going back to the A shenanigans, Dan.
That kill onto Marv, what a hero play. But either way, indeed, the A shenanigans continue. Food is trying to work pipes himself, just cause some kind of delay, and the drone comes through once again. Crash is also droning across to find out that the majority of FaZe are indeed in this position. 4 players from Envy are actually backside right now, so they're looking at a pretty strong defense.
This Caboose showtime stopper could be huge right now. They're all clustered.
They're trying to time that utility. You can see Mummy there lining up the paranoia. When that spike is being planted, he can toss that out there.
Paranoia showstopper combo incoming.
Waiting for the right moment. Yeah, Caboose is going to be able to take down one at least, but there comes the res. Definitely looking very favorable for FaZe at this point. They've got the... They still need to get the spike planted. Obviously, they can't do it right now. The Killjoy ultimate will stop them. So despite being a player down, or 2 players down, sorry, Envy are in a spot where they have reset things slightly. falling back out of the site though. And FaZe are just going to walk straight back in.
Yeah, this
Paranoia
A
3,
site
410.
So hard to hold for the defenders. So FaZe just rolls back and then they just go right back forward. And the site is now theirs again, a couple seconds later.
Yes, unfortunate for Envy there. Not really able to get much value out of the Killjoy ultimate in the end, the lockdown. As you say, Sean, it really felt like it was all about that Paranoia showstopper combo, and as you say, you know, we didn't really see the showstopper get pulled out by Caboose, perhaps because he was waiting for a guaranteed sound cue, something like the spike being planted was perhaps what he was looking for, but that just never came.
Yeah, speaking of the spike being planted, I think that round is a key indicator to me that you probably shouldn't pop that Killjoy ult until that spike is kind of at the phase of going down, or you have them boxed into the A site. Because what happened was the Killjoy ultimate fades away, and they have no control at B, so they have to rotate off of A. Well, A is already hard enough to hold as it is, so FaZe just stroll in and take the site again.
Rinse and repeat, and oh my god, Marv over the rope, just taking no shenanigans whatsoever, just forcing the fights.
Oh my god.
FaZe know the angles, they know how to scale on this site so effectively. It's quite scary to witness. Of course, Envy aren't working with much in the way of weaponry, but still, just seeing FaZe in their comfort zone doing what they do best is, I mean, imagine being on the receiving end of this. It's got to feel so difficult to stop.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned Food having a monstrous challengers event, right? The best event of his career. Here he is sitting at 1-8 to start this game against FaZe. I recall I called his first round Sheriff one shot. He shot one bullet to open the game and hasn't gotten a kill since. That's not a lot of impact coming out of your star duelist. They're gonna need Food to step up if they want to win this series.
Yeah, and FaZe are denying any mid or late round play, essentially, just keeping it simple with these A attacks, keeping all of the variables controlled in a way which they know how to play best. And Envy know how to play the mid and late round extremely well, and they're just getting denied that. They have to win the fights, and they're just not managing to do that. Mummy's going to go down at the beginning of the round, and FaZe look like they may slow the pace down here, but they're running back from Food to force the issue. There goes the curveball, looking for that value. The Paranoia comes through. At least he's able, or rather Caboose is able to take down one, so that will be a 4 versus 4. There's a minute on the clock though, so FaZe have a lot that they can do here. They wanted to slow down and reset, they could, but looks like, I mean, it's FaZe. They're just going to keep on going.
Yeah, just defend that deep area, and then just allow Envy to reset, realize there has to be someone that eventually rotates back to B, wait for that to happen, regroup, hit A, 4-on-2. It's the negative part about playing a Killjoy. FNS has to stay in range of all of his utility.
Oh, there's the info play from Crashies, and he gets a lot of information, but at the cost of his life. And it's a 5 versus 2 after the res on Baby Bay. That's not a good look for Envy here once again, and you're starting to worry for their chances. They have a backside hold here. Showstopper's available. There it comes out with the satchels. What can he find with it? Absolutely nothing. Raucus dodging around the dark cover to stay alive, and they are going to go down all of the rest of Envy. And that Showstopper pulled out there almost does feel like also a show of some desperation. They need to find some round, and there clearly isn't the confidence to in Envy right now. They're down in the 5-round deficit, and it doesn't look like there's anything that they can change.
They're in a very, very bad spot, Dan. They just stacked 4 people at the A site from the get-go of that round. I was going to point it out, but we didn't have time. They full stacked A that gun round, and they just got obliterated. We saw the round end in a 5-on-2 after the res. I mean, Caboose, in my opinion, should have used that showstopper a long time ago, especially when people are grouping around the pipes area at the A site. There's just so many opportunities for a huge showstopper play.
Yeah, I was going to highlight that too. It does feel like the elephant in the room, but the pistols, we'll see if there's any love here for Envy. Not looking likely. Great move from Corey. Again, we've noted how great his movement is previously. He's actually able to find one, but there comes Corey, and it's not looking good once again. FaZe just running laps at the moment on this A site. My goodness, 8-2. This is a
sad state of affairs as a CS in-game leader.
Yeah, it's like
FaZe is
they're not
running over Envy right now at this A site, dude.
It feels like a different game because, like we said, it's just there is no mid or late rounds situations. It is the A site. You're not playing for map control and information or anything like that. It's about just trying to win position and win fights, and it's just these small tactical coordinations from FaZe that they have drilled to perfection, it seems, and Envy don't know what to do.
Yeah, it's not like FaZe is getting B control, mid control. It's not like they're going into kitchen or market. They're not doing any of that. They're just literally sending it A every round, and Envy cannot do anything about it. Look, another 4-stack A to start off this gun round. How are they going to open up this round, though? They had powerful utility. They have a Sova. They have food on Phoenix. They have a Raze. I mean, you can get creative with this utility. Omen can drop 2 one-ways if he wants. One on pipes where he just pinged, and then one on the opposite side. I mean, we just haven't seen many solutions come out of Envy other than, let's fight them. And
yeah,
I warned about it before the game started. That is not the solution to beat FaZe.
Absolutely.
That is not what you want to do.
Yeah. Definitely agree. Well, Crashes and Finesse both one off of their his ult. Forward maneuver coming from Caboose, taking the fight forward, drops Marved. And that's always going to be nice, getting rid of the Sage. So no Sage wall, no Sage slows coming into the picture. Corey's going to get tagged by the drone. So Envy, they are trying to take the fights here. 3 versus 3, after all is said and done. Now Envy start to fall back into the site. And FaZe have some decisions to make. They could try to reset the situation, or they could just continue going A. I think we all know what it's going to be at this point. And indeed, it looks like the script is going to stay consistent for FaZe, picking up the ultimate orb and just slowing things down now, just waiting by pipes. Corey pop into Showstopper. That's going to create some space.
No one's going to want to chill in these tight corridors with that going around.
Okay, well, Spike going down. So Envy playing the retake. This is one of the best looks we've seen out of Envy, but they'll have to find a way to close this one down. Raucous with the long lurk, the flank.
There's not much space for him to sit behind this ult, though. He's going to be really out of the play. Well, Zach got detained. Definitely.
And Envy get it half as well. Crashy's taking down Corey. Zachary.
No way.
Able to get the frag. He's going to come up and go for the challenge. Crashy's. Oh no, he didn't have the support, and that lurk eventually worked out in favor of FaZe. And oh dear, Sean, that's a round where you need to see Envy pick that one up. That's the only round that's looked remotely decent for them.
Yeah,
these gun rounds.
We pointed out Raucous lurking mid right there, and he comes through so late. Crashy's never saw it coming. Raucous gets the Red Bull clutch right there. Everything FaZe is doing at this A site just seems to counter everything Envy's doing. And Envy has no solutions. Look, now they're going to say, oh, let's just put one guy in A. What if we just play like full retake? Let's just stop taking fights altogether. So now we have Crashies over here, and they're just going to give it up. They're going to flank through mid. Who's going to play aggressive mid? This is a new look. Let's see how it works out for Envy.
And that's not the person you want to tag, because the Hunter's Fury can be easily dodged by a dash. Or possibly updrafts. So the lurk come through, but look at the setup here. FaZe are very ready for this. Oh my goodness. Zach was not even incredibly quick to that fight, and still it's going to be an easy 2K. It's just not... Oh my goodness. Oh, it's just disgusting to watch. They're getting absolutely ravaged Envy by FaZe, and their offense, their aggressive play is the stuff of legends at this point. There is no team quite like FaZe. Their aggressive playstyle it's just everything. It's absolute. There is no other way that they've seen to play the game. And it's so incredible to watch. Envy, only 3 rounds going into the second half. The script is flipped though now. They are on the attacking side. Is there hope, Sean? Is there hope for Envy?
Look, I am a CS IGL. FNS is a CS IGL. There is no hope. There is no hope. There is no hope, okay? This FaZe on this map, there's no way Envy is coming back and winning this game, especially with this comp. They have a really brutal comp. No Viper, no Sage.
Oh! That does not seem remotely fair. Oh, you're right. Caboose and Food being the ones that fall. That is not a good look. Zach is doing more damage as well, and it doesn't look... It looks like you got a bunch of Radiants queued up against, you know, Bronze at this point, because Envy are not getting to play the game, and it's like such a difficult situation to not see them in a spot where they can make a play. But that's just what's happening right now. Crashies is going to try to do what he can, make some money or something, anything, but nothing, of course. Only Marv going down, and it seems like everything... It seems like, you know, luck is also on the side of FaZe right now. They're getting fortunate on top of... Because this is obviously quite a perfectly timed lineup. You can't be seeing those every day.
Both the duelists that they need to like open up the site. He couldn't have picked better people to just pluck out of the pack. Oh man, that's insane from Marv. Whew.
You know, one of the beautiful things though, Sean, you know, I'm gonna drop just a little glimmer of hope in here. One of the beautiful things is that in a tactical FPS like Valorant, it's not over till it's over. And with teams as experienced as a team like Envy, with players as good, there can always be a moment. There can always be a turning point. There can always be a comeback that can be made until the game is over. And they only will have one gun round, really, to do it in. But, hey, it's not like we haven't seen stuff like that before. So, we'll see what they can do here. And it's going to start off very well for FaZe, as expected, against Pistols. The problem as well here, Sean, is that the ult economy is going to be so heavily in favor of FaZe.
Yeah, this is looking like an impossible comeback here from Envy. I was actually in my head just now thinking, you know, what could have Envy done in that first half? And we didn't really see much op play out them in the A site. And I feel like given how FaZe was approaching those angles, just freely peeking them, I understand there's a Sova arrow and a drone coming in. That can be a little annoying if you're opping an angle. But if you have a teammate supporting you to break those things, like that's probably the solution for playing that A site against FaZe. But it's way too late for that now. We're in a different half. We're at 11-3. Envy's gonna try the same thing FaZe did to them. Let's see how FaZe stops it.
There goes a drone from Raucus. Looking for some information.
So you see, that drone never gets to spot Corey on top of that ledge. Whereas for Envy, the drone made it all the way to that spot.
It's a good spot, but Fu's able to actually deal with that. That's a great start for Envy. They've got backside control as well, and you know, FaZe are giving things up here. They're going to have to play retake, although Raucus is backside, and I'm sure Envy will be well aware that that's not being cleared just yet, and that there are these spaces for FaZe players to be occupying, and as you can see, it does look quite ridiculous. Food is in a position to win the round for the team if he's able to get these kills. Oh, this looks almost guaranteed at this point, but oh, Food, oh, he's still going to get to somehow. 2 versus 4 now for FaZe. And it's looking very difficult for them, and it's the first time I think that we're saying that 15 rounds in to this Icebox game. And Mummy's going to finish it off. And I have one question, Tishon, actually, about this matchup. And you're talking about anti-stratting. It looked like the composition may have been a non-starter to defend against what FaZe are doing. But is it the case that Envy were more focused on picking a composition of agents that's going to be able to be better anti-stratting them on the attack? Because if so, that feels a little backwards given that they started defense first.
No, I think Envy just stuck to, you know, tried and true. This is the same comp they've been running the last 5 times they played Icebox, so this isn't a surprise pick at all. I think they tried to play their game and they just got run over that first half.
Well, FaZe going very aggressive. We talked about how they like to do this on defense as well as offense. And Corey's going to try to fall back with the utility there, try to keep himself safe and untraded, and that's what he does. I mean, though, does actually inevitably find him, it seems.
And look at the difference between the two teams. FNS had to give up B a lot of times. Zachary is throwing this one way, so he maintains control the entire time. And if someone pushes through that, he's just going to throw a paranoia at them. So he's going to finally fall once his second smoke fades. The drone's coming up. He's hearing that. So you can see Marv rotating now deep off of A. The Sova's also going to start to rotate because they all hear the drone. But this is kind of a fake. Still 2 people from Envy working in this A site.
This is such, and this is why Envy's amazing. This is that kind of CS level play of information. You give information to the other team, they react off of it, and that causes a rotation. You know that that's going to be the case as the attacker doing that to the defenders, so you get to abuse that and win the positional game. And what that means here is that the entire A side is for free. Deep post-plant positions already available for Envy, and FaZe, they've been completely run around here. So this should be a win this round for Envy. They're set up very well, but it is FaZe after all. If there's any team that can make something ridiculous happen, it looks like it should be them, but that's a great start for Caboose. Paranoia comes through, and there's a lot to defend with here for Envy. Nice shots though from Zach, getting the damage in, 1 versus 2.
Some mollies on the bomb though, Dan. I don't know how he gets this spike defused with mollies there on the killjoy. They won't even get to that. Mummy closes it out. Yeah, like you said, that's just the classic CS push and pull, right? You're pushing and pulling all over the map, and eventually you know where the rotations are going to be because you've accounted for everyone, and they just get an empty A site. Good bait, by the way, from the Sova Crash. He shot an arrow on the wall right next to Caboose, and basically that's just telling a defender, like, we're not sure if this is clear, but they actually did know it was clear because Caboose was in the corner. So it's kind of like a little bit of a bait arrow that Crashies threw right there, and it worked perfectly.
Yeah, shoutouts to Paul, employee of the month. But yeah, we saw an early round, a mid round, and a late round that last round. I feel like definitely more conventional.
What a treat!
Yeah. And you can see here as well, Envy, more of a default spread. And they have to expect also, again, as we mentioned, FaZe is a team that gets aggressive, heavy A and heavy B. That's something that's characteristic of them. They're actually looking to push down middle, or at least perhaps find an opportunity there. Not on a 4-buy in this round, and Envy are running that anti-eco.
So Dan, this looks like they're grouping for a B hit, and since they only have an Omen, I'm going to tell you what they should be aware of right now. Baby updrafting over the deep spawn smoke with his daggers. That could be a huge problem. But again, they're doing this lurk-in A strat. Look.
Yep. Yeah, and it's a big tell for us too, because you see the person that's lurking is the Phoenix by himself. So that's... And they've done it again. Done it again. And look at, this is really interesting. This is a lot of respect to use to run it back here, to clear everything. They really don't want to lose this round. Maybe they're trying to find some value. They know they have the killjoy trap. This is going to be... It's just like... Oh, imagine if you're Finesse there. You're just wondering, what do I even look at right now? The decent damage done by FaZe, actually. And they've got a bunch of ults online now. They've got the Corey's got his Showstopper. Marv has the Resurrection available. Zach with the From the Shadows. And From the Shadows is going to be... is actually something that's very useful in the mid to late round, either to get information on the defense, or if the other team is playing as we're seeing for that late round rotation, as Envy has been doing, then of course, From the Shadows is a way to cheat that rotation if you're out of position. So there's a lot of use that these ults can really have for FaZe. Yeah. But what are you expecting to see?
Going into what you said, having Omen's ult on defense of Icebox is huge because the rotation is just so long. So Zachary can stay over here at B for a little bit longer, ult all the way to A and still help his team out.
Oof. Okay, well, we're seeing the operator now on the attack from Mummy. Oh, nice shot from Marv. Able to hold on to this mid position. But there's the Hunter's Fury. I don't know if he can survive for too much longer. Nice catch onto Zach, who just popped the ult as well. So that's gone. That's out of the picture. And it's going to be B that's still under attack here. The res comes through onto Zach. And this is a little awkward now for Envy because there's a full rotation already here. FaZe in a good spot to stop this spike from going down. This is looking kind of scary for Envy. And Envy don't have anyone towards A this time. They're going to be committed towards this B side of the map. And there's a great double coming out from FaZe. Mummy with a trade at least, but he's alone against 4 players. That is a tall order for Mummy. He does have time, but well, that's going to be that. Can't collect the spike and get out of there. That's 12-6 for FaZe.
Just so beautifully done by FaZe. I don't know if that's part of their protocol. I haven't seen Zach falling off of B so quickly, but on this round, it worked out perfectly because the split came in through mid. Marv picks off the first guy, slows the left. Zachary takes out that player. That's both duelists again out of the equation. So
here.
So we'll have to see if there's anything left here for Envy. Of course, FaZe starting to get a little bit more comfortable in this one, picking up a round. I felt like the operator was a good look. Oh dear. But we'll see if there's anything left here for Envy. They are wanting to play for those late rounds, mid and late rounds, more conventionally speaking, as we've been talking about. But nice opener from Marv, finding an angle under the tube. That's a problem. That's a really big problem for Envy right now. They are likely going to commit into this A side, but another pick, another operator spotted. The trade's there at least. Goes to a 2 versus 3 now, as Envy are on the back foot, but they've cleared out some forward position towards the site. Spike can be planted, but Corey, he's trying to survive here. He knows he's getting hunted, using the satchels to escape. That's such a great play from Corey. Smart. Just staying alive is so critical. And now Marv comes in from the back, from the flank, and it looks like Envy gonna get pinched here. There goes Marv, spraying food down, leaving just Crashies. 30 points of health against 3 players. It feels so difficult for Crashies right now as he tries to reposition, but there's nowhere to go. And that's gonna be FaZe locking it in, 13-6. And FaZe are gonna take Icebox, and it never looked like it was ever in question.
Never, ever did I ever think Envy was gonna win that map. Maybe when Food hit that Sheriff shot on the opening round. That was it. There was about 1 second that I felt like Envy was gonna win that map. Holy cow, what a dominant performance from FaZe. I didn't think they had it in them. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think it would look like that. That was mind-blowing stuff. That was very impressive.
It's just like you said, Sean. I feel like, if you go back to the veto, Envy are probably thinking, oh man, why do we leave Icebox open? Yeah. Again, as you said, there was a reason to do it because everyone knows how good FaZe is on Icebox. They clearly have shown that. So whatever Envy had planned really backfired. But going into Bind, that's definitely the strong suit for Envy. They're so good on Bind, and Envy has a very deep map pool in general, but Bind is definitely, for me, one that always stands out. So you feel like the prospect should change for Envy moving forwards.
Envy is potentially the best Bind team that I've seen in NA. I mean, it's very close. But FaZe is also up there. I mean, they're 5-2 since the start of February. It's not like they're slouches on Bind either. And it's a map where Baby Bay can get activated in a duelist role. So I would definitely not count FaZe out of the picture, but the rotations and just understanding map pressure comes way more naturally to Envy on this map. They could do the things that they were trying to do on Icebox, except actually be successful about it on Bind. But still, they have to hit the shots. I mean, the duelists on FaZe are absolutely dumpstering the duelists on Envy. It's a complete mismatch right now.
Yeah, it really looks quite scary to be on the receiving end of what FaZe brings to the table. Yeah. It seems like there's a lot of teams where, when you're doing, let's say, pre-match analysis and stuff, you'll be talking about the individuals and the skill and so on, but it seems so overwhelming coming in against FaZe. It just seems like there's something in the air. There's something different about this FaZe team that they're able to get so much more work done individually. That, again, as you said, like you highlighted it, Food is insane. The kind of stuff we've seen out of Food, out of some of the individuals. I mean, you could say something about all of them on Envy, yet they were all completely in a position where they couldn't make a play and they couldn't win a fight. And that just seems so polarizing. I just don't know what that means going into Binds.
Yeah, especially on a confidence team like Envy. I mean, can they regroup that confidence? Can they bounce back after a loss like that? We haven't seen them, take an L like that on a first map in a long time. I mean, they just cruised through challengers. They got here very easily, in my opinion. So how are they going to bounce back from taking a loss like that? Because that was a shellacking.
Well, maybe the analysts have something to say about that. Maybe they have some ideas. We'll check in with them after this quick break.
Let's go.
Apply now at redbullcampusclutch.com.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best, only from Verizon.
You were shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you.
Is it over? Is it finally over? I don't think I could really watch the entirety of that first map, as that was brutal for Envy. They got bullied pretty hard by FaZe all game long, and it just goes to show you that maybe we were a little bit right. It was a little odd that Envy allowed Icebox to come through in the ban phase. And we'll talk about the next map in just a bit, but looking at that first one, just looking at the way they played it, Veli, starting off on the defense, they struggled to contain the push coming to the A site.
I mean, let's just be straight up, Bach. Let's just put the cheese on the cracker. FaZe's A push is just way too OP. They attacked it relentlessly just about every single round, right? And Envy didn't have an answer. And I was thinking when I was taking notes last night, the one thing Envy can do well against FaZe, you give the op to Mummy and you have him pick players off one by one. By the time my man Mummy got the op, you know what he did? After FaZe kept pushing A and winning, they took the op B. They weren't pushing B, so that was a waste. But then right after that, you saw Envy try to counter-strat. You saw 4A, which worked really well. But the only issue is, after that, Envy didn't do it again. The very next round, they went right back to a default and tried to do a two-man flank. And that fell flat on his face. You saw Food and, I believe it was someone else. They got destroyed on the flank.
Yeah.
It was, yes, Food and FNS. They went on the flank and they got destroyed. FaZe, they were ready at all counts, and it showed. That was a dominant performance, man.
Now, DDK said at one point, Envy are not getting to play the game. This is something that we've said in the past about the way that FaZe plays, specifically on this map, but this like hyper-aggressive style of play, both on attack and defense. And you could see that no one was suffering more at the hands of FaZe than Food. By round 14, Alex, Food had done 751 total damage, only had one kill that came all the way back in the pistol round. That's an ACS of 53. That is rough. I don't like to harp on individual performance because I feel like that's the wrong way to analyze a player's strengths and weaknesses. But when it's your duelist and a player you typically rely on to put up big numbers, that's just an indicator of all the problems they were having. Vansili, like, what do they do now moving into the next map? How do they kind of get away from that and reset?
Well, right now, if you want to focus more on that first map of what happened with FaZe as to why Food wasn't able to activate the way that he wanted to, is because, as Marv says, we want to play our own game, and they definitely did. And they were living rent-free inside Envy's head because every single time they hit towards the A side and they were hyper-aggressive, they put those frost orbs on the ground, which trapped Food every single time. Baby Bay with the jet knives. When he's flying up in the air into the A site, he has 3 targets. Who is he focusing? He's focusing on Food like he focused on Asuna versus 100 Thieves. They had a game plan going into this. There was a method to this madness. And whenever Envy was like, okay, well, they're fighting against us towards the A site, let's try to fight them back. It doesn't work. As Sean said, you want to bring 1v1 fights against FaZe, you don't win those. And when they actually get into the site for FaZe and they realize that it's a passive play for Envy on the A site, they just knew that a flank was coming, which is why they had 2 players watching that flank from Raucus and also from Marv. So they knew exactly what the game plan was going to be, how they wanted to put Envy into their own sandbox, and they played around with them, and they drowned them in that sound castle.
Actually, there was one round I really liked when Envy fought fire with fire, and we all remember it. Remember when Caboose on defense, he went up the pipes, and then he was able to get the first kill. But the question was, what was going to happen after that? Did they really expect Caboose to continue on without help? And that strat fell flat on his face, man. I wanted to see more consistency like that.
Potter, looking specifically at the second half, we saw them finally wake up a little bit. It felt like they got some breathing room as they got an opportunity to play their own game in round 16. There was a chance that maybe we would see a comeback, but then the same thing happened. Just looking at round 16, though, that's the style of play they want to go for.
Yeah, exactly. And that really illustrates what Envy, their strengths are, where their comfort zone is. It's the slow, methodical map control, where they're able to slowly poke and prod, gather that information, and make a calculated, optimal decision on what bomb site to go to. And you saw it, right? We even saw Crashy still a recon to kind of bamboozle the fact that Caboose was in a more forward position. These kinds of clever plays is where Envy like to be. But man, I don't know if FNS's game plan was just thrown out the window. The unpredictability factor coming out from Baby Bay just constantly in Envy's face. But on Bind, I think, because they were able to at least get some wind under their feet, they're going to have to be able to have that confidence. At least they had one round where they're going to be like, okay, the one round, our game plan, it actually worked. But either way, I think Icebox, it was kind of an iffy 50-50, right?
Yeah.
Bind, it should be the comfort zone. This is where FNS's brain will come into play.
You mentioned Bind. That's the map we're going to be moving to next. We'll pull up the map so you can understand how the pick ban went. First map was Icebox. That was selected by FaZe. No surprise there. It's a team who really likes the map. More surprising that Envy allowed it through, given the way that they got slapped around by Gen G on day one. Bind, though, while, FaZe may have slapped Envy a bit on that first map, I think on Bind, Envy's coming in with an uppercut. They're coming in with a haymaker. This is one of their best maps, if not their best map. And FaZe does not exactly have a great record on it. And you can't really see a strong Jet be prominent on the map. I feel like this map doesn't really play to that same strength, Alex. So there is a serious possibility that Envy just repeats what FaZe did to them.
I think that for Bind, for a team like FaZe, Jet is totally fine because of the way that they're able to combo Baby Bay with Zachary as that breach. But the other thing is also the utility, right? I think that Envy should still be able to take this map, but it's not going to be easy because the utility has gone a lot better for FaZe in terms of how they use it, especially Corey. The way that he stopped those paint shells on even Icebox when it was pushing up on pipes, throws the paint shells and is able to fall back, he's going to do the same thing on Vine too.
Looking more recently at the success for FaZe, they've had some big wins. They knocked 100 Thieves, they knocked Energy, Xset, despite a loss also to Xset, they beat PBG, but when you see just the track record that Envy has on the map in general, it's a little bit sketchy looking at this second map. I think we could very well be going to that third and final map in the series, but Envy has to shake off the performance from that last map because it really did not go well. And I think one last question before we throw things over to the casters. Should Envy change up their composition on Icebox? Potter, I'll kick that one to you. Because it feels like even though we've seen them win with it in the past, it did not work on in Masters yet.
You know, I think it's very team-based, right? I think this composition that Envy busted out will match up really well against some teams, but against a team that has a Baby Bay on the squad, a Corey on the squad, I think you really have to consider bringing Sage into the mix to slow down that aggression, buy yourself some time within the round so that you can have some thinking time. Because as DDK said, they didn't even get to play out some of these rounds. It was just constant pressure. So Sage should be able to alleviate some of that, but I mean, we could discuss this theory crafting back and forth,
They gotta do it.
They do. They really do.
Well, looking at this second map, Envy definitely has a statistical advantage, but FaZe is coming in hot after a big map 1 victory. We've got DDK and Sean to see if our theories are going to be correct. It's all yours.
I don't know about theories, Sean. All I see is plus forward. I mean, we're going into Vine, and it's not a good prospect for Envy to be down a map, but it seems like there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, there's definitely light at the end of the tunnel here for Envy. I mean, this is a significantly better map for them when you compare it to Icebox. But with that being said, I mean, Bach kind of alluded to it. FaZe is super hot on this map right now. 5-2 since the start of February. But more importantly, since they've changed to the comp they're currently using, which is when Marv switched from Brimstone to Omen, they now run Zach on a breach on Bind. They're 3-0 with 13-9 win over NRG, a 13-8 win over 100 Thieves, and a 13-3 win over Xset. Like, those are really good teams that they're just blowing out. So how is Envy going to be able to withstand this new version of FaZe?
Seems like breach is a good pick, Sean. Feels like it's been too long, and until we started to see this.
I'm too old and tired to continue this fight, Dan. I can't keep doing it with you. I can't.
Well, we'll see if we'll see exactly what is going to come out from Envy here to try to contest this. There's a lot of footage at this point to study up on some of the tendencies of FaZe, but again, it's one of those things. I think Icebox is a great example of that. You could watch FaZe running down every round on Icebox as many times as you want. Stopping it is another, like, finding actual counters to that is another story entirely. We'll see if we'll get as Potter was describing, we'll see if we'll get an Envy that are able to slow the game down so we can see more of those mid and late rounds, which will allow them to find more success. And again, it's such a great map for Envy that it's hard to imagine them struggling as much as they did in Icebox. But in terms of the agent picks, anything you want to mention before we get into the match, Sean?
No, I just think this map is gonna play out how you would expect, where FaZe is super aggressive and Envy is really tactical, but it's not gonna play out like Icebox. So Icebox, it was weird because you cannot flank with information very well on defense. So Envy struggled to stack the A site, because if you stack the site, I mean, FaZe gets for free like right up to the front door of the A site, and then you stall them there for a while, but eventually they're just going to break through and then plant the spike. And Envy had no solutions, right? They didn't have the retake setups. But on this map, it's going to be different. FaZe can't posture so close to the sites and then just pounce on them. And if they do, they're going to lose control on the opposite side of the map, and people are going to be behind them in places that they couldn't have been on Icebox, right? There's tunnels in spawn, there's massive corridors, there's TPs. This map plays out so different when you have information on defense and you can help your teammates a little bit better. So I think this is way more suited for Envy. But that doesn't change the fact that FaZe is hitting every shot. So they could easily win this map.
And here we go. We're into map 2. If you're just joining us, Envy got trounced in the first map, Icebox. But we're now really moving into, as we've been describing, territory that's much more familiar and comfortable for them. But we'll see them on the attack to begin with. To see what they are able to do with this. Looks like Crashy's looking to drone out.
His Rocket's going to run in here with the Frenzy, Dan. Is he going to do it the second Crashy's in this drone? Oh, dear. Crashy is going to tilt if that happens. I hope for Crashy's mental that doesn't happen.
Oh, man.
Don't let it happen.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Oh, he's not going to do it.
His death is
he has
saved by a
mercy
couple
after all.
seconds.
Paranoia comes through as the push comes in. It's Crashy's, and it looks like maybe his mental will be all right after all. But though, with that said, FaZe are defending very well. Marved is just jiggling the triple boxes really effectively, and there's the nice little jump, the little flourish right at the end from Marved to finish off the round, and Envy's split onto A, not successful.
Yeah, and I think it started in the best case scenario. I thought that was the best case scenario, that the drone goes out, you know, Crashy's able to peek, get a frag, and then we blink, and everyone's dead. FaZe has hit all the shots yet again. Incredible plays coming out of FaZe, but the proactive approach on long B really helped them there. It helped them stack the A site, realize that the hit was coming in, and it is just such a solid setup. Breaking the drone for Raucus. FaZe continues to be way ahead in this matchup.
Dash comes through from Baby Bay. Will get taken down. The aggression split here from FaZe as they try to take the fight to Envy. Envy are on the save round, of course, so they've at least got 1 kill so far, but it looks like that might be it. It's just Mummy left, and Mummy is going to get eliminated as well. So clean 2-0. I really like it when the defensive team just takes the fight to the attackers when the attackers are on eco like that. It's a lot of fun, but I think there's a lot of merit to this approach as well.
We need to change the stream. Yeah. We need to change the stream. Right now, we're in the category of Valorant. We need to go to speedruns. we need to go in speedruns. FaZe is making this best of 3 go so fast. This is insane. They're playing with such an incredible pace. Again, they're going to take the fight to B long. And look, 3 players from both teams are going to be situated here. No smokes, so we will definitely see a battle.
Looking for control and orb play, actually. Oh no! Caboose able to punish that. Corey goes down. I don't know if he actually... I think he did pick up the orb, actually, just in time. So at least there is that, but obviously you'd rather have him alive and not have the orb. But with that said, FaZe can... It's a difficult situation. This is that classic spot. You look for information, but there's the punish from Finesse. He was ready and waiting for it. You can always expect Finesse to be lurking on the other side of the map on that Cypher. And so this is playing out very standard as far as Envy are concerned, off of the back of that pick. Ooh, good flash from Zach, but there's no follow-up, unfortunately. U-Haul control here for FaZe is actually a big deal. Food looking to try to challenge that, but it's still held by FaZe. That is the only way that they can really come back in this round, by maintaining that U-Haul control, forcing Envy to have to play site and short and not to have any other post-plant positioning. But we'll see if Envy can hold regardless. Mummy's in that spot by Pocket, and he's going to have that first point of contact as the swing comes out of U-Haul. There's his teammate go swinging as well, and FaZe actually doing so much damage. They were outnumbered, outgunned in these spots, but still finding a way forward. Cabusto from the cubby, able to do more damage, leaving just Raucus. And there's not too much time here, and he doesn't have much health either, and he'll walk into the crossfire. And Envy will close down the round, but FaZe showing how dangerous they are from bad positions still.
That's crazy that they managed to bring that back, but the U-Haul control, like you said. So I think there's a couple things we can take away from a round like that, because it's just a bonus round, but we saw FNS's success on the lurk, especially after a pick. We weren't capable of seeing that on a map like Icebox. We're going to see it a lot more here. The second thing, Zachary taking control of U-Haul with all that breach utility. That is very important to FaZe, I can tell. And we're going to see them retake U-Haul successfully a lot this half. But again, the battle at Long B continues.
Looking to try to get that hookah control, that be long control. We know that Envy is a team, though, that might
walk into hookah.
Ooh, and it's looking like it's going to work out here. Corey's getting caught off guard. They're charging and they're splitting onto the site. And FaZe, despite having a lot of players here, they are really in a bad timing on this one. Not ready to defend this. Envy have really found that perfect moment to attack, and they have side control. They still need to get the spike planted. The rotation is coming from FaZe, and there's that breach utility dealing with the cubby spot, and that's Caboose out of the picture. FaZe in a position where they can make things happen. Envy, though, still defending from these awkward positions, and that's what counts, hitting the shots, and Envy hit all the shots at the end. So that's going to be the round for them, 2-2.
Whew. I was so nervous for those guys walking in hookah just now, Dan. This is the riskiest round of the entire game to do a call like this, because you're coming fresh off of that bonus round. You could get reset, have no economy for, 3 more rounds, and they just dry walked into hookah. I don't think I've even seen that in a 5-on-5 pro game ever. So it's very unexpected. It's not a favorable fight to typically take, but you can see it really caught FaZe off guard.
And maybe it comes down to some of the conditioning. There's all this heavy B-long presence. Maybe they think that FaZe have an argument to stack more towards that B-long spot. And so far they'd be right, but it's like Baby Base trying to defend with a Sheriff. But great, that's a really nice catch by Food. And that's going to allow him to, swing it, but the showstopper to try to stop things. Corey doing damage, but still down a man. 3 versus 4 here for FaZe. On this defense, Rocket is getting just hammered by the shock darts at the back of the site, but he is still alive. And now he has Zach in with him on the breach. However, look at the slow of the pace right now.
They're aware it's possible, though. They're aware it's possible. Oh, wow. That's insane heads-up play, because you have a Cypher lurking A, and it's so rare that there would be a guy there that it's easy to just overlook it. I could have changed the round.
Still 2 players left for FaZe right now, but not that much firepower. Nice collection of the Phantom, though, for Raucus, although back in the hands of Envy it goes again. And yeah, it looks like this kind of goes to your point before, Sean, as well, that we're seeing the early round game plan, and then how the options are for Envy in the mid rounds. Like the options to reset and go back towards A, because during that early pressure, Finesse is creating space, and there's rotations caused by all of this action towards B, and Envy just know how to punish that.
Yeah, and you can see the conditioning. You mentioned that word earlier. They've gone B every round so far, off the get-go, with heavy B lung pressure. Now they're just going straight into an A hit with FNS lurking the opposite side by B. So are they going to get this 4-on-2 at the A side, or will FaZe's rotate coming quick enough?
Paranoia will be huge here from Marv. This is, if they can tease the Paranoia out of Marv preemptively before they go for the hit, that would be a huge win if they can, but might be difficult. We actually have a Hunter's Fury available for Raucus as well. And there comes Crashy's Hunter's Fury, also trying to clear out the U-Haul position. And that's Raucus down, out for the count as Food with the run it back. Circles the back of the site. Envy have a lot of control right now, but it's by design to a certain extent. FaZe are going to have to play the retake, and it's going to be difficult, but that episode, that's going to catch Mummy. That's a beautiful pickup. That's going to even the numbers. 3 against 3. At least the spike was planted. Crashy's defending for the moment, but he will go down the trace through. Baby Bay is unstoppable with the nice flying through the air. Takes down Food. It's all on Finesse's shoulders, and Baby Bay cannot be stopped.
What? Damn, that was incredible from Baby Bay. It looked like FaZe was totally out of the round, but the breach utility coming out of Zach, we said how important he is to this team as a support player. He has all these crazy lunatics just running around, fragging everyone. He's the man that keeps it at home, right? He's playing it smart, using utility, supporting his teammates. After shocks the planner, opens it up then for Baby Bay to do this insanity. Oh my goodness. How does FaZe steal that round from Envy? 3-3 now. And this is
so
important
crazy
for both teams if you look at the economy, Dan.
Yeah, Baby Bay's playing Quake. He's playing a different game than everybody else when he's on that Jet ultimate, for sure. Either way, it's back to the more B-centric default. There's less overall pressure here, but we are seeing the boom bot at least, so it's going to be a slower pace. Showers control possibly. Marv in a deeper position. Oh, there's the cam though, and he just straight up owns Crashies. That's a huge loss for Envy early in this round. They need to find a way to recover here, but it is difficult. What would be a good option here, Sean? We see Food pressuring Hookah though, so maybe this is what they want to take some control back.
Yeah, this isn't doing anything though. Baby Bay is still opping down long B. I mean, there are 3 people at this B site despite Baby Bay opping there. So maybe they can get this 4-on-2 at A, but Food will need to regroup because he is way out of the picture right now.
Finding a timing straight through. There comes the showstopper, clearing out U-Haul, but that tells them that there's no one here. They have to be backside somewhere. And that's a great clearance. That gives them such an important position. They go for the plant, but there comes the Rolling Thunder, using the paint shells to try to delay the push behind the Rolling Thunder. That is going to give more time to Envy, but there come the paint shells from Corey. He knows that they're scattered around U-Haul, and that's going to be some good damage onto Caboose, and they're going to fall through the TP. They're switching up. They're going to be, but there's the From the Shadows into Garden. Marv has an angle, takes down Food. They have to come off the spike plant. They have to force it. They don't have much time. Marv is owning absolutely everybody. This doesn't seem real right now. How is he getting so much value? Oh my God, Marv just destroys the entire team.
Oh my God, the man is so cold, Dan. He's so cold. That was such an incredible round coming out of the in-game leader from FaZe, from Showers, where he's literally playing aim lab. He's whipping on the wall to the right and then whipping back to ulting to long B, winning every gun duel, challenging time and time again. All these players, he's taking the fight to them, winning them all. What an insane round coming out of Marv. Putting 4 on the board for FaZe. They're in control of the economy. They're in the lead round-wise. They're in the lead in maps. They have all the momentum, Dan.
If you think about that Baby Bay clutch, and then now that insane ace from Marv, those are 2 rounds that Envy had enormous advantages that Envy are most of the time closing those down. The game would be, the complexion of this match would be completely different. If not for that, if not for the individual prowess from coming from FaZe. That's a lot to deal with, and as you say, we haven't even talked about Corey yet. I'm sure he's going to have something, but we'll have a Hunter's Fury coming in from Raucous that they know Showers control is the play, and the catch onto Finesse. Big frag to get. Caboose, though, able to get some forward ground. They're trying to find a clearance using those satchels, but in comes Marv, and right now, Envy are looking quite desperate. Food. That is a huge clearance into U-Haul, and Crashy's fighting back from Showers gives a chance here now for Envy. They have something to fight with. Nice little crossfire coming through, taking down Zach. Great team play, and now it's Envy's turn. Crashies and Food looking to deliver here for them to secure this round, but it's the final boss. Baby Bay stepping up to the plate, looking to come down from heaven. Almost gets the catch, swaps out for the Vandal. The dash across, he's got a lot to deal with right now. If they play the swing correctly, it shouldn't be possible for Baby Bay. Oh, no, again!
No way,
Baby Bay
Dan,
makes
no
it happen!
No
Does he have time? He doesn't. But still, Sean, in terms of the emotional, the psychological victory, it is with Baby Bay. Despite losing the round, they're taking everything away from Envy that's possible.
Yeah, you won a 2-on-5. Congratulations, you did.
Here.
But look at the economy. You mentioned it. I mean, they can't even invest much into this round. How do they open up this round? They might have rifles on all their players, but they're lacking utility. They don't have a paranoia. They're lacking full shields on Crashies and Mame. Like, this is no wall on Food, no trips. Actually, one trip for FNS. I mean, this is just such a hobbled buy coming out of Envy.
When you watch FaZe, I feel like it makes you want to play Valorant just because some of the insane stuff they're able to do is with just off of the back of these individual plays is nuts. Because if I step into matchmaking, I'm not going to find teammates that are going to help me play like Envy. So
yeah. I mean, every opponent I have is FaZe.
Exactly. Here comes the running back from Food, looking to try to gain some control. U-Haul, the trade is out though from Caboose, able to convert there. That U-Haul control, it was always key, and Caboose with the triple. And this was a very critical round, as you say, Sean. The economy was wiped clean for Envy despite winning the round, and this is the least that they could do to recover from that. 5 players still standing for FaZe. If they can keep it that way towards the end of the round, which looks like it's going to be the case, we'll get the save. Baby Bay and Corey peeling away back to B, to safety, to hold on to their guns.
Yeah, they're gonna need to save these weapons going into the next round. I don't think, yeah, Baby Bay can't get close at all. I would imagine his team is running out of money right now, so this will be a weird situation next round where they're probably gonna have like a half buy. I mean, Food might be able to catch them. Actually, he's gonna be there. he's going to be in sight. If he clears Hookah, he's definitely going to get a kill. Oh, and the pinch is in. Clear. Looks like both FaZe guys just go. They don't find out where FaZe is, and Envy can't afford to hunt because their economy is just not there right now.
It is kind of insane that they really need to win another round fairly clean to just recover the damage done by what Baby Bay and Marv have done to them over some of these rounds. And 5-4 though, they've taken the lead with that round victory, and there's still a chance for Envy to have a strong recovery, a strong half.
Revealing area.
And back to the B-long pressure. Oh, actually dodging the recon. So they're going to suggest, they're going to try to hide their B pressure. And it looks like it might be working here, Sean, because the defender rotation is coming. They're at the back of the site. They're not sure what's going on right now. Our FaZe.
I think FNS has showed a little bit of pressure over towards A. He's let them know, you know, someone's over here. But the fact that it's been dead silent for so long, it makes Raucus go back to elbow. But these guys are out of the sight. So even if this drone sees Envy, I don't think they could even do anything about it.
Pain shells are so annoying. Chip damage done to Food, but he'll get the orb. 50 seconds for the spike to be planted. Finesse we can see on the A side of the map. Baby Bay taking down Food. That's a huge pick. That stops any pressure dead, really. Although that said, Caboose is not done. Straight into the backside, and they are getting wiped out right now. And I mean, you see Finesse here, and the whole point is to create options that if they can't complete on B, at least they can rotate back. But they got just destroyed on every peak.
Yeah, I mean, it's an option, but they're not even getting to use that option. It's like going to go out to dinner or something. You order like a Diet Coke, and you know you want something else, so you order a Sprite. But instead of Diet Coke, you get like orange juice, and the other drink just doesn't even exist. Just nothing like what you planned on happening happens if you're Envy right now. It's so wild. They're just getting obliterated in all these fights. And it takes some insane strategic masterpiece for them to string together any rounds.
They have to be able to live up to some of these individual plays. Corey, the headhunter, just annihilates Food and Caboose on the defense. And again, those 2 kills, it just makes a difference. That extra kill that he gets, that they can't gain ground into the site. And now they're stuck in Garden, stuck in Hookah. They have to win fights to get out of this position, and winning fights, well, that is the playground of FaZe. That's where they want to be. That's where they do their best work, and they are just crushing it again. Oh no, not like this. Baby Bay taking down Mummy to finish off the round in this Baby Bay fashion, and that's going to be FaZe taking the lead once again.
Wow, this game is going back and forth in every which way. I think Envy should be favored on the defense side, but man, oh man, FaZe is just destroying them when they run into them. I think Envy, who typically is very loose and is willing to take fights, they're shelling up because of the fact that they're losing all these duels, and it's actually compounding the issue.
Yeah, it's that classic spot where, you know, you don't like talking about the confidence game in that regard, but you know what, I'll hold that thought, because a fast push coming in, the confidence game is going to be just run the showstopper straight into the site, force the action, and that is a great way to take the initiative, to get yourself back into the game, and it's working here for Envy. They've got the site, the spike should be able to be planted shortly. You see, though, FaZe still have some control in the backhaul, but beautiful work there. Finding the wallbang, getting the reveal on Raucus. Crash, he has elbow control, and Envy, they're looking pretty strong right now. Baby Bay is going to try to go for the clearances, but he's got a couple players to deal with as he pushes forward in this spot, and Marv coming from long as well. It's going to be taking down Mummy on the flank. This is starting to look very difficult. Baby Bay with the dash in with the knives, and all of a sudden, disaster strikes for Envy. They were looking so good. Caboose, though, able to return in the 1v1 against Marv. He has to find it, but Marv, the flick is unbelievable from him, and that's going to be the spike defused, and FaZe up to 7.
You have cat to be kidding me right now. That... How does Baby Bay do it? How does he just ignore elbow and just dash in the perfect flank from Marv? Oh man, FaZe is all over this. If FNS just checked his cam, it was at Long B. Oh, they were so unaware of the Marv flank. Beautiful play again from the in-game leader. There's so much pivotal spots he's had. Almost all of them from Long B, actually. Wow.
This is one of those games where it reminds me again just of that, almost that precedent set by 100 Thieves and TSM in the first strike finals. This idea that one team can be able to find all these advantages or create like really strong positions tactically, strategically. Yet when it comes down to it, one team is just clutch as hell. And right now that team is FaZe. They are not missing a beat when it comes to running into these sites and hitting every shot.
Oh my gosh, they're in shower so fast. Normally there's a utility battle. These guys just ran through the smoke.
And V on the defense now in this first round of the second half, and Ness at least trading the showers push. Caboose trying to hold on to things here, but well, have to give it up. FaZe, as you said, Sean, that breach utility extremely powerful and taking a very important position, which is U-Haul control. And two players now, Food and Crashies. They have to try to do what FaZe seem to be doing so easily, which is being against the odds and still finding ways to win. Be able to take down one. A second traded. Food now in a 1 versus 2. Corey's extremely low. Very doable here for Food. We're going to need to see that form that we've seen from him in the last month or so. There's the tab. Doesn't know about the showers player. This will take him down. And there it is. FaZe converting the second pistol round of bind here. And I'm starting to lose hope for Envy at this point, Sean, because as you said, the confidence game, it is real. It's a real thing.
It's very real. It's very real. And it looks like Envy's going to take this one on the chin. We haven't seen many force buys since, the Stingers got nerfed. So they're going to save here. They're going to potentially give FaZe 9 to 5. And FaZe is going to be on a bonus round. They already play loose. I don't want to look too far ahead, but that round is going to be everything. Oh, baby, it's so fast.
All pushing through. There goes Finesse trying to swing back in, but swing and a miss. Corey just in there. The paranoia not doing really anything as he takes those engagements at such a close range. FaZe are just in their element right now. Crashies in 1 versus 2. Actually, might catch falling back, but unfortunately, it's not going to work out. Raucus is ready for it. 9 to 5. FaZe still just charging. As you said, Sean, it does feel like a speedrun. It really does.
It really does. And look, all of the soldiers right now marching towards the B site, they are just going to send it. And Envy has guessed wrong. They have guessed very wrong. There's 3 people at the A site right now. Cypher is loaning all of his stuff over here, it looks like. Oh dear. They're going to move so fast at this B site right now, I feel like. Knowing FaZe and the weapons they have right now. The Boombot going hookah. Dark, it's nothing.
All it takes is one huge clutch from Envy or one big moment from an individual to bring the confidence levels up for the entire team. We've seen it so many times.
That's actually a disaster that they let that drone spot 3 of them. So now they're going to opt to back out. But if you look where the raise is right now. Look at the ground Caboose has.
This is great. This is beautiful. This is what we're talking about. This could be a great moment for Caboose. Oh no! The whips come through at the worst possible time. He had the play. That was the play. Still, though, it's not done just yet. We've got Mummy here on the site looking to see if he can defend, but he is getting barraged by utility from FaZe. Somehow, Baby Bay's standing on 1 HP. Who's looking to drop down at the dark cover? Where did that come from? Corey finding Food. I don't even understand what that was, but that's surely the last best effort gone now in this round for Envy, and they're going to have to fall back.
Oh, no,
that one moment from Caboose. Sean, I think that tells you everything. It tells you everything about this game for Envy.
Yeah, that's so rough. I mean, we talked about it. We said, this is going to play out different than Icebox, because what's going to happen is FaZe is going to group in one area like Icebox, and a push can actually happen on the other side of the map, and you can find a cheeky angle, exactly like what Caboose just did. But when I envisioned it in my head, that's not how it played out. That is not how it played out. And this is the most pivotal round of the game right now. The bonus round for FaZe. breaking Envy's money, but they did save 3 guns. That is very important on a round like this, to save 3 weapons, because now you can hobble together a buy, and your buy is still technically better than your opponent's.
Oh wow! Just seeing that that was, if he gets those 2 kills, which I think in normal circumstances, Caboose gets those 2 kills. If it hasn't been that they've been just, their confidence has been affected in this matchup, which I think is fair to say, that probably gets those 2 kills, they win the round. I think it's very, very, I think it's very easy to say that that's a round-winning advantage. But swing on Showers control, Marv takes down Finesse, of course. And he's looking to go forward, and Raucous as well. The lack of respect here on some of these plays is starting to get out of hand here from FaZe, and it's a 4 versus 3 in their favor as they start to take the orb control towards Garden. And there we go, Crashies. He holds on to hookah control. This is a must. Caboose now, redemption perhaps, as he takes the fight against Baby Bay, wins it, and now down to Crashies, also winning his fight. Able to dodge the aftershock. Envy looking good here. They have Zach in a 2 versus 1. Or in a 1 versus 2, I should say, as far as Zach is concerned, and the TP play is made.
Smart there from Zach. He waited to see if Crashies would cancel the drone. Look, Mummy's already here, and yeah, this round is over. It's way too easy to telegraph everything for Mummy right there. He's running around, has no time, can't clear the angles. So Mummy closes it out, stops the bleeding for Envy. But man, I mean, they have a lot to do now. Because of losing that 3rd round, what that does to the economy of the attackers, it's huge, actually. So now FaZe is going to be buying again, and Envy will need to string together rounds if they want to win this game.
I think you set it up nicely, Sean. Must-win round for Envy. We have Caboose working Showers control this time. He has a showstopper, and Showers can be a good early position to use that showstopper, but unfortunately for him, there's only 1 player there. It's Marv who's pressuring Showers. So Caboose is not going to find some epic showstopper in the early rounds. It's going to be Crashies though. He's looking to find the frag instead with that Hunter's Fury, and in kind, Corey going to satchel into the B site with that showstopper. He's not actually finding position with it, and it's a whip, so that's good news for Envy. The pressure still continues though. Who's in trouble? He might have to TP here, but he can't get out in time. Oh, Baby Bay converting a double. This is looking terrible. A terrifying duo of duelists from FaZe, and Corey and Baby Bay doing all of the damage, putting Envy down to 2 players.
Marv has been lurking Showers this whole time. The site is open. Envy's at the wrong site. They're going to be saving again. Dan, they cannot afford to lose these weapons. We're going to be sitting at 11-6. They're going to move back to the site, hoping FaZe, gifts them a kill or 2. I don't see a world where, that they can win this. This is so difficult.
Envy, dash out of position. They've been spotted now, though. FaZe looking ready for this. Come on, taking down Finesse, and there's just, again, FaZe, it looks like they're in a trance. Like this immovable kind of pace that they have mentally. All players on the same level in terms of how they're playing, and just charging through with unshakable confidence, taking all of the fights. Doesn't matter. It could be any team that they're playing right now, and I feel like they would just be doing all of the same things. Exactly the same kind of confidence. It's just looking amazing for them at the moment, and this team, I did not expect them to look so good against Envy.
I didn't either. I want this kind of confidence for anything in my life, Dan. Anything. It must feel so good to be that confident.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's got to compound itself when you're playing with other players that are as confident as you are. It's just, it's crazy.
This is the first time I think we've seen FaZe slow it down and spread the map on either map. They're just spreading out the default, waiting for an aggression. This is interesting because Envy isn't being aggressive. I think they're too scared to be aggressive after what's happened to them so far in this series.
Yeah, they're in that. I mean, for people who have played a lot of Valorant, you get into these spots where you want to be aggressive because you feel like it's the right play. But you don't feel like you can do it because if you take the risk and die, the round that loses you the game happens. And that could be the case here. Baby Bay, I don't understand, but he is Baby Bay and he just does things. of his own volition, and he makes it work. Mummy is still in Newhall with a Sheriff. Crashy's also Sheriff here. Keep that shot towards Showers. There is ground to work with here for Envy. Envy looking to find a position. Tagging Baby Bay from the back. The satchel, though, causing huge problems there for Mummy. Food still alive and kicking, though. 2 versus 2. Envy trying to find a way to win this one. Crashies finds his Sheriff shot. He's been looking for a while, but he'll nail it onto Raucus. Zach is the last man standing coming out of Showers. He's been spotted now. He does have the spike, and he has to go for the spike.
10 seconds left.
Oh, that's a huge shock dart straight to the face. Force, he can't use the Rolling Thunder, and Food will take him down. I don't know how MV won this round, Sean, I must say, but it is some light in what has been a very, very dark game of Bind.
Breach looks so great with his arms like that. It looks, I'd never seen him have that pose at the end of a round. I've never seen someone kill him
Breach.
with the kit, with the glitch pop kit.
Right, yeah. Breach does not have a COVID body as well. I have full COVID body right now.
No, he's built. He's ready to withstand anything. But something to point out about Breach, you can see Zachary lining this fault lineup. He's been lending this to the Showers player, Marv, and it's making it feel like there's more players going Showers than there actually is, because he's doing that all the way across the map.
Long aggression. Hunter's Fury coming through. Caboose. There's a world where you'd love to punish that, but you know that server's being protected. And, oh my god, Corey, how did he get there? And Marv in a deep position as well. And just like that, a quick double. And is turning the round on his head. Marv trying to survive in the cubby. He's got players coming for him, though. Crashies will, with expert precision, take him down. 3 players in Hookah for FaZe. They don't have any presence towards the A side of the map, and this is a 3-on-3. This is a huge moment. This is a turning point. If Envy can find success in this round, Sean, I feel like a comeback is on.
I think so too, but I wouldn't have put any other agents in this scenario for both teams. I mean, you have Smokes on defense, and on offense, you have the Breach with the Rolling Thunder. You have a Jet to open things up. You have a Sova with Recons. I think this is a very interesting 3-on-3, and I foresee this going into a post plant because Envy's going to allow it to happen.
30 seconds left.
No Hunter's Fury for Crashies. That would be so valuable. Some presence felt on B, and Envy can reliably know that has to mean that this is indeed the site. But they don't want to give any early kills away. Spike being planted, they know that where one of the players is now because of that. There comes a shock dart. That's actually going to miss. There comes the Rolling Thunder.
No way.
It looks like they want to do it, but they're actually just playing for delay. They're playing for post-plant position. That said, Raucus able to take down Finesse from Cubby. There comes the swing. Mummy, huge kill. Important frag to find. FaZe playing the site, playing the spike together. And there's a great spot and a reset. It's up to Crashies. He's spotted Baby Bay. He has to win this 1v1. He's got 5 bullets to do it. There it goes on top. The Sheriff comes out and he has to hit the shot. Baby Bay's dancing around and Crashies. He's gonna nail it. And there it is. Envy still in the match. Thanks to Crashies.
Both players played that so well. Remain calm despite the whiffs. Oh my goodness. That was the biggest round of the game. You said it. You couldn't have said it any better. I now see a world where Envy can come back into this game. I heavily favor them on defense, and FaZe is a momentum team that will rely on an economic difference to run away with attacker halves. Now that the economies are even, and Envy has, stabilized a little bit, they have their ults, I actually favor them on a given round, like any particular round.
Oh, I love that we're seeing the Judge here from Finesse. The Judge is OP. See if Finesse can get any love. It does seem like he's going to get some action here as well, because there's that first case. He's going to stand in the case for the Judge. Love this. Pops Raucus. Who else is next for the Judge? It looks like that's going to be it. Corey's able to trade him out, but that's a big kill to find immediately in the round. But that said,
double TP to heaven.
Oh no, Marv is doing so much damage again. Caboose on the flank though, he could do just what Marv just did, but to FaZe instead. He's waiting for the moment. The trigger discipline coming from Caboose. He's calm, he's patient, he's collected, but it's only good for one, and Crashies can't get it done. In the end, it's 12 for FaZe. It's match point for FaZe.
Wow. FNS definitely overextended with the judge. Marv again ends up in this ridiculously forward position. TP's into heaven. Not with his ult. Just a normal TP, a shrouded step. He goes from mid-sight to heaven, gets one in the side of the head on the rotate. That changes the flow of the entire round, slows down the rotate. Oh my goodness. The individual plays on FaZe are unreal.
And this is it. FaZe have Envy completely on the ropes. The buy is terrible. And this is where you would expect FaZe to close things down. We've seen, though, Envy have won a round with weaponry like this previously, and it was a defense on the A site in which they did it. Oh, actually, good info.
He's just fighting up short A. He's just walking up. There is a trip next to him. But as raised with satchels, yeah, he's going right over this.
What can he find? He knows this one is showers. It's going to do a lot of damage, but Finesse is still alive with the frenzy. Caboose is there with him with showers as well, and Caboose does have a showstopper, lots of ults available. There is a run it back for Food also, and there it is. It gets popped, they believe, from Food as they try to make his way through spawn, but on the other end of it, Corey is still defending. FaZe has so much position. They are going to lose showers, Envy. They've got nothing left. It's just Food in a 1 versus 4. He's damn good, and it's a nice transfer. Food back at it again. Curveball resets the situation. Still 2 players left. The pace is still high from Food as he tries to suggest that he's dropping away down from heaven, and he's going to have to do it in front of the wall, but there's a player close. What is going on here? Zach to take him down. It's Zach to finish it off. FaZe will take it into against Envy, sending them down into the lower bracket. Amazing response from FaZe in this series. I can't believe that they look so good.
They look fantastic. I mean, what do these guys do? Do they just DM all day, every day? Because their aim is unreal. The way they win these fights, positionally, it seems like Envy has so many advantages and edges, and they just get outshot time and time again. Hats off to FaZe because they're playing a style that you cannot counter. You cannot you cannot watch a FaZe VOD and know what they're gonna do, because I feel like they don't know what they're gonna do half the time.
That is a statement and a half. They're playing a style that you cannot counter. This is coming from, I think, the foremost prominent analyst in Valorant. So I don't know really what to do with that information, Sean. That sounds very scary, honestly. Yeah. But we'll have to see if there's a team that's going to be able to find a way to stop them. There's a lot of teams, of course, that have very different styles of play. But who do you think, given what you've seen, would match up the best against FaZe right now? Is it 100 Thieves? Is it Sentinels? Who is it?
I think, given the roster changes on Sentinels, I would say 100 Thieves has the play style that would give FaZe trouble in a meaningful match, right? When Steel is putting in the work to do anti-shrouding, looking at VODs, and creating all these layered setups. Envy's not really that type of team. They're more of a mid-round, mid-gamey type team where FNS is kind of calling on the fly when things break down. That's why they're so good in the 3-on-3s. But when it comes to 5-on-5 approach and trap setups, which is what I think could beat FaZe, 100 Thieves does that much, much better.
Well, it feels like with the form we're seeing from FaZe that they're a team that's able to sap the confidence from a team that's as consistent and as confident as Envy. Envy's been so amazing coming into this tournament that it's insane to see how well FaZe were able to sap their confidence and then dismantle them. But to speak more on that, we've got the analysts. But first, a quick break.
No.
I need one after that, dude.
All gas, no breaks like FaZe Clan, man. That was. How do you even break that down? And Bob, you're even talking about like Sean and DDK are fantastic casters, but for analytical breakdowns and just breaking down what they're doing with just their consistent craziness and that chaos, man. What do you even say to that? What's even an answer to even stop FaZe Clan at this point?
Ooh, that's a great question, right? You look at this team and what they bring to the table. We were talking about it during the map there, Vansili. Is a standard composition illogical against this roster? Because it seems like teams that run standard compositions are kind of getting bodied and don't have the stopping power necessary to slow this style of play down.
I feel like FaZe would be one of those first teams here, Buck, that you're starting to figure out or trying to wonder if you should start finding strats and compositions that go strictly into anti-stratting this team.
Yeah.
Right? You look at other matchups, other teams, other interviews, all the IGLs are always saying, well, it's just we want to play our own game. But this time, I feel that a breach might be useful for somebody or as an agent versus FaZe. The reason why I say a breach is because, remember in the summertime, Breach had a buff, right? Not only does he have a third flash, but the fault line also activates 20% faster. So the way that Baby Bay actually gets into these sites, the way that he rushes in, and he always gets like free entries and can turn it around the site and just kill everybody, those flashes could be a huge detriment to those pushes in, and where he land could actually get fault lined by a breach as well, where that could maybe cancel things out. But I think this is going to be way too early to try to change that right now. You're just trying to learn how FaZe is going to play and try to adapt with the composition that you have for the other teams that have to face off against FaZe.
Belly, looking at these numbers, it's pretty clear how things broke down. You can see objective wins were even, but it was the frag wins that heavily went in favor of FaZe, and it's no surprise based on the play that we saw from basically everyone on the FaZe side.
Yeah, I mean, it makes complete sense, right? FaZe ran wild on Envy, and Envy didn't know what to do most of the time. We saw times when Envy gambled heavily on the A site with Cypher and that utility, and they really couldn't guess where FaZe was. And piggybacking of what my man's Van said, he actually brought up a really interesting point. He said, you know what? Against a team like FaZe, you got to start bringing counter lineups now, and I believe him fully. In fact, I think you should throw Sky in the mix as well. Or even if you want to feel loose and, you know, really get on FaZe's nerves, just bring both. Be annoying, right? The reason why I say to bring someone like Sky is for the fact that Envy was always guessing where FaZe were going to push, especially on defense. In order to stop that, you have Sova in the lineup, but what about if you have Sky on the other side of the map sending out that guided light? That audio cue of blinded to see exactly where they're attacking from, that's everything out there. So I think that FaZe is changing the game in a good way, and hopefully we see some evolution in the meta to counter playstyles like that.
I mean, we might see teams decide to go heavier on control agents and sentinels and maybe a little bit further away from the traditional roles of duelists, because duelists like Phoenix clearly weren't working out as they're not really able to get into an advanced position to really take advantage of the skill set, the utility they have, specifically looking at curveball. A couple times when we saw Food get into a spot, someone was already right there. And looking specifically at one moment from the game, there's one we want to call out as the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. It was actually Marv. Marv had a massive play that really helped solidify what was being set up from FaZe, and it was this big ace. And it starts here over in Showers.
Just quick thinking coming out from the in-game leader himself, and the fact that he TP'd so quickly that the sound cue, Envy have no idea, no clue, but even the fact that he goes for more. You give him an inch, he's gonna take a mile, he closes it out, makes it look easy, and the fault line, of course, coming up from Breach. And, you know, Bach, you mentioned maybe we'll start shying away from duelists, but man, maybe everyone just starts copy pasting what FaZe are doing here, because obviously these guys know what they're doing. They don't care. They don't care about sentinels. They're looking forward and they're pressing W.
Just don't try to do that in my ranked games, please, guys.
Is it possible that that could actually be a legitimate counter for this roster for the way that they play, Potter? Like kind of copying their style of play and trying to just return the favor?
For sure, I think it is. I mean, especially when you have a player like Zachary. Anytime you saw Baby Bay or Corey entering into that A site, they knew exactly where they wanted to focus their line of sight. Zachary had that C grenade perfectly into U-Haul, pop flashing perfectly, the timing. You can see these boys have dry runned it time and time again. I know that's our favorite phrase here on the desk, but they've been dry running it in that server, and they look comfortable doing it, right? Even when Envy threw out some sort of contention, they didn't allow them. Then the Marv TP comes into play, right? So every now and then the aggression was there, but it was thoughtful with the Zachary breach just backing them up every time.
The abilities are great because Marv, with that TP, the fourth kill from that high-speed play that you saw from Verizon, he actually got the fault line onto FNS to allow Marv to get that free kill. And when you looked at a couple of retakes from FaZe into the A side, I think it was actually Marv going into U-Haul, and Corey went out from spawn side, went to triple, and he threw paint shells in the front of U-Haul while they actually had fault lines in the back. So the abilities that are being used by FaZe as a group is just impeccable right now. As overall, we always talk about the aggression, but they look so composed as a team, and they look very, very scary now. They have me believing for sure.
I mean, here's the thing. We came into this series even still doubting FaZe. How many times is it going to take us to actually believe that FaZe has what it takes to best a series? I agree. I think now, now we're like, okay, I'm a believer now. The first time, maybe that was a fluke. The second time, maybe that was also a fluke. The third time, no. You guys clearly have what it takes. And to talk about what it is that they do have, Smix is standing by with Zachary for an interview. Take it away, Sue.
Thank you very much, Bach. Congratulations, Zachary. What a amazing performance you just displayed going up against the #1 seed. How much better does it feel not to show the ridiculous performance that you did show today, but also secure top 3, especially when last time during First Strike, y'all were unfortunately eliminated in that first round to say top 8?
Yeah, it feels amazing, honestly. Like you said, we got knocked out first in First Strike. And for like the beginning of the qualifiers for Masters, we weren't doing too hot. So it feels good that like all of our work we've been putting in since the beginning of our roster as a team is actually like paying off now, and we're seeing the results.
Let's start with Icebox, because it felt like you just completely shut Envy down from beginning to end. It felt like you gave them absolutely no room to play their game at all. I think from a lot of viewers' perspectives, the aggression and the complete domination you show can look really one-sided, where you're just going around shooting hits, but I'm sure it's a lot more complicated than that. So break that down for us.
Okay, for Icebox, the strategy, I mean, we kind of used to permaban Icebox because like a couple players didn't like the map, and then we just randomly decided, hey, we're gonna play Icebox again. And we were kind of just farming everybody in scrims. So we were just like, you know what? Whatever we're doing right now is working. And we're like, let's just keep doing that. Let's not change anything. We barely scrimmed them out. We just said, you know what? Just keep doing this. It's working. Let's just do it. And I think we have like a pretty good defense setup. And like we fight people before they're like expecting fights. So we kind of like force them to have to use their like utility. And I think that really gives us an advantage on that map. And then on our offense, we kind of just like figure out what's weak, and we just fight whatever it's weak, and we just kind of steamroll them if they're like not holding A site down, because that site's kind of pretty bad.
Absolutely. If Icebox was the map where we didn't get to see Envy show any of their typical tactics, on Bind, we did. There were actually many rounds where FNS was able to set up the rounds so that Envy looked favorable to take it. But then you guys still pull off these ridiculous hero plays. I mean, what is going on from the perspective from you guys during those rounds? Because it looked unbelievable to see the things that you guys pulled off.
I think for us, like we knew that they were doing like a good job at like setting up early. They're not running too fast. They're not like instantly showing us where they are, and they're figuring out what site they want to hit, and like they're doing a pretty good job of avoiding like our strong setup, which we ended up noticing. So we were getting rotates off to like stack that site that we knew they were going to hit, but it was usually a bit late. But our people that are on the site, like everybody's really confident that like whatever setup we're holding, like will be good. We just have to like work together. So when they're coming in, even if like we're not stacked on the site, we still have a chance to either like get like 2 frags or 3 frags, or even just hold it down, or just play retake because we're playing breach, and breach like enables retake really hard. And like we have hero plays like from Jimmy on that one round that they all ripped the TP and they went B. He just TPs long and cuts off the entire site plant. So like stuff like that. It's like you're never like expecting that Omen player to just be on A and instantly go B and shut it down. Like we're always thinking about our abilities and how we can like stop good site executes or just retake the site.
And then on the attacker side, even though in the beginning it may have started out with more straightforward aggression, we did see a little bit of slowing down and showing a bit of that sophisticated schmeeg that Baby Bay was talking about that you guys had brought into your strategy pool. So talk about deciding, when to slow things down, when to stick with your classic aggression, and how you make those decisions.
I think we were going fast in the beginning because like we kind of like pistol rounds kind of 50-50, like sometimes we take it slow, but I mean, if we decide, hey, let's just rush A, we rush A and we do it. But after that, it's like they had some ults up, they had better economy for like a couple rounds, and it's like, maybe they're going to try and make a play with their ults fast. Let's slow it down for a sec, see what their setup is. And we were like, okay, hey, their raise isn't rocketing up short like we're expecting her to do. So now we just have to figure out where she is. We could avoid the rocket, or we can just hit this site now. But usually it's like, hey, do they have a crazy ult that they could win the round in the first 5 seconds? All right, slow it down. If not, we can take that fast space that we like to do, and it usually is a good look for us, just dodging the ult like that.
Well, last quick question for you, Zachary. Next up, it's either Sentinels or 100 Thieves. Tens, Ethan, both new players. Any preferences there, or do you not care?
I don't really care, honestly. I think we'd like to get revenge on Sentinels probably, but I don't think any of us really care who we're going to go against. I think we're all confident in whatever team we play that we're going to do what we want to do.
Looks like the juggernaut of FaZe Clan does not stop here for now. Congratulations once again on securing top 3. Bach, back to you.
Thank you very much, Sue. Looking at that interview, he mentioned it. The Icebox strategy is basically to take the fight to them. It's no surprise. We saw that. We knew that's what they do. He's saying, if you're going to sit back and just chill and sit on your big dumpy, I'm going to run at you, and I'm just going to catch you off guard. But what I do like, Potter, is that he mentions we don't always play that way. There is a method to our madness. He says, if we check the start of an early round and we see that you have an ult available, we're going to slow things down. If that's a game-changing ult, we're not going to run in and charge you like we normally would. We're going to be careful. I think that kind of opens up an interesting avenue of discussion about how FaZe approaches the game, because prior to that, it just looks like they hold W.
It does look like that indeed, but you know, the thoughtfulness that we talked about with this FaZe lineup, that Marbed clutch, all of these abilities, keeping track of the abilities, not only your own teammates, but your enemies, all of this requires so much communication, it requires synergy, it requires teamwork. So the fact that FaZe are able to convey all of these messages to each other, have the forethought, have the proactive plays ahead of time, and tee each other up, it's a beautiful thing. This FaZe right now, they're hitting on all cylinders, and it takes a lot to be able to get to a position that they're in right now. I'm excited to see how far they can take this style of play. And as Sean says, what is the counter? I mean, does 100 Thieves have it? I don't know. It's all up in the air right now. It's exciting stuff.
Well, we'll have to see, and we'll see who they're going to be facing off against as they continue their run through the upper bracket. We'll pull up the bracket here in just a second to kind of illustrate their journey thus far and also showcase the match we're going to be covering in just a minute, because it's equally as juicy on the bottom half of the bracket. So Envy shockingly fall 2-0 to FaZe. I think that's an illustration, as we've been saying, more of FaZe's strengths than Envy's weaknesses. And they're now waiting for the winner of Sentinels versus 100 Thieves in the upper bracket finals. But when you look at the lower bracket, we've got Envy versus Luminosity. That is going to be a solid game. And I'm really not sure if LG is going to have enough to best Envy. But we've seen some impressive things from this team already in the tournament and also throughout 2021, Valley.
LG got it in him, man. I actually was going to interrupt you right there. I was going to say, you need to put some respect on that team. They have proven, and Van, say it with me, time and time again, that they can beat top teams. They've done it against Sentinels. They've done it against just about everybody. And I think that the matches that we have left in these brackets, in this bracket, are fire. We just saw Envy and FaZe clash of playstyles, but also that can give us a taste about what's coming up next. This is going to be another super aggressive team versus another team that created a playstyle specifically for that. So Bach, my body is ready.
Even when I look back to that bracket, right? When we looked at the two matches that we have today, Envy, FaZe, 100 Thieves, Sentinels, it all makes sense to see them progressing towards these semis uppers. Then you go back to the lowers where Envy could be shook. Now it's back to that conversation. Can the dark horses of LG continue and upset their tenacity in that? And I think now these storylines continue to create throughout this bracket.
Well, we are going to throw things to a break, but when we come back, it's going to be Sentinels versus 100 Thieves to see who's going to be facing off against FaZe in the upper bracket finals. You won't want to miss it.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best, only from Verizon.
Apply now at redbullcampusclutch.com.
Get money.
Level low.
I am looking for the next level Bucky plays coming out at Masters, man.
Ninja said he's looking forward to Bucky kill. Ninja, y'all shouldn't have done an interview with Ninja, okay? Bucky, man, listen. You win your pistol round, you expect to have a Breezin eco half buy, and then you just have a dude sitting around a corner with a Bucky that just... And there you go, 3 of your teammates are gone! It's just insanely frustrating to play up against. Terrible!
It feels so good when you make the play with the gun, because I started purchasing it recently as well.
There he goes, baby, leading the charge.
With the Bucky, baby!
There's nothing greater than just a nasty, like, double or triple kill. You know, with a Bucky. So yeah, I'm looking for some big Bucky plays, man.
Day 4 of NA Masters continues on as we get ready to kick it into our second match of the day in the upper bracket.
The match.
It's going to be the match. No kidding. It's 100 Thieves versus Sentinels, a game that all of us have been waiting to see. And of course, it comes at the tail end of the last day of the first week. My name is Bach. I'll be your host throughout the show. Joining me on broadcast all weekend long, Vansili, Veli, and Potter. Looking at this upcoming match, though, we finally get to see a team that's touted as #1 in North America based on their victory at First Strike, and the team that at one point in time held that crown and even statistically speaking could claim it in Sentinels. So, but there's obviously a catch. They've now added some more firepower, bringing TenZ into the roster, and we saw what that did day 1, Vansili.
Yeah. TenZ for Sentinels, Ethan for 100 Thieves. Head-to-head, it's going to be a banger, and Sentinels, they definitely banged. We saw TenZ yesterday when they played against Luminosity on Icebox, how good he could be. I'm just looking forward for this one, man. It's going to be a difficult matchup, I think, for Sentinels, though, if they're going to have to try to compare these two teams.
Interesting choice of words there, Alex. They definitely banged. Okay. We'll go ahead and take a look at the roster here. 400 Thieves. As it's not exactly the same roster as they had, a more recent change saw Dicey get dropped from the roster and Ethan come along. And we heard it. When a player like Ethan becomes available, Potter, you jump at the opportunity to pull them into the roster.
Absolutely. I mean, and Sue brought it up as well yesterday, the fact that sometimes when you look at a player like Ethan, you think he might be a boomer, but he's only 20, 21 years old. He's that kind of experience. You can't even put a price on it, right? The fact that he's been competing at the top level in Counter-Strike for so many years, that means a lot for this 100 Thieves squad. It's just adding another big brain to all the big brains they already have.
Yeah, sorry, Christine. I was just laughing real quick because you talked about there's no price tag to it, but I think with Ethan joining 100 Thieves and the experience, exactly. You just mentioned that experience, the pedigree that he brings to this roster. It was a fat check.
Looking specifically at this roster, though, Christine, one of the players we really wanted to profile was not a player that is really fitting that role of a duelist or an entry, playing more of a supporting role, and that's our man Nitro.
Yeah, for sure. Nitro, not only as the supportive element, but sometimes with the click of just a split second, he's able to turn into either a battle sage. Sometimes he's got an operator in his hand. And that's the great thing of having a player like Nitro to kind of make sure he fills the gaps, fills the holes within the rounds. And he's able to quickly turn it around, whether he's on a stage wall in the back lines, holding off angles so that his teammates can space into the sites, or quickly turning it into a battle sage, throwing a slow orb and getting involved, getting into the mix, finding entries even. And on the defensive side, he's using the sage to really discourage fast-paced strats, comboed with steel, with those killjoy mollies. It's a beautiful, creative thing that 100 Thieves are trying to get into motion, and they showcase exactly the potential of what these kinds of compositions can deliver.
Looking at this team, there's just so much potential, but one of the things we actually had Sue ask Hiko at one point was, how does Nitro switching off of the Omen potentially hurt him? Because we saw him play so well. We called him the multi-kill king during the challenger stages when he was playing Nitro specifically on Icebox. And he kind of said, I actually think it helps him not having to play that role. Like, we kind of had him just kind of pigeonholed into playing that one role when he's far more versatile and flexible for the team, so he can be a little bit more pliable and stretched to different roles. And Ethan will likely be the same way over the long term, but in the short term, he's filling in the role of Omen well. Looking at the Sentinels roster as well, we can take a peek at the 5-man roster that we'll see in server today, and we know who we've got. It's a ton of firepower, Veli. We've got Sick, and now he's got that combo with our boy Tens.
Let me talk about Sick for a second, though. I mean, this roster, you look at them, they're all stars in their own way. I mean, even Shazam, Zoms, Dapper, it doesn't even matter at this point. But Sick, in my opinion, is the most important person on this team, and he's the glue that holds them together. You take a look at the last series, and yes, Ethan, Nitro, and them, they could switch off of different agents. They could be versatile, but it's Sick. 6-2 when it comes to first bloods on Ascent. He dropped 16 with Sage for the 2.0 KD when it came to first bloods. The second map, the third map, the icing on top, he went, 16-9 with Sova? But there's something more important there. There was something on Ascent that we all saw. Remember when he used to run it back with Phoenix on the other side when everybody pushed B and he went in, was able to get kills and distract the whole team? That showed the world that now Sentinels can aggressively do that and keep teams guessing. It can be either Sick or Tens, but not only that, but Sick, even on flank watch, and the possibilities of that, going against Nitros, going against the Steels of the world, that is the thing I am waiting to see, and Sick is going to be the X factor.
And just to add real quick to that too, whenever Tens was top fragging, everybody was talking about Tens. The one that was silently killing everybody else was Sick. You look at the amount of kills that he's gotten in that series, as Veli just mentioned before, he was way high up there too.
Yeah, Sick actually is a player that we've spoken about all year long, Vansili. Heavily underrated and incredibly overlooked as a player. Constantly hiding in the shadow of another player, but at times better than that player and more versatile. You know, we watched him in the Winter Championships at the start of January, and he had 5 maps with 5 agents across 3 different roles. That's insane. Very few players can do that, and he's still top frag for the team across the series. That is kind of unheard of. Now, we're going to dig into the meat and potatoes of the series, where we're going to be heading, the map pool. What maps are we likely to see? We saw some things yesterday that kind of caught us off guard. Maps being played in the Sentinel series on day 1 that we didn't necessarily anticipate, and it's going to happen again. So we have Ascent coming in for 100 Thieves, but we have Haven coming out for Sentinels, and that was the map we were kind of caught off guard by in that first series for Sentinels, Potter.
Yeah, this is interesting. Sentinels busting out the Haven. Because all I think about on Haven and Sentinels is Shazam on top of the B, in the B bomb, in the B site, holding down the mid lines. And I guess my biggest question is Shazam going to be on 10s? Is Shazam going to not be on 10s, but is Shazam going to be on Jet again? Or is he going to bust out the Sova? Because we saw the tweet, right? He didn't even get to play Sova on Ascent at all. That was his first time. He couldn't get a ranked match in before. How many reps has he gotten on Haven on a different agent, you know? These are good problems to have, though, for Sentinels, I think. The fact that they're able to play around with their strengths and the fact that they now have an upgraded firepower in 10s to play around with these kinds of different agent compositions. But it's still a curious problem to have for Sentinels.
And that's the thing, right? When you look at the map pool, technically Haven is a strong map for Sentinels, historically speaking. But we're just not really sure what to expect. That's why it's kind of catching us off guard, because you might think, oh, maybe we'll end up in some of the maps we saw yesterday. It'll be a little bit easier for us to understand what's going to happen. We don't really know. There's so many question marks with Sentinels and how they're going to approach every different map, because we're going to see a juggle up of the roles, as sometimes 10s will take the jet roll and sometimes they'll hand it off. Let's do predictions real quick. Veli, what do you got for me?
I got Sentinels. I don't think you'll be able to stop this team, and I think their unpredictability will be able to clash well against the 100 Thieves. I'm saying it's going to a third map.
Potter?
Oh, this one's tough. I'm going to say 100 Thieves. I'm going to say 100 Thieves here. I'm going with 100 Thieves. I've been so wrong with these predictions so far, but I got to believe that 100 Thieves, their entire game plan should be able to put the stop to Sentinels. But listen, if Tens is going to just run around smurfing on Reyna again, anything is possible.
That's silly.
I'm going to have to give this edge to 100 Thieves. I think in the past broadcasts and my past experience of casting Sentinels in 2021, whenever I saw Ascent and Icebox in there, I still feared for that team because that's how they lost series versus Immortals versus LG. They have improved, though, and they've definitely improved with 10s. But I feel that if you want to talk about teams that improved drastically and quickly, 100 Thieves is another one. So 100 Thieves is going to take this.
Look, I'm going
to the dark side.
I'm going
baby.
to the dark
Come
side.
to the dark
I think it's
side.
going to be Sentinels, and here's why. We just watched FaZe, a team that plays a similar style, just relying on individual players to just kind of bum rush teams, catch them off guard. I think that's where the meta is currently trending. And also, I kind of want to see that game. I want to see Sentinels versus FaZe. I want to just literally see them go like this, round after round after round, and run into each other. So part of me is hoping that that's going to be the case, but we do have our casters standing by. This time it's going to be Doug and Riv to dive into the action. Take it away.
Oh, my dear friend Riv. Okay, you've been
Let's
in the
go.
game. You've been in the game a long time. I need you to think about your career.
Okay.
And has there ever been a time you've been more excited for the desk to throw to you so you can get into the game?
It would have to be Songnam Stadium when we were doing Worlds out there in Korea, you know, in front of all those people. Like, these games have so much impact to define how things are being played right now, what teams look like within a pressure situation in an extended series situation, now like VCT Masters, and we really get to see them pull out all the stops. You can't show your first hand the first day, and we'll have to see if 100 Thieves and Sentinels here have strats to keep on going and not fold so quickly.
It's getting good. It's getting good. I know I was just, while Bach was breaking things down, I'm like a kid, Christmas morning. I'm awake for way too many hours waiting to be able to go downstairs so I can get to the presents. And this match, this is the present. This is what we've been waiting for. And it's a present for all of us, right? Like, the storylines that have been building up until this moment are about to come to a head. And, I mean, what more could you ask for? Sentinels, 100 Thieves. For both of these squads, they get here in some instances in relatively easy fashion, right? 100 Thieves 2-0 over Immortals, and yes, Ascent went the distance, but Haven was far more convincing. And then for Sentinels, they walked away with the 2-1. The one map that they did lose was Split. That went to overtime as well, but the other two maps were pretty convincing.
Absolutely, and the history says 2-1 in favor of 100 Thieves here if you're looking at that throughout everything they've gone through. Roster changes for both teams, so you're almost looking at it fresh here as they now go to compete against each other. And if you add the JBL Quantum Cup in there, Sentinels did find a 2-2 on the record. But they've always been close, neck and neck in these matches, and Ascent is one of the best for both teams. I cannot wait to see this battle.
Well, and as we continue to look into that a bit more, think about the last time these two teams played, right? Challengers closed qualifier 2.
Yep.
Sentinels kind of gives it to 100 Thieves pretty dirtily, right? A 13-4 on Haven, a 13-6 on Ascent. The next time we see 100 Thieves, it's a new roster.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Kiko not going to do that. But watching even the footage from in Masters here for 100 Thieves, A is the word. Going there, making sure Hiko gets the Sova ult orbs right away. Looking at their match previously in Masters, Hiko had ult by round 4 with a few kills to boot on top of that to make it a little bit easier than just grabbing orbs. So a big focus there. And we saw 10s when they were playing on defense on Ascent, pushing that area quite a bit. A main control is always big, and I think even more so coming into this match here.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And, I think on the other side, we take a look at 100 Thieves, and the desk mentioned him, but I want to talk about him just a bit more. It's Nitro. Nitro on the Sage, too. Riv, Nitro's having himself an excellent tournament. You look across the board at the
and
players.
Even back to challengers a bit, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He's just been, since the guy had a kid, somehow just is reaching deep into the depths of superhuman power. And he's just been out of control. And the thing is, Riv, it's
you
not...
can take care of everybody on the team now as Sage.
He's just dad. And the thing is, it's not just his gunplay, right? We know Nitro's a filthy shot.
Yep. Yeah,
but
Potter talked about it.
You see the versatility, right? The willingness to be innovative with the way he's playing Sage. He can use her as a battle Sage. He can come up with really cheeky wall angles to go ahead and get sightlines that you wouldn't normally have I think he's putting on a masterclass on Sage in this tournament.
Absolutely. And we talk about 100 Thieves, and you have to look at Sentinels. As always, such a strong team individually. They talked about Sick on the desk. They talked about Tens on the desk. You can't not talk about Tens right now. And Dapper himself, he's had an amazing tournament so far, holding sights down by himself to make sure the team can get there and make the pressure play. And Zom's with his regular 2-3Ks, and Zom's Nation up in arms, sending the energy because he is holding down sights so well. This is going to be a hell of a match, dog. We're about to get into round 1 to see what this best of 3 can deliver.
100 Thieves starting off on the attack, starting off as a bunch towards the B side of the map. We'll see how they choose to play this out. Good. Oh, man. So that's something that actually I want to keep a close eye on. We're going to talk about a lot. That slow orb with the grenade combo is so devastating, Riv.
Yeah, finding it in those little choke points where you know people are going to have to either show themselves to get out or relieve themselves of that position entirely is going to give you a lot of room. Already into mid here, 100 Thieves is trying to pressure quite quick. That spike's going to be working its way slowly through Garage. Once Market makes its move, that's when the hit's going to be coming in. And the drone's still going to be first as they're getting halted a little bit here by Sentinels.
Yeah, the smoke just had just a sliver, right? And they were able to see through that and pick off a couple of members of 100 Thieves. An excellent start from Sentinels. And Riv, you saw, we highlighted him at the beginning. Nitro with the wall up across the mid, ensuring that nobody's coming in from the defender spawn to take that area of the map, forcing them into the defender spawn, into B. But from there, you would think, okay, they've got that, right? They can funnel that off, but there was just so much that went through that smoke that 100 Thieves couldn't handle.
That's big. That sliver of the smoke, the intensity of the play being at speed. Sometimes you don't get that click right, and Sentinels find the flaw there. Now they're going to go for that A main control, making sure that no easy orbs are grabbed. Yeah, instantly comboing a few bits of utility to gain ground there. So info already grabbed. They don't know about Gelato just yet, but Sentinels can now start making an informed decision on how they want to play this defense.
And you know, Riv, Sick. Oh man, Ethan and Asuna, they got messed up. And then the judge from Tens getting the first one onto Steel. We mentioned Asuna was also still pretty weak as they try to figure out how do they get past the defenses from Sentinels here.
I mean, they have everything they need on this eco. Beautiful job as they're still trying to taunt Cat here. Sick comes up with 2 quick ghost kills, and Shazam's going to look to finish one in Sobrosa position. There's one for him, and here comes Sick to finish this one off. Jumping Judge. Now Dapper's going to get that one. A pretty quick and easy cleanup round for Sentinels. They do lose Tens, not too much econ damage, and we'll see what 100 Thieves now has for the first gun round. Already, Hiko again 3 away from that ult, and he's going to be heading over to that right side. He may get one with him, but no, it's okay. So the first time we saw them, it was all A. And even the Ascent maps we've seen today have been all A, and they seem to be changing it up a bit. It could be that 2-man team, though, to get the orb for Hiko. We'll see if it definitely eventually pans out, rather.
You're absolutely right, Rafe. I was going to draw attention to that, but you see how they've really changed their focus. The game plan that they are bringing into this match is different from what we've seen them use before. They're fighting so much more for B control, but it's really the middle of the map that they're looking to expose. 3 rounds now where they try to make something happen here before they go elsewhere.
Sentinels doing an early stack at B before they fan back out into regular defense. But they still have both of their finding utility on rotation. You can see Dapper and Shazam floating between sites. Now they're kind of taking hold of Market on that crossfire as Ethan opens one up. A first blood coming from the Omen here on 100 Thieves.
I think another thing that'll be interesting to keep an eye on is we've seen 100 Thieves play. The emphasis that they place are on playing through ult orbs, right? Like get them into the most valuable hands as possible. But if you're looking to expose the middle of the map, it's not there.
They're making a slow move for that to start now. Cutting off the crossfire. Nitro wants the 1v1. Feeling confident. He's had such a good fight for himself, but it's not going to work. They break the wall immediately, and Shazam gets the best of that trade. Shazam's ready for the paranoia, ready to call in the cavalry here to come over towards the A site, and he starts hearing footsteps as they begin the initiation.
Steel has gotten onto the site. He's going to get the spike down for now. while slightly, it seems like 100 Thieves have control of the site. They're an excellent post plant as well. They have decent control, at least enough to be close by. Asuna is for tree, but the paranoia comes out. Ten's dashing in. He's got a judge in his back pocket. The turret's there and Steel. 100 Thieves across the board, just mows Sentinels down.
And it was a round of feeling them out, right? You have that mid-take. Sage wall is a pretty big dedication. If you see that wall going up, you expect a few more people to be there. The slow walk to Cat, there was so much room for 100 Thieves to grab. They were basically up. Steel was planting in the site before the rotation came in and the full idea of what 100 Thieves was doing there. So they take their time on that third gun round, and we're going into the fourth round, 2-1 in favor of Sentinels.
I need to blow something up.
Looks like Ten's going to have the Blade Storm. Yep, there it is. He uses it right off the bat. There's that nade and slow combo that we touched on. But you see, Riv, like the emphasis that Sentinels are placing on A, and you wonder how much of that was work that was done prior in anti-stratting to see how they want to play that. They invested the paranoia down A long. They're sending Phoenix out there as well, but Hiko's playing back. There's nothing that's given away.
And it seems known, right? Knowing you as a team are setting a precedent is one of the ways you don't get caught. And 100 Thieves are playing much differently towards that side of the alt orb that was focused. Like I said, Hiko had alt coming into round 4 on their previous match here in Masters on Ascent. Just a minute left in this round. Looks like we got guns on both sides, and they are playing it quite slow. Mid to split the map once again is the deal. Remember, it was Nitro putting the wall up here to get one of the rounds, and now they're actually probably going to work off of this with the rest of the team going up towards Cap.
But it may be a bait. I think the other interesting thing, okay, so Sick goes in aggressive, understands that that's likely where they're going to want to hit. They drop 10s on the swing. He's not going to get a chance to do anything, but Zoms is, as he gets a second one as well. The spike goes down. You see them all starting to rotate over. They can squat on that, understanding where the play's coming from. But run it back has been used. Sick goes in, doesn't get anything. Zoms still there. He's going to drop to Nitro as well. Nitro just continues to go off Riv, a 2v2 as they try to get onto A.
Nitro and Hiko, who would the fans want up more? Well, it looks like Shazam on the side of Sentinels. Hiko dives in to find one, and he thinks he's got a bit of room to work with, but Dapper is always on the lurk. He is going to be able to finalize that kill for Sentinels, and that is a 3-1 scoreline to start us off here, and we'll see how 100 Thieves get into this one. There's the Sheriff that you'll always see Steel buy-in as Six starts this one off nice. Ethan has had a lot of confidence going towards Cat here, so big ups to Zoms to be able to just shut that one down there.
Yeah, and I think the middle of the map too, right? We've talked about it, and I was starting to wonder what are Sentinels going to do to address that area of the map, because you can't leave it open. Right? If the wall's going to keep going up from Nitro, how do you adjust around that? And there we saw an adjustment, and look, we're seeing one now here too. Look at how far Tens is up, how far up Tens is here.
Back to gun round. I was going to say, we need a few more rounds to see this, but it's not usual that you see 100 Thieves being prevented from at least getting into that spike site, having Steel on a really lurky flank and making problems for the other team. Here, it just seems like they're getting snuffed out quickly. Sentinels then backs up, plays a little zone defense, if you will, on their sites, and there's nothing more that 100 Thieves can do until they feel out again where that threat might be. Good res coming from Nitro. They even out the balance here for round 5. And where do they go now?
And you can tell with that investment, 100 Thieves really looking to get the ball rolling here and take a round. No presence across the middle of the map here, really, for either squad.
Yeah.
As it looks like they're trying to work their way into tree. Zoms is there. Couple of smokes coming out, understanding that after as much time has passed with only 38 seconds left, there's a good chance that's where the hit's going to be. Hiko using the Hunter's Fury to clear out that area of the map as his team tries to get in. Asuna gets the first one onto Zoms. Sick, excuse me. Now Shazam's in a great spot to blow it up. And Shazam was already good for 2. Steel manages to get through. He's going to drop in the spikes up there too, Riv. Things have gone so sideways for 100 Thieves.
Hiko trying to save this one. Clutch Master coming in. 2v1 situation. Sees one towards screens, and Shazam has had everyone's number this game. There's nothing that's getting past him. And it was there so quick. A note you want to get out for 100 Thieves there. They are one of the teams that uses ults in combination more than not. More than any other team. Here we see that Omen from the shadows along with the Sova Hunter's Fury, and Sentinels reacted perfectly. Able to just shut it down and not be too scattered.
And that, my friends, is going to put 100 Thieves on a pistol, right? Like sheriffs across the board, a couple of ghosts maybe, but certainly not what you want to bring into this round. So far, you know, it's early, it's only the first map, but this really has been rather impressive by Sentinels, how they've already made adjustments, how they clearly did their homework, and even through 100 Thieves kind of changing things up a bit, Sentinels have still managed to keep it at bay.
And those rounds, you expect to win, right? You have 2 ultimates going out. You're forced to an eco now. And Sentinels is feeling much more hot on pushing out to get these kills. Hiko's going to take down Sick, though, so they may be able to pick up a weapon as Zom's trying to cover those at the moment. 3v2 situation, and this one got a little more hairy than I think Sentinels would have liked as they pushed out, getting a little loose in that play. But sometimes you got to send a message. Sentinels is doing a great job here from the defending side to shut down 100 Thieves so far. Hiko and Steel still alive, and that's a possibility to take this round for 100 Thieves.
I mean, a slim one, but yes, a possibility nonetheless. You look at Hiko, 55 health, Steel with 32, and I don't think they've had a chance to upgrade weapons. They also have a decent idea of where they are, and that just went from really bad to worse. Hiko's left alone. All he's got is a ghost. What he doesn't have is health. He drops at the hands of Shazam, the player who you highlighted just a round or really 2 ago, where he has really been an enormous difference maker. And Riv, the dude's 7-1 right now.
Honestly, feeling it. We saw Sick. I mean, Shazam still had his rounds. You can't cut him out. He always comes up with the 2-3 Ks, but he still has these performances as the in-game leader as well, Doug. We hear that all the time, but it really is taxing to be making the calls, feeding info, and then conducting yourself in an instant to be on top of the play. Shazam is absolutely killing it, and it's why he's regarded as one of the best in-game leaders in there.
All right, now keep an eye for 100 Thieves. Given how this half is gone, they have, oh no, Sick understanding that that's where it might come. He's going to swing out. He's got the curveball. Understanding that there's likely pressure coming from 100 Thieves because they have the lockdown, because they have the showstopper out of Asuna. They push into where they expect that aggression to come, but it's actually the middle of the map again. Much like the pistol, the paranoia, the wall, Asuna doesn't get a chance to use the showstopper. As soon as he brings it online, he gets ripped down. 10 still trying to stay alive. He's got the Blade Storm. He's not going to be able to use it either. Ethan trades it out and equalizes things at 4 apiece.
Dapper is still looking through the wall. He could have a decent flank coming in here if he chooses market in just a few. The rest of Sentinels is held off. And 100 Thieves are working this one quite slow right now. Sick coming up with 2 during the chaos of Hunter's Fury. There's the run it back into the site. He's going to see one Boathouse, but focus on the spike. What a choice for the 3K there. Coming from Sick on the Phoenix. Now it's Nitro in the back of Boathouse. A rough one here as he throws down the heal pack. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one alive as they pinch him from all sides.
No, there's really, I mean, no options, right? At that point, they smell it, they swarm around him, they take him out. He was just kind of trapped back there. And again, Riv, 100 Thieves, they were stacked up along B first, right? Sick pushes in aggressively, forces them to reconsider, and then they actually go to exploit the middle of the map, and it looked good, right? The wall went up, there was no resistance there. The paranoia, in case someone was in market, there wasn't. Yeah. And that was their moment of entry. Asuna with the showstopper, looking to crack the side open and give them room to breathe, and just flat right off the board. I cannot stress the impact of that kill.
This is going to be a really good time to have that lockdown. Shazam is 5 away from having his ultimate, so it's going to be really tough for him to even be able to do anything to get that away. They don't have raise nades, and Molly hard to find there. So we'll see how they work it. It was towards B to start here, but getting that lockdown up in that A cubby is really effective. It's kind of a choice right now, and they're waiting to see if there's a push, what utility is used. Quite a bit of patience. A tactical pause as well as I'm looking down at the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is they're going to come in with nothing, right? Like as far as weaponry goes. So you're not going to have full rifles. You imagine
right.
This round is just going to be so difficult to win just because of that point.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, with that in mind, 100 Thieves have historically shown they have no problem pulling a trigger on something like this, right? If they can get one pick, maybe it's on 10s with the op, then they have the confidence that they feel like they can invest into it. But it all really hangs on the balance of at least one. They've got to get one.
Fake TP as Ethan tries to draw a little bit of attention now towards that A main. So 3 stay, Spike towards the other side of the site. So this 100 Thieves now trying to kind of work through a window as Sick pushes up through B main, usually where they have the turret, but it's going to be on their side of the map here. That costs them 1. Asuna goes down. Where do they go from here? Spike's still going to be working that left side. They may try to do a late work towards B here if they can find enough utility, or at least who is at A covering.
You know, maybe, and it's just so risky, right? But if they full send A, draw everything off, then Steel's there with the lockdown, it might be good for something, but Zoms is just left unchecked. Riv, Tens gets one from up in heaven as well with the operator. Oh! And then there was the last one, right? A flawless round out of Sentinels. They're clicking on all cylinders, and 100 Thieves, they've given different looks, right? They've tried B, they've mainly leaned on the middle of the map. They even tried A in that round as well, back to what they had done historically. Nothing's working.
Sick continues to do that round after round. We saw it previously in their game on Ascent, where he was hiding behind Jenny, got a few kills, flashes the entire team, and then just right-clicks Cypher running at him to take him down. He's so good in a tight spot, and one of the things about Sick is he is an anchor. He's a huge anchor. If Dapper's rotating to give more util and info into the site, Sick is still guarding that site. He was at B forever, and it counted big for Sentinels there.
All right, so check this out, right? Sentinels have pushed B aggressively the last couple of rounds. Steel has an op, right? It looks like he's looking across the middle of the map now, but early on it looked like he was reading for that, expecting that aggression out of Sentinels. Keep a close eye on that. We'll see if he's able to get any value out of it. Meanwhile, there is a dueling operator on the other side in the hands of Tens, locking down anything that could be headed towards B. Once again, it's going to be the middle of the map exploited from 100 Thieves, but you got to convert. Right, you've got to make something happen out of that. If you can have mid-map all you want, if you can't make anything out of it, what's the point?
If this is the round, it's going to happen if it does. They've chosen the perfect one. You already have Zoms pushed all the way back to Wine, so he's going to have difficulty rotating unless he ults right out, which could cause chaos, but you get an ult out. They choose not to because it might be too quiet there. They're going to call an audible. They're going to go towards Cat. Higo's going to dart over here, and he might just meet Zoms a little earlier than he likes as he heads into Wine. This could be the drone to start, and there it is.
This is scary, Riff, because Sentinels, by process of elimination, have a really good idea of where the hit's going to come, and then the lockdown there confirms everything. They're going to funnel onto the site. Asuna, one of the first ones there.
Ethan waiting in mid. Is he going to see Tiles? He looks back right at the right time. Back and forth. Ten's able to trade with the off, but Asuna coming up huge there. And the kills are just a flurry in the site. Spike's going to be able to get planted now. Asuna, Hiko, and Ethan versus Dapper. What an execute onto the site. They didn't like mid. They feel it out towards A, and they actually capture Sentinels spread out enough to take a good post plant here. Let's see what Dapper can do.
I mean, the thing is, Dapper has so much money, so much money. He could afford to try something like that. But obviously it doesn't pan out. That's a very difficult 1vx, especially after post plans have already been assumed. So for 100 Thieves, we mentioned the importance for them to need to get something going. Yeah. And I think the important thing, Riv, is they did so by only investing one ultimate. Right? You still have the Hunter Suri, you still have the Res, and Ethan and Asuna both 1 point away from getting theirs online. 100 Thieves are at a position here where they can really snowball and make this a very competitive half.
Dapper varying up the sites he's playing. Now with 2 traps on that 3 area where we've seen 100 Thieves go a few times, they want to ensure that's not what happens. It's been hard to retake now for Sentinels on the rounds. They have gotten in, and they're just stopping any bleeding if they think it's going to start from there. Again, feeling out mid here for 100 Thieves. And they do have good ultimates on this round. Ethan and Asuna 1 away. They're both on deck to get something out here, and they're going to start pushing mid now with a smoke in to see if they get any potential push coming out of Sentinels to see what's in mid.
Where the Sentinels also saw the spike with the drone there going through, so you really, that's such a telegraph of what 100 Thieves are looking to do and the default that they've been running the last couple of times. And with that, you see Sentinels are still just staying home, right? You haven't seen them shuffle a lot. Now they're making a good bit of noise around tree.
This trap read coming in from Dapper could be so big. I mean, it could be a blast pack and they're gone, right? Once they feel like something's there. But these traps being moved could really set up a big problem. Wall going out, they're not going to be able to do much with that.
So when the wall goes up and the paranoia comes out and they see that nobody's coming, look at how quickly they start funneling back towards B, understanding that that's not where the hit is. You're running out of time. Tens is already there waiting with open arms as he takes care of Steel. 100 Thieves, again, they're looking to make something happen across the map, and Sentinels have just been reading them like a book.
Yeah, looking for that mid flank again. It was almost in the same spot. Zombs again, the back of the site. Sick, a 3K. What's new? And Sentinels are shutting down 100 Thieves. 8-2 here in the first half. And this is a strong, strong defense.
And Riv, I think the impressive thing for me, again, has been how Sentinels are reading 100 Thieves. Right? That wall goes up, and that's not a new wall. Nitro showed that wall a couple of days ago. And as soon as that goes up, you saw the paranoia come out, because that's a hey, we want to hit into tree, we want to get back towards A and blow something up through heaven, like they actually tried doing a couple of rounds ago, where Steel died with the spike up in heaven. But as soon as that goes up and there's no pressure, it's told. Here's a very interesting bit of aggression out of Sick, using the run it back, doing out everything, and he gets the kill. There's so much value there.
Nitro peeked it. That would have almost been the crossfire. I think they were just off by a few feet there. Drone's going to see Tens down to 10 HP here, so Sentinel's taking a hit. That's exactly what 100 Thieves needed after losing Nitro. And the push-up's going to make Dapper know what's in mid. Uzi's got to fight. The trade comes in from over the shoulder. Steel's able to take down Dapper in a 2v1.
Big kill there, too.
Wow.
And it seems to be getting better. Asuna takes care of Shazam. The spike hanging out over in Wine. They're going to flip them. They're not going to flip the map. Okay. Well, there's just a lot of info that's gathered there, but at this point, they're kind of committed. Asuna Showstopper connects. The Hunter Fury is going to be used from Hiko as well to clear out Heaven. But Tens, man, fancy footwork, and he gets the kill with 10 health, continuing to be a nuisance. And Steel, again on the flank, he might blow this thing up. You've got Hiko, and you've got Asuna. Well, you had Hiko, and you had Asuna, and they're not around any longer. Sentinels, once again, 7 rounds, Riv. If I told you this morning, if I told you this morning that this is what the first half was going to consist of, would you have believed me?
Absolutely not. You see a padding of 2 or 3 rounds for either team, and they iterate. The opposing team iterates. They're doing something different. The round's taken slower. They're drawing util. And 100 Thieves is doing all that. But we're still seeing, as you said, the aim just on point for Sentinels. And then what do you do after that? If it feels like nothing is working, you kind of work as a death ball, move around, and make sure you get the kill. Here we see just about everyone on 100 Thieves now focusing A with a 3-2 split.
No charges left.
And this is what we saw out of 100 Thieves, a notable amount, really, when we saw them play Ascent last time, where they look to expose a lobby, where they try to get something going this way, even if just to get the ult orbs. So it looks like they're kind of going back to what they know. But the thing is, they're putting a lot in the hands of Asuna here. He's one of the few. Guns being traded around. Ethan's got a rifle as well. Dapper, one of the first lines of defense. Excellent paranoia. Oh my goodness. Sitting ducks, Riv.
3 out of 5. Patience, Doug. It's all the patience that Sentinels has right now. They're just waiting for 100 Thieves to cross their aim. Make contact. Here it is. Steel doing what he can. Feeling pretty good. He's going to say, you got to come to me if you want to make it happen for now. Oh, he's going to challenge it. Shazam says, I'm more than happy to come on in there with the Odin. Taking down Steel. He's got a celebratory rip of the magazine there. And Sentinels now take first half 10-2 on our first map. This is the map selected by 100 Thieves, with Sentinels taking defense first.
I mean, what a performance out of Sentinels, right? And this is the matchup we were also excited for. Both teams have different rosters. 100 Thieves has their play style that they love to lean into, where they're very methodical and they're very intelligent in how they play the map. And then you've got Sentinels on the other side who've got some of that flavor, right? A little spice, a little salsa to the way that they play. And we were so excited about the matchup. And Sentinels so far, I mean, dude, 100 Thieves have had nothing.
It seems like uncertainty. Take that moment where Dapper was able to get the collat double kill, or even just the transfer that was very close there. Both were strafing back and forth out of the smoke. You know, there's no one to take the advantage. There's no trade within that back and forth of shadowing each other. It becomes very difficult. So it just seems like uncertainty, a little miscommunication there on a bit of timing. But even if there isn't, again, Sentinels is just coming out on top with these frags. Ethan putting up one here for pistol round. He's going to get that first blood on the Zoms. Shazam answers back to even it up, Doug, and now we're at 4v4.
Dapper having a decent idea of where Nitro is too. Dapper certainly weak. Excellent flash just in the nick of time. Sick comes out of nowhere to open things up, but Asuna says he can do a bit of the same. Shazam takes care of them as he continues to funnel onto the site. Clean shots again, dude. He's already got 3 on the round. Might even get more, yeah. What a round by Sentinels.
Man's a genie. That's ridiculous.
Now, I will say this, Rev. If there is a silver lining in this for 100 Thieves, it's this. The experience that this roster has, right? Not just in VALORANT, really across their entire careers, lends itself for them to have the ability to respond to adversity in a moment like this, right? Like, they've been here. They've been here at many times. How do they respond?
That's a very good question. Honestly, a very good question, because you're playing against momentum, confidence. Like what Sentinels has been doing in some of the rounds is sending, as I said, sending that message by pushing out a little bit, knowing they've gone too far outside their bounds, and backing up to still take the round, but creating so much pressure each time. So Sentinels, from defense, what they were doing now on offense, had such a ridiculous variety that it felt like, you know, 100 Thieves almost had to have a B and a C to every strat that they were coming in with. So here on defense, you see how much they're playing the close angles, Bucky's in hand, and patience. They're trying to make that their win here, as Sentinels did a few times on defense for them.
Tens with Marshall just narrowly missing out on that shot. But, you know, I think in this moment with 100 Thieves having the guns that they have, I love how they're playing this, right? They've got a good bit of utility as Sentinels funnel into A, and here's Steel. We've seen Steel with the Bucky man. We saw it just before the series started, how devastating he can be with it. Narrowly missing the first time, not missing the second, but Shazam once again is there. It seems like Sentinels at all times are together.
Yeah. And think about that, Doug. You take a steal for a tens. That'll happen on the round, and I think 100 Thieves is feeling pretty good about that takedown here. The rest of the team's moving about. Dapper already around the side as we saw him creeping the whole time. The man just finds the lurk path each time. Zom's taking down Nitro, and now it's going to be the rotation here from Ethan as he finds Dapper here in market.
Yikes. All of the eye candy you could possibly want. Ethan eventually falls. It was nearly unwinnable of a situation there, and now we've got Sentinels at match point, 12-2 on Ascent. It's been a beautiful performance from Sentinels. They've surgically picked 100 Thieves apart on both sides of the map now, and look, even if it's not just how well they've played the map, how well they've read their opponents, when you've got Dapper doing things like we just saw a few moments ago, I mean, what do you do?
Not a whole lot. Because you've probably already faced tens in the round, sick in the round, and you're like, well, we might have beaten some of the raid bosses, but wait, there's another one at the end of this, so it's really, really tough. Sentinels is playing out of their minds at the moment. Everybody doing well behind. 6 Zoms, tens up front. And there's tens to start it off once again. That's the first blood as we get into round 15, a possible last round. They get into the site, run it back here for Sick as 100 Thieves has just run for the hills on this one to try and get the retake in. Sick's already going to call that there's a few heaven, and Sentinels know even more now.
That's excellent swing there from 100 Thieves. I like the patience out of Nitro, ensuring that is indeed where the hit's going to go. The spike's gone down. Now he's going to pull off. Zom's in a great spot here. There's no flank coming through from the middle of the map, so for 100 Thieves, they're just going to have to fight their way through this thing. Asuna already good for one with the Stinger. And the thing is that the gun advantage is so heavily in favor of Sentinels here, you kind of imagined it's pretty difficult for them to pull this off, and you're seeing it play out, right? He goes good for one, but that's it. A 13-2 on Ascent. Riv, if that's not a statement made I don't know what is.
Wow, Doug, that is not what I expected to see today coming in for 100 Thieves Sentinels. You know, everybody has their games where they can pop off. And in this one, we expected that to happen for some people. It goes back and forth. You see the rounds couple for each team, but to dominate that hard coming this late into the tournament when every team is kind of locked and loaded to start using all their strategies is very impressive. A lot of the times we saw 100 Thieves having control in mid, control of cat. There'd be somebody in tiles that would rip it all apart. And there was always someone lurking. Dapper there, whether it was tens, that took 100 Thieves apart.
And you know, we touched on this. The members on Sentinels are insanely talented from just like a gun skill perspective, but they also showed that that wasn't the only way that they win, right? That wasn't the only way that they play.
Yeah.
We saw, even again with the recent addition of Tents to the roster, their ability to read the map and to play it as well as they did, and to, you know, kind of go tit for tat with what 100 Thieves was doing and respond well. Oftentimes you'll see teams like that when they're playing from not from a proactive perspective, but from a reactive one. They're normally late to the play, right? Like they're a bit behind. How many times did we see 100 Thieves on the attack flip the map just to have someone like Tens waiting or Sick waiting, right? It was beautiful.
Yeah, they were always ready for those situations. And to kind of see 100 Thieves not do a lot of their fake strats or kind of orb focus, I think they may have gotten in their own heads that we need to change up the precedent we have set for so long that that's what we do. And sometimes that gets you discombobulated. Sometimes Sentinels just runs the game on you. And I think that's what we saw on the first map here.
Haven up next, folks. We're going to cut to a break. When we return, the desk will break down what we saw in map 1. Don't go anywhere.
Not really much else to say other than
Come
that.
on, man.
Oof. First map, brutal. This is exactly what we were talking about coming into this series, is whether or not Sentinel's playstyle was going to mimic somewhat of what we saw from FaZe, and whether or not 100 Thieves was going to be able to stop it. And sure, it's just the first map answer, or the first map, Chrissy, but it seems like we may have gotten an answer there.
Yeah, a little bit, a slight preview of what the Sentinels lineup is capable of, and really, it's all really off the back of the eagerness of TenZ. You saw him time and time again towards that mid with that operator, consistently getting that info, whether they show up on the minimap or not. Sick, he's able to play off that information so well with the curveballs, with the perfect peaks, the jiggles, the one taps. It was skill, it was information, and it was really great communication coming out from these Sentinels guys.
Yeah, I think to echo on that, it was the combinations too, right? As a group, that round that we saw earlier on when they had a perfect slow orb on the dice to prevent the player at the 8 defense to get any movement. I think that was Dapper. But then you had a paranoia that came from Zoms from the tree side, and then they just peeked out. He got a 2 kill out of that. And Sentinels just had control of that whole game, this first map. It kind of felt like in those movies, you know when that wall is closing in towards you? So you start by pushing the wall back, it's not working, and then you're going to try to put something to try to jam it, and then the piece of stick breaks. That was basically 100 Thieves on the attacker side. They tried to fight it head-to-head, didn't work out. They tried to create space on, it was TenZ said that was creating space. They couldn't fight back against that. Round number 8, I think, Steel went out to bring the operator. They couldn't capitalize on that either. They tried so many different things here for 100 Thieves, but it just didn't pay off because a team like Sentinels is just way too prepared so far for this series. And those 4 players that are the veteran for the team right now, I'm talking about Six, Shazam, Dapper, and Zoms, man, they are so good at adapting with such a new player in the roster.
Yeah, unlike Luke, Leia, Chewie, and Han, they didn't have an R2-D2 standing by to prevent them from being crushed inside of the trash compactor, which is ultimately what just happened. They got obliterated there by Sentinels. And that's scary because when you look at the statistics, Felly, this is their best map. They've only lost a few times. This was the map for 100 Thieves to win. This was their pick. It's a little bit scary coming into the second map.
You know what? Like, you take a look at, map numbers and whatnot and those statistics, but sometimes stats are just for nerds. It doesn't really, it really doesn't mean how the map is going to go down. And when you look at playstyles, I think that matters so much more. Sentinels, they're a crazy aggressive team. They're chaotic. You got TenZ and Sick on the roster. Damn it. Excuse my language. But 100 Thieves, going against a team like that, you need space, especially if you're going to be a defensive setup team. If you want to take the game slowly, you're going to want those long lanes. You're going to want to make it difficult for the Sentinels to get to you. Well, 100 Thieves, their game plan of dominating middle like what happened last series, it didn't happen. Nitro, he tried to do it on some big lurk energy, but he died. He was able to get information, but that really didn't help because they needed players of his stature alive. I think that going forward, 100 Thieves might have a better chance on these other maps, but the momentum that Sentinels hold right now, you can't deny it, man. It's way too big.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that map pool as well, Vansili. You know, with the way they just played that first map, the speed and the pace set by Sentinels, I may look like a Brooklyn bartender, and if I was, I have an opportunity to actually make it there before last call with the speed at which these teams are playing. Do we expect to see a similar pacing set by Sentinels here on Haven?
I think so, but to Veli's point, they need something with more tight angles or something with the slow orbs could maybe help. But this map on Haven, you're not going to see that, right? Technically, Nitro should be playing the breach, but it's still a good agent to do to be able to stop with the flashpoints that he has to prevent the enemies from getting into the sites. I think this is where 100 Thieves might have a chance here to come back into the series. I have them winning into the 3 set, right, and going to a third map. But Haven is another map that Sentinels are very good on, and 100 Thieves did very good recently on this map too. I think when they first came in with Ethan, this was the map that they had full comfort into playing against any opponent. So hopefully this is going to be the map that they have that they can answer back and bring this to a third map.
They won first strike on this map. First strike on this map, Bach. Yep. This is their map.
Listen,
well, they got to strap on. That's what you mean, Veli. They got to strap on to something
they
right
gotta
now.
Strap up. Exactly.
Listen, you had Envy picked to be your favorite, and they just got bodied and knocked down to the lower. So I think
them out, Bach.
I think I've figured out my prediction strategy. It's just go against Vansili.
This is exactly why you don't try to do predictions on the desk, or you don't try to do math live when you're broadcasting too. Those are going to be the words that turn against you. But you know what? I'm going to stick to it though. I've called 100 Thieves for the longest time during first strike until the grand finals. I've been confident with that pick. I've been confident in Envy, and I'm still confident in 100 Thieves in this series.
Respect.
I don't know. Christine, are you sticking? I believe, Christine, you were going with 100 Thieves into the series as well. Are you sticking with that prediction, or you think after watching that first map that maybe you need to change your mind?
You know what? I'm thinking I might need to change my mind. I'm gonna be honest with you, Bob.
Yeah.
Listen, as soon as I saw Nitro getting killed by Phoenix by the sick, he ultied outside of B, and Nitro, there was only like 1 second max left on the Phoenix ult. He peeks into it and gets just one tap. His head wiped clean off his shoulders, and that was kind of the storyline, right? But I do think Nitro is gonna be able to turn the ship around slightly on that breach, being able to initiate. Sage, he was able to slow things down. It didn't work for him. This time he's gonna have the sun in his hands. He's gonna be able to bring the sun onto the Sentinel's eyes. So hopefully that's what 100 Thieves need here.
It's going to be real interesting. Haven has been such a playground for this Sentinels roster for so long, and now they've added more firepower, and it's in the form of tens. Now the big question mark for all of us is, how does that juggle up to agent composition? Who do they put where? Because we saw even in the interview on Thursday with Shazam, he said, I didn't even really get a chance to practice Ascent as Sova. Here he's playing it for the second time officially, and it doesn't really look like this team has missed anything. It looks like they've been practicing all along. Yeah, Vansili, I mean, is that a major concern for you, or are you just looking at this team like, oh my gosh, if this is the low end, this is the bottom end of what they're capable of, then this is scary.
It's very similar to Sentinels, right? To 100 Thieves, for example, because 100 Thieves, they showed some great growth in the past few days, looking at the brackets, looking at the VCTs. But Sentinels, we're also seeing a tremendous growth right now from the first map, hopefully moving into the second one, because if Shazam didn't have a chance to play out of Silva and he played the way that he did, and they're just going to be able to switch it just like that into the second map to a different agent possibly and still dominate, they're going to be another team to look out for, man.
I just thought about it. Tins and Shazam on this map in the op play. Bah, come on, man. Haven's going to be a good one.
Well, go back a long ways, back to the early days of Cloud9, right after they got signed and they were no longer Tens and Friends. He kind of solidified some of the meta on the map with the Judge Jetty play, as they all called it.
Yeah.
His Judge play was what eliminated TSM from a tournament.
Yeah.
And TSM fans weren't super happy with that. They were a little salty about it. But then we saw that proliferated, and he became notorious for that until the point that they actually nerfed the Judge, and we saw a change of play again. I feel like Tens is kind of a meta maker. Like, as weird a word as that sounds, you look at a player like Tens, he has the ability to actually create meta. And that's something that we're also seeing from the likes of FaZe, which is why I actually went for Sentinels in this series, because I really want to see Sentinels versus FaZe. I want to see what that looks like when you have two teams of similar playstyle just run into each other. It's like you had said the other day, Belly. You said unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Like, come on now.
It would be nice, but at the end of the day, we all have to realize this. We still have 2 more maps to go, and 100 Thieves can still come back and win it. We don't know yet.
Well, the only way to find out is to jump into the game, and we have our casters standing by and ready to find out who's taking map number 2. It's all yours.
Listen, before we get any further...
When has it ever happened?
It's just Potter, Vansili, the two of you, switching I mean, who does that? That's on camera. I thought I knew you guys. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Almost like as ridiculous as Sentinels looked against 100 Thieves. Clicking across the board could really do no wrong, and 100 Thieves, I mean, just didn't show up.
Yeah, it became difficult. I want to see if 100 Thieves brings out the breach here to control Haven a little bit more.
Yeah.
We have seen that from them sometimes, to make sure a bit of the map is theirs, and instant pressure is not something that can happen. There it is, locked in by Nitro. We're going to see that with a good focus over towards A a lot of the time if they're not roaming him around to shut down Garage.
And we'll see it right off the bat too, right? Because you see they're going to start off on the defending side. The battle initially should be around A lobby. Right? What can 100 Thieves do to control that area of the map and then force Sentinels to go, well, our options are really B or C. And then if you choose to go in either of those, oftentimes you have Steel, who's playing in Garage, who has excellent use of utility, and if it's not him, it's Asuna. So I really, for me to feel like there's hope for us to get to map 3, for us to get to Icebox, I need to see a very strong performance out of 100 Thieves on this half of the map, and I only say that, Riv, because I know what they're capable of on this map.
You know, it's absolutely true. The way that they can kind of cycle their defense around, having the utility, and again, that breach is going to be big. I'm excited to see how they get back to using the Sova ultimates. We saw Sova being used quite a bit, and more recently to initiate, get in, cut off choke points for teams to get into a site. Mikhail was doing it yesterday as the team would be hitting a site, and he just chokes off the bottom as Heaven was getting smoked. Those combinations have been really effective for teams to be able to affect the distribution of the enemy in the site without even being there.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that we'll see here out of 100 Thieves is, given the fact that there are 3 sites on this map, generally lends itself to the attacking team, right? You can spread, the defense has to spread themselves a bit more thin. They're good, they have more options on the attacking side.
Yeah.
But I think for 100 Thieves too is we've seen them very comfortable in applying pressure down C long as well, right? Like they have no problem sending it down C to try to catch the attacking team off guard. So keep a close eye on that, as well as Riv. Look at how they're set up already.
You don't say. I was gonna say, you don't say.
Gosh,
looks like that may be happening.
My fortune-telling ball is in full effect here. Look at them already sending it down. Ethan going to be the tip of the spear. Nobody is home. The thing is, if they continue to push down here, Zombs may catch him slipping.
Omen did.
Ethan, the new addition to the roster, coming up big on that opening pick.
They are already into B. This is one of Sentinel's favorite plays. Get that spike into B, usually on that Shazam. Otherwise, now it is Tens who's going to be doing that, and happy to get it down. They take it for now, though, and they start to push around. Great defense by Steel, as they know it might be a fake. And now it's going to be 100 Thieves trying to pinch in. Doug, this looks real grim now for Dapper.
It absolutely does. Left alone in a 1v4. The thing is, Steel Ethan, weak. So it may be doable is a strong word. I guess technically it's doable, but it's just a very difficult situation here if you're Dapper. I like how he's trying to reposition the sniper mentality. Get a kill, reposition.
They're in 1v1 spots. Dog, this could be bad. If they don't move, they're good. But they're right now in 1v1 spot. Okay.
I
thought Hiko was going to move out a little bit there.
Yeah, and you're right, Riv. If he could have isolated those 1v1s, done, right? Send that bad boy out, pack it up, absolutely filthy. But the fact that 100 Thieves stayed patient, again, the discipline to maintain that crossfire, to have each other's back there, really was what won them that round.
It looks scary for a second. Sometimes you're like, oh, they're moving up, I could take them out, but nah. Patience. 100 Thieves has it. It's going to feel really good for them to get the pistol. Moving in with a bit of momentum now, and knowing they can start to change what happened on that last map.
Look at Breach.
Here, a bit of a pressure force. There is that Breach fault line we were talking about that would come over and slow things down.
Now, the interesting thing is they show that, but oftentimes, now I'll say this, Breach will do that probably every round, or close to every round. The difference is, oftentimes, Asuna and Hiko are on a long to either throw a dart and throw a nade and really kind of try to disrupt something. This time it was left alone. The site's open, but I like this setup defensively from 100 Thieves. You've got Steel up top, Nitro going in. He's going to be the first one there. He's going to drop. Steel does too. They've gotten onto the site, Riv.
Nitro and Steel feeling a little Rambo-ish there against the Eco. Now it's going to be a few weapons in the hands of Sentinels as they get the chance to defend. Asuna getting pushed out by the Roomba. And post-plant almost about to be on par now. 50 seconds in. Got it. All right, so 300 in the pocket. This is going to be good for Sentinels if they can pick up more. 10's coming up huge.
And this is so big for Sentinels from a financial perspective. If they throw the half in the bucket, right? If they can do this financially to 100 Thieves, unreal. A thrifty round, a beautiful one at that from Sentinels. And they did so through getting those opening picks early on to 100 Thieves. And look at the economy now, Riv. It flips everything on its head.
Yep. That's tough, and they didn't get phased by any of the Breach utility coming through. They still played the round they wanted to play, and usually with that Breach utility, you'll see a focus on a take of lobby, as you were saying before. You know, the dart comes up and follows through. They're still going to get that Breach utility out over towards the A side, but things are switching up now. We have Cypher over there. Steel's going to start playing on the side of A.
CC early on. Sentinels understanding that's where some pressure's coming from. Look to try to take the middle of the map. Shazam's drone It's going to go through first, but with the aggression from 100 Thieves through Garage. Shazam's waiting there on the other side. He's going to drop 6 swings, 6. Phantom is just filthy.
Sentinel's just deathballing mid right now. They feel okay with that. They say, if we have more, then it doesn't matter what they're coming at us with this in this eco round. Zoms, nice kill on to steal there as they just keep cleaning these ones up. Nitro will be found in sight. 10s being 10s. That can't just enter a site regularly. Hops up out of the box, takes Nitro down.
And look, Riv, that round that we just saw, again, I want to draw back to how things went sideways for the Thrifty round on the second round of the map.
Yeah.
Because if that doesn't go the way of Sentinels, that round that we just saw doesn't happen, right? All of a sudden, we're talking about 100 Thieves in a bonus and how far can they ride the gravy train. But that Thrifty round win, as I was saying, unlocks everything for Sentinels. Now 100 Thieves on a rifle, they're back to a position of strength, but they've got 10s with the Blade Storm on the other side.
Loses that. Looks like that orb's going to be for Sick, I believe. As they're just waiting to grab it right now. It definitely didn't go to Dapper. He would have that ultimate up. They're going to start pushing, though. And they're playing off of seeing this, maybe the breach breach utility and not pushing long yet. But if they would have gone long, they would have definitely meeting that opponent of Asuna at the point. 2-1 right now. It's going to be the C take, and they are almost all but in. 10 was a little late with the spike there as they had to pick it up, but they're going to be good to go as they have post plant already set up.
And you see they're sticking to the site, right? Like oftentimes you'll see teams plant down and then play for C long, go all the way back to the bottom of C long, and then play off of that. Kind of force the defending team to play through chaos as they're trying to get the retake. But they, with the confidence that they've shown in map 1 and so far in map 2, for them to fully stick onto the site, you can tell, Riv, 100 Thieves, look at how patiently they're playing this out. They might not even try.
Yeah, I don't... Oh, that
no.
could have been a possibility. Yeah, everybody's too far away at this point, though. You're right. Weapons to be saved, and they're considering very early that this is going to be tough. Sentinels are feeling on their game, and that's the consideration we get out of trying to save here as Asuna gets hunted down. Looks like he'll stay safe. And a quick C hit from Sentinels. You've had a bit of milling about across the map. They know they can get some good aggression onto that, and the team commits, pushing forward even more to make sure 100 Thieves cannot get through. Here it is one more time as they start going in. Dapper opens it up, and then Shazam's already in Garage to stop any rotations.
It just takes so much space away and really puts 100 Thieves in a very precarious situation where they can't find a comfortable way to get back in. And you saw so early, they punted, right? They still had 3 up, and they just understood the depth of the control that Sentinels had on that site was going to be impenetrable.
A main control coming up once again, Doug. Asuna needing to get a few frags under his belt so he can start capitalizing on those showstoppers.
Now, a slightly different flavor, but Sick gets to run it back, and look at the space, Riv. He gets all the way in Garage. Nitro's going to be there. Nice shots to at least dispatch that and not drop. And I like this response from Asuna. Understanding the aggression was going into the Garage, he's going to push his way into A long and get a kill. Ethan follows up with one as well. Sheriff's coming online, baby.
Feels good when you hit those laser shots. Dapper, however, on his patented lurk. Now leave out on the B site. He does have that gate up. And threw it up to kind of fake over towards the A side, and they do get an ultimate out of Ethan there, so he'll be trying to hold down on A. They have completely faked out one, but it is going to be Steel waiting to see if he's right, and he makes the call, I believe, with that spike, and you can see Ethan now pack it up on A and head towards C.
Oh, wow, just a fraction of a second late for Steel, and then not able to land the kill anyway. Doesn't delay the defuse, doesn't get the kill, doesn't have any armor either. And at this point, if you're Steel, you just got to buy time for Ethan to show up. You can't afford to lose your life in a situation like this. Oh my God, gun barrel gives everything away. Zoms is so weak as well. Now Ethan's going to show up. Zoms in a brutal spot here. And he's got some utility, so he's got a chance. But he's got to respect it, and Steel's just going to stick it. So well played by 100 Thieves.
What are the chances, as well as cleaning up the last kill there? What are the chances? You see the muscle through a double utility block. Oh my word. Steel making the choice there. Standing still was the death we see of the Cypher. And here's the replay. Ethan coming up huge and For as much as 100 Thieves dealt with a bit of timing on the last map, if you got to fall in their favor here. Great play by Steel there to push up and be aggressive.
All right, now take a look at TenZ. He's got the op this round. He's got the Blade Storm as well. We're going to see the same setup. Breach utility, Dart comes out. Right, there it is. There it is. That's what we've been waiting for, Riv. Asuna with the paint cans in conjunction with the utility from Breach and the Dart from Sova get them the opening pick.
So they're a little version of a slow orb nade, right? They can get back in there. There's multiple ways to do it. Nitro Steel now stepping up big as they get a little bit of a push out and don't feel deterred by Sentinel's aggression here at the start of the round. Spike on TenZ is all the way back here with an operator, and they're just looking for a pick. We got a minute left, and I think they're going to try to use the rest of this time.
Potentially, I mean, I think priority number one here is keep the op alive, or at least keep it safe.
Yep.
And if you can get, I mean, but you've got to get what, at least 2 to make it feel comfortable, right? Like a maybe.
Yeah. And with the game so close, that's a wait position too. You wait to see if anybody comes to you. You don't go find that. Sentinel's looking at next round a possible ult on Shazam if they can focus an orb for him. Having from the shadows to go somewhere during the Sova's Hunter's Fury is very effective. We've seen multiple teams use it to create chaos, and you have TenZ right there. Whether or not he Blade Storms with the op right away, it could just be a play for C. And I love the ping, then the shot to mark him, and we'll see if he's actually found. Steel's going to play it slow.
Asuna just on the other side. Again, the pings were there. The mark was there as well, so they have a good idea. And then the Cloud Burst gives it away. No way, 10 stays alive in this. And Zombs gets the pick onto Steel. Really impressive use of utility for him to dash back and get another one. There are the 2, but there's just not enough time.
Nice shot onto Ethan. They will re-rack the teams on our 7th round, 3-3 here onto Haven. Gonna have 100 Thieves trying to do what they can from the defensive side here on the first half as Sentinels pushing forward. Where are you, Shazam? Actually looking towards hay bales in mid, so it's not going to be an alt-orb focus right away. Still have a bit of time before the wall drops in an initial towards C or A, but we'll see if they get Hunter's Fury as a priority on this round. Standard and default for Sentinels, but not for 100 Thieves.
Here we go, here we go. The paranoia is there. The showstopper follows up. Once again, nobody's home. We talked about that aggression that they like to show down C long. We saw it right off the bat. We see it here. Now, the interesting thing is, will they keep the space, right? All the space that they took away, it looks like they're going to be willing to give right back, understanding that Sentinels feel that aggression from C. They're going to send all the way to A.
Nitro does have that rolling thunder. Underneath Heaven goes Zombs. That's going to be a from the shadows. They have 3 working up. He's kind of sourcing out the site. Everybody's taking a bit to get in here, but the utility is firing through. And Doug, it looks like it is going to be the A commit.
Yeah, and it looks like 100 Thieves very comfortable playing for the retake here, right? You see Steel up
special ops
top.
mission.
Now check this out. We saw this before. Asuna's going to drop a satchel charge, and if he chooses to blast out, Steel will follow. The Hunter's Fury from Shazam. Oh no! TenZ gets the pick on Steel. That's huge. Zombs gets one onto Ethan as well. Things have gone sideways. 100 Thieves just down to 3 members left. The retake is absolutely stuffed.
What? They go to plant, they leave the site, then use Hunter's Fury. Oh my word, they're just toying with 100 Thieves right now and what time they're supposed to enter and what they're going to find once they get into the site. Everybody had walked out when Hunter's Fury was being used. What a play here from Sentinels, and they are going to take this round handily, only losing Dapper as this one ticks out. Hiko is going to look to save along with Nitro.
And we've, watching film, we've seen how comfortable 100 Thieves are on their retake, specifically on A, right? They'll set, you called out that Rolling Thunder, they'll stack that Rolling Thunder with the Paranoia and the Dart over the top, and that really gives away the entire site. That gives them so much room, and they're so good from that position. But that opening pick from TenZ onto Steel up in Heaven really started, that was the straw that broke the camel's back on that retake. From there on forward, there was nothing that they had. They just couldn't, they really couldn't find a way in at all.
Yeah. All right, Sentinel's pulling out some of those stops. Let's see if we get all of them soon here. 10 still on the Blade Storm, about 3 rounds on that now as he's continuously holding the operator. You can see 300 in utility means he's been feeling good from round to round as they can get him that operator back. See what they have coming in here. It is going to be that Rolling Thunder, and he goes ultimate. So there is a lot of delay 100 Thieves can work here on the defensive side in round 8.
And I think the thing is, the question is, with all of that delay in mind, will they choose to play retake again?
Do that,
right?
yeah.
Or are they going to commit a bit more onto a site?
It doesn't seem so bad without all the ultimates up for the Sentinel side.
And it's interesting here, choosing to leave B open. So oftentimes, man, that's raw. That's so difficult there for Ethan as he gets picked off. 100 Thieves once again at a disadvantage early.
They found my wire.
Just ready for everything, honestly. It's been such an impact to have TenZ on a team in the tournament. He is just making changes everywhere here when the team needs it. Shazam drops steal, so they have a little bit of knowledge that the map is open, but behind them could be a problem here. We'll see what can happen from Asuna as he makes his way around again in a site for Sentinels.
Yeah, but Shazam is wise to it. Look at how far up Shazam is gone. Nitro tried getting it. Shazam, there was that flank taken off the board. Hiko was there alone.
Wow.
Trying to get the swing onto there as well, and he gets punished. Sentinels, Riv, they look, nope.
They're not forgetting a thing. Everybody's got a trusted angle to be watching. No one's second guessing that. Yeah, TenZ is going to hit those anyways. But you're right. Like, as Shazam came up here, finds himself the second kill at the end of the round at perfect timing when the flank would have mattered. And finding the back of this 100 Thieves members quite often here on these retakes. Sentinels has been moving quite fast.
Let's see. Okay. So on a light pistol round, or on a light gun round for 100 Thieves, oftentimes you see them full send through mid. This time, posting up a bit through garage. You've got Asuna playing up tight. And what I love from Sentinels here is you can tell they've done their homework, man. Look at how far back they're playing, knowing that 100 Thieves like that, right? In this moment, they generally like to full send mid, and they're just waiting for them to come to him.
Expecting a Rolling Thunder maybe right down there in the window or right out garage. Yeah, that's such a huge call, Doug, because that's them knowing exactly what they could be up against. And when you're already one step ahead of your opponents, you get to move first. Looking into that C site now, expecting to even find more aggression in mid. 100 Thieves is going to play the full death ball on this retake with all 5 members and their pistols. Here goes the run it back for Sick. Let's see what he can find.
Paranoia was out there as well to kind of lead the way, give Six some room to work with. And, dude, and he gets the kill on Nitro.
For the run it back, I'd say not worth. You're just giving the guy a bit of cash there and allowing the rest of the team into sight to know that that sheriff is gone. Spike has been planted. TenZ being TenZ.
I mean, I like what they're trying to do here, both Hiko and Asuna on the flank. Dapper's tripwire, though. And then TenZ on the other side as well. You can tell, man, 100 Thieves, they just don't have very many options here, Riv.
Yeah. We'll see what the next gun round brings them. They've been stacking ultimates here, but I think they just get a little too worn down when the round starts.
Yeah.
Getting in, utility hitting for their actual strat to be executed as well as they would like, and it's kind of making them hesitate a lot. You don't see that from 100 Thieves. And again, it's still credit to Sentinels. Can't take anything away from them. They've been playing an immaculate series so far already here, putting some padding in between them and 100 Thieves as we move to round 10.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Sentinels, I mean, they've just clicked, right? At every aspect of the game, they've clicked. Now, you meant
9,000. Look at the bank rolls.
I mean, money for days, right? And he's got an op. He's sitting there carrying it over from the next round. It didn't spend a dime on this round. Now, the thing is, for 100 Thieves, you mentioned the ultimates that they've got online. They've got 3 to work with here. And much like the last map on Ascent, we talked about there was a moment in the first half where you needed to see something, right? Like, yeah.
I'm not sure what that noise was.
That was me. I mean, there's Sentinels just look so good, Riv. And I think the tricky thing is here for 100 Thieves, specifically on Ascent, you want, if you can get to 7-5, right? You've got a chance. You look good going into the second half, but Sentinels just don't seem to be giving up an inch. There's the Rolling Thunder that we've been waiting on for as long as we have. That's going to push them off the site. Ethan's going to follow up as the first. Hiko joins in on the action as well. Excellent post plants from Sentinels. The operator in the hands of Tens. Excellent smoke, but he swings just a hair too early. Shazam gets up close and personal as well. Tens, with the Blade Storm. Hunting, looking for Nitro. He's going to get it. A 3K for him. Sentinels take the round again.
Honestly, you have no right winning a round when you plant B and they have Rolling Thunder up. That was risky. Sentinels obviously love to change up what they're doing, but knowing that Nitro's still alive and just planting right there, they get out, they make it happen still. It just seems like they have an answer for everything right now, Doug.
And, you even see in that round, split moments, right? Like split-second moments having drastic impact on how the round plays out. Ethan doesn't swing for another second, and unless he chooses to blind fire into the smoke, which he very well could have, very likely doesn't get that kill, and we're potentially talking about a 6-4 here.
A few more rounds and 100 Thieves doing all right.
Dapper saw him. He knows he's there. Steel does as well. No way. Look at how weak Steel got. And he dies through the cage.
Sentinels is just giving themselves such an upper hand each round before they're even seeing their opponent. Shazam with the 6th sense on his 6. And he's going to be able to find another frag there on Asuna as he's blast packing around trying to make movement on the map. Here comes the spike. 6 going to get it down there, give him an ult point as well. And they're going to be rolling out here to set up post plant.
Shock dart just a bit late. You saw waiting for that recon dart to come through onto the site so they can pop it as instantly as they could, but the retake just feels very flat at this point, and it just seems to be getting worse.
Oh my, the confidence right now from Sentinels running through the drone. Know he's gonna find somebody here towards heaven. A few shots missed. Zoms is going to be able to clean that one up as well. They know they have 100 Thieves on the ropes, on these saves. The ecos make it so tough. And the last round and a half will be that last chance at a 4th round to go into the second half. That's so big, especially with what can occur after pistol round if it goes to your enemy.
You're right. That puts so much.
Four rounds feels so good at this point.
Yeah. Right, you take that. Given how this half is gone, you'll take that.
Yeah. See if they get it here, Doug. Still just a bank on the side of Sentinels.
Op in the hands of Steel. Right, like think about how long they've been conditioning that breach CC to wait and then push out. It doesn't come out. Steel's waiting there with the op to see if they're going to swing out. But again, Sentinels are pushing their way into Garage. There's nobody who was playing tight. They take so much space away. Great flash, though, as Asuna gets one.
They know he's low. They're going to try to focus on this. He says, all right, I'm in there then, as the flash comes out from Nitro. They try to work off that as Ethan comes up big. We've seen him do work from the Garage Hall. A very comfortable position for him, as now Sentinels have to call a bit of an audible here, and they're going to be on the fly for the rest of this strat.
Right here.
Now, here's the thing. Zoms has it from the shadows. They could flip the map, or Shazam can just use the 100 Fury to try to clear out that elbow space instantly. Does tag up one. Zoms follows up. Isn't enough to get the kill. But Ethan, again, from Garage, gets the 3rd on the round. Dueling Hunter's Furies, and it looks like this is going to be a bit more effective as Shazam drops. Great shots from Hiko. You mentioned Riv. 8-4 feels good. Given how the first half went, you got it.
Exactly. All right. They have a little bit of room to work with. Let's see how this one went down. A lot of that early aggression towards mid. And that was Garage. And that was the first time we saw kind of that much of a committal through Garage. Usually it'd be one lurk. You'd see the drone go through there first, and C would be the hit until you have, Dapper in Garage lurking by himself. So 100 Thieves was able to tack down on that one as we get a replay of a bit of this first half. And we move into the second half here of our second game in this best-of-3 series. Sentinels looking very strong right now, and they took map 1 on Ascent.
Here we go. On attack, 100 Thieves. What do you have? Look at how Sentinels posted up. They want to, and it looks like they may try to take some early aggression. Yeah, look at them. Look at Garage. Look how far Sick has already taken up space. As they funnel onto A, he can be devastating on the flank, especially if they don't swing back to it in time. But so far, Asuna and Hiko gotten onto the site just fine. Tens and Zoms done. Sick and Dapper left alone. There's the flank. It's given away. Might be able to get that kill. Great flash. Great, better turn away. As he gets the kill, isn't able to get the second. Dapper's left alone. Not for long. Very well played response from 100 Thieves.
That was huge that they took down Sick, Doug. Steel prioritizes Gates on the first round to create space, create his own angles, and as we've seen before, kind of be a rat around utilities so he can make his way through secretly. If Nitro didn't damage and then a follow-up kill came onto Sick, that flank could have meant the round. Sick was coming up big there, so great job by 100 Thieves. Very much needed round, and they made it work.
We're going to see a similar fight for A lobby control. Dart, Sick swings out, gets that ult orb, so he's now 3 points away from having to run it back, and then he's going to retreat back to safety. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves testing the waters across the middle of the map.
All right. I'm waiting for... So everybody waits for the second round mid push now? It seems like a gentleman's agreement almost, that they do it in their scrims maybe and fake each other out here in tournament. Two waiting patiently on the other side. They're going to get that flash as soon as they hear the ult orb, so that triggers it. Nice little headshot there to start off the round and break a bit of that health that Sick wants as he heals up.
I like how they tap that out too, right? Just tapping the orb and then understanding there's likely a flash on the other side and they're going to swing. So peel right back off. They draw out some of that utility. And because they aren't showing on C anymore, you see Sentinels, they have to respect it. They're going to funnel all the way over to A. And much like we saw in Ascent Riv, Sentinels are reading things before 100 Thieves can make the play even happen.
It's pretty wild how they move like this all the time. I mean, maybe Dapper pushing up a little bit here, not seeing anything, understanding that nothing's in garage, or hasn't heard it. You're right, though. Sentinel's always making an early move on these. He goes, as soon as he brings out the trap, Steel goes down to the Sheriff. And that's going to be a very good kill coming in. 4-10s. They start to move their way back over, knowing this is not a committal on A, so they have to distribute over to BC.
Dapper. Oh, Dapper! Hiko takes him out. Great shots from the Spectre. He really could have blown that thing up. They have garage control, and Asuna with the Vandal. One of the few, I think he's the only full rifle on the team at this point. Just trying to get more ult orbs, trying to get closer to that showstopper. Sick alone here. He's got a Spectre, so he's upgraded a weapon. And they're not super healthy. He's going to isolate the gunfight too, but Ethan comes up big there to stop any shenanigans from Sentinels as 100 Thieves take the second round. No flipping, no thrifty round win after winning the pistol. This half is going as it should.
Ethan stepping up. Look at that scoreboard right now for 100 Thieves, the newest member of the team, feeling good here, third day in. He's always in the middle to the top, so he's been really able to show. We hear about his mechanics all the time, and he's able to put forward the confidence as well to be that opening shot. We saw how strong he was on Cat Ascent to open that up for the team and help them get rounds here. He carries that in now to Haven. 8-6. We're getting into round 15 here. Let's see what happens.
And, you know, you see some of the payoff of Asuna. While he died in the last round, still has a Vandal this time, while the rest of 100 Thieves seem to be riding out. Oh, no, Nitro does as well. So a bit of a bonus being pushed out from 100 Thieves as they try to push out across the middle of the map. Meanwhile, defensively for Sentinels, no A presence. Very comfortable playing for retakes there as they've stacked elsewhere on the map. Oh.
But
if that doesn't
got a little
get
headache.
checked, surely
Deja vu? Yeah, this used to be a great corner. The addition of everything down here kind of made you stick out a little bit. So nobody to trade there. And I think that's kind of telling as well. Knowing no one was able to trade him out on that kind of meant the drone was just to clear and see if there was a push. This is going to be lively action at C, and Asuna starts us off with a first blood.
The paranoia was there. Sick is all the way down at the bottom of C-Long, so keep an eye on him. He really can make this thing go entirely sideways. Ethan's going to drop first. Steel on the swing through the garage. He's going to drop as well as Sick continues to be a nuisance, ensure that nobody's big on the flank. The spike has gone down. Nitro with 3. That's huge. Sick here in a 1v3. Not around for long. Nitro with just a sliver of health, and it didn't matter. So well played by 100 Thieves. Even given how Sentinels were in a great position to stop that round, 100 Thieves push right through.
It's not very often you see that explosive charge taking somebody out, but we did. Aftershock, rather. And what a hit coming out of that. Nitro coming up big on that round. He's able to capitalize on it. And 100 Thieves are feeling good as they look to come up with a tie here on their second map. And this one is Sentinel's pick now. So they're kind of saying thanks for the map picks. We've seen that a lot throughout this tournament. And I like what Valley said. Sometimes it's not about the stats. It's about the play style. It's about the mood of the day. And right now, 100 Thieves is finding the vibe.
They are, and they're doing so at just the right time. Furthermore, Sentinel's on a mixed buy here, right? Pistols, Buckies, maybe a Spectre. So, I mean, you're really looking at a world where we could be tied up at 8 after how the first half went and really after how the first map went. You've got to be feeling real good if you're 100 Thieves. You're starting to get the wind behind you. You're starting to get something cooking. You got
the heist is on. Shazam down, being an alt point away. That's one good one to take away from the Sentinel squad. Run It Back is there, as well as Tens. We'll focus on where they are moving towards. Looks like they're going to be holding towards A, so Sick may be able to just get himself out, delay it. I wouldn't see him doing a Run It Back there, so he may try to exit the site before this happens. If they figure it out, it is coming A. Again, you have Dapper with the long hold on C, just waiting for something to happen, and he may start moving now.
Asuna gets on. Asuna gets dropped. Sick was there. Tens with the Blade Storm as well. It's a full send onto the site. Tens doesn't connect. He has to dash away, and Steel swings out and takes care of him. Very well played by 100 Thieves. The gun difference is felt as Dapper's left alone. They get onto the site. They deal with the players who were playing in the cheeky 50s, and they take the round away. An 8-8 here on Haven.
Solid execution, right? Going into the site, winning the firefights, creating your own angles with a few smokes. 100 Thieves playing the basics and playing them well. Steel to open up with the smoke through here, and those are the few of the things going in their favor as well, right? Once these smokes come out, they just strafe it out and take the firefight. 100 Thieves, 8-8 now as we're all tied up. I love this right now. We're in looking for a map 3 here, Doug, and I can't wait.
Baby, we've got something cooking. Nitro's got the Rolling Thunder. Asunu just a point away from his showstopper as well, and this is not a feel it out, right?
No.
They're far more. All right, we're going A. Look at how far up Asuna's gotten already. Seal just waiting to see if anyone's. No way. No way.
I mean, Breach is there, so they know, but maybe the Rays being there is what they would avoid or wait for the blast pack, so it could be trickery.
Look at the flank. Look at the flank. Look at how much space Sentinels have taken. Sick now uses the red back, and oh my gosh,
oh my God,
sitting
Sick.
ducks. Ethan and Hiko both drop. It looked so promising for 100 Thieves, and Sentinels respond at just the right time to hit where it hurts. There's the Rolling Thunder, but Asuna looking to get this back in favor of 100 Thieves. He gets a couple of picks, drop things down to a 3v3. He's got the showstopper as well. 10 looking to go big for Sentinels, and so far, so good. The spike goes down. Number advantage in favor of Sentinels, and oh my gosh, Tens is just a man possessed. Dapper does it as well. They completely pick apart what 100 Thieves have cooking, and they take the lead again.
8-8 to be able to walk down mid that far undetected at all and have multiple people in that position, somebody covering you, somebody out of garage. They had such a good read on the A committal from 100 Thieves, and then were able to just pincer right on into the site when they needed to. Like you said, Tens of man possessed, helping to frag down 100 Thieves as they pull one back into their favor. 100 Thieves was stringing them together there, and Sentinels said, wait a minute.
Okay, let's reset here. 100 Thieves, they have three ultimates to work with. And it looks like they're going to try a heavy hit towards A again. Blast pack across, ensure that there's no operator on the other side to potentially...
A push from C this time as well from Sentinels.
Okay, so this is very much an A hit. Ethan gets up top. Shazam waits for it, drops back down. Shazam can be so problematic here, Riv. And he's got the Hunter's Fury. Okay. Takes a step back. Keep an eye on that ultimate, okay? They're getting onto the site. There's the Hunter's Fury that we were talking about. But the paranoia came out. He got enough to get another steal. Yes!
Looks like they're going to be taking it now. They feel good off of Shazam. Confidence there. It's going to be Asuna holding the ult, waiting for somebody to come through with a showstopper so he can stop it in its tracks. That's one as he fires it in the toes, finds it. They're going to be forced to get out of this one. Sentinels may not be able to make it work. Yeah, oh, they tried. They went back and forth. It seems like they miscommed as Shazam was leaving heaven. Sick was still all for it, and 100 Thieves thrive in the chaos of round 17. Round 18, I should say. What a win there. As we keep going, round for round here, Doug. Ultimates on deck are going to be Hiko's. Could have an ult or focus. Zombs from the shadows as well as Dappers aren't as effective. And we'll see how Tens pans out. I'm sorry, Sentinels pans out to defend this round.
Riven, I love how Asuna played that. He triggers the showstopper and then just waits. Right?
Pressure
How many
game.
times have we talked about? All right, hang on. A little early aggression. Sick pushes him back. 100 Thieves turn their attention to C. And it's dude, they're full sending, but there's a judge on the other side. Dapper playing in the cage, good for one. Backs up and uses their no theft. That's going to give everything away. And then look at the pinch again. Look at the pinch from Sentinels. They've gotten all the way through into the spawn. 100 Thieves are going to have to push through that to get to the rest of the map.
A round where 100 Thieves commits everything to the same spot. You get the biggest return on investment from the neural uplink. Shazam, it's a shotgun round. Holy moly, Sentinels coming up huge this time. Dapper starting it off, neural uplink, Shazam knowing exactly where he needs to be on the early push. They are trying to send a message to 100 Thieves with each of these rounds that they're able to get under their skin, and now Hiko is left to clutch this one versus 3.
I will say, given Hiko's antics, he's probably due for one, right?
Well,
it's been a while, but it's not going to be this time around. A thrifty round win. They play the map beautifully. Riv,
Yeah.
they choke them down at the bottom of C-Long, and then once you get the first couple of picks and you think, okay, we're going to be able to funnel into A, everything's okay. Nope. There's a Bucky on the other side that rips them to shreds.
Oh, just clothesline. Just clothesline as he came through the door. And this situation for Hiko, actually, I love the way he played it. Thinking of the jump peek, right, coming in from Dapper. When somebody's jump peeking like that, they more than likely, if it's going from a far range, they're doing it by themselves. If it's close, there's more than likely someone else there. So you saw Hiko go to window first to find a 1v1, knowing he'd probably face 2 people checking that jump.
And you see, and the problem is,
oh my word,
they take so much early space, right? Look at how far up Dapper is already. If it's an A hit, they punch in. Look at how far up Shazam is down A long. If it's a B hit, they can pinch in. They've just suffocated 100 Thieves the last couple of rounds. It's going to funnel them to go right into the lap of Tens on the other side of the smoke. As devastating of a player as he can be, looks like he might get given away by the drone. He swings at just the right time, and Ethan responds with it beautifully. But Dapper, as we mentioned, on the flank. Zom's on the site. Dapper's there. The spike goes down. You feel the pressure, right? Like, I feel it. And I'm not even in the game.
You're only seconds into the round. Maybe like 15, 20. And you are seeing Sentinels in positions where they're taking out 100 Thieves looking like they would be pushing with 100 Thieves. How? Where? They're walking around so freely. They are just inside the heads of 100 Thieves rent-free right now. It's still a very close game, but the Sentinels doing this from time to time makes you wonder.
Now, I think the concerning thing here for 100 Thieves is pistols, right? Nitro might be the only one with a rifle, I believe. But other than that, pistols. So Sentinel's looking to get to match point here. No early aggression down C-Long this time. Understanding that if you opt to push up C-Long this time, you very well could be met with a Bucky, a Shorty, a Sheriff, something up close that just peppers you.
Maybe like last time. They're afraid of that already. Darts going on both sides. And doesn't look like anybody's going to get too much information off of that. 100 Thieves is committing, now watching the backseat. It was like everybody turned around at one point. The realization of, no, wait a minute. As they turn around, because no frag coming in from a side of Sentinels. and they don't get too much info. So now they start to work mid, re-grab this information that they might have lost.
And I like that they put the rifle in Nitro's hands to try to get a rolling thunder, but it drops right off the bat. Right, Dapper's there too. Dapper with 3. Steel trades it out. It's going to be a 1v3. Ladies and gents, Sentinels continue to make a statement. They're on map point. They're looking to put 100 Thieves away.
What is with Dapper today? This tournament. Super stepping up, you know, sick. 10s, names always being talked about. You see Dapper on the flank coming up with good ones. But even when presented with face-to-face firefights with more than one person, he's standing tall and coming out on top. All of Sentinels now at 14 or 15 kills or more. That is team participation to take a win if I ever saw it.
100 Thieves. Gotta dig deep here. Gotta pull some magic out of their hats, something special. They have 2 ultimates. Certainly don't have that rolling thunder that we were talking about a moment ago. And then for Sentinels, the aggression early on already. They start to take too long. You see it followed up. Sick pushing his way through, and he gets a pick as well. The Hunter Spear from Hiko on the push back, right? Like understanding that when aggression comes in from one side, it's likely coming in from another as well. Invest that to push it back and gets the kill onto 10s with Yop. That's going to open up the map for 100 Thieves.
Catching him in the rotation a little bit here, looking at the off angles. 100 Thieves gets the better of Sentinels as Nitro takes down Dapper with a Sova 100 Fury firing across the map. Ethan blind, or taking down Sick as he's blind, I should say, in the 4v2 now as Sentinels try to capitalize on a round that could end the game, but looks like it will be extended one more by 100 Thieves here.
Big there, and then for Nitro to get that rolling thunder online off the spike plant. That's big. Sentinels just down to Zombs in a 1v4. And I think the tricky thing is, and I know we can't, well, he's dealing damage, and that's exactly what I was about to highlight, is the financial situation for Sentinels, right? Like, 100 Thieves, you know they've lost the last couple. I don't know what their bankroll looks like. But for Sentinels, I believe they should be able to buy full here as well. I'm just concerned for 100 Thieves, this is getting very expensive.
That was a great job by Zombs to make sure it was indeed expensive. You're very right, Doug. And we'll see what they can get here. It seems like they have quite a bit, maybe half armor if they actually have to go for it. But every round's a buy from here on out. You can't really toy with any of that economy.
No.
Steel picks up another 100 for himself here, and we see the rest of the trades. 100 Thieves now, and this is the moment. Do you see this team play in the play not to lose, or they still play to win with confidence? Angles can be held. That's your goal as a defender. The offenders come to you. But right now, Sentinels is just going through so fast. From defense, they're bringing the fight to 100 Thieves.
10s with an op, holding down A long. And Zombs is there ready, just in case they make it through. You see that setup already. As soon as 10 sees someone, if they somehow make it across that operator, he's going to be waiting on the other side. The Paranoia comes out as well. Interesting use of that early on. The Cage is there to provide some cover for Steel. 10s misses. Steel punishes him. What a big pick.
Amazing. That is such a big frag this round, and they don't even have to work on it right away. Having 10s down means he can obviously not be mobile, but that's the Opera's job, is to then be a nuisance at B, be at C, so they think you're still holding A. None of that has to be worried about. Garage bringing it close range, medium firefight is what 100 Thieves wants, as they're still all across the map. This is going to be a scatter take. See if it works for them.
Oh no! The Rolling Thunder was there, and Dapper takes care of Austin as he blast packs across, but Nitro, we're good for the retake. Dapper drops. The spike's going to go down. Numbers advantage in favor of 100 Thieves, as it looks like it's getting worse. But Zombs has to go big there. It's just Shazam alone. In a 1v2, they've taken post plants down. C-Long. Shazam with an opportunity here to win the map, to win the series for Sentinels. But no, we're going to play another round as Ethan comes up big for 100 Thieves.
That was very 100 Thieves that round. Textbook. Only a few people taking the site. You think it looks dangerous, but those two are a powerhouse. all the way back at long was Hiko, and already coming around from garage was Steel. That's the spread you see from 100 Thieves, giving the people insight who are taking it the confidence that no one's rotating around. You're probably only going to see a few. That's the information grab. We saw a lot of input being used there from 100 Thieves that round.
Oh, baby. We may be looking at overtime. Tens has an operator
I sure
again.
hope so.
Dude. You got to give the people what they want, right? Come on.
Cage triggered.
Oh, man. That's big early on, too, out of Asuna. To get that pick through through the cage, right? Just the impact. Oh, no, and Tens somehow dropping, still lands that shot onto Steel.
I believe it. It's Tens. What in the world are we witnessing right now? Ten's doing everything he can to make sure it does not go to a third map from what we just saw. A little magic. And now with 1 minute left in the round, the showstopper of Asuna is into the site. Sentinels is playing the first short hard retake as they wait for everyone to get in position. Here comes Tens from A.
Shazam 1 point away from the Hunter's 3. The paranoia comes out. Asuna playing the ankle roll. Asuna good for 1. Dancing around the box as he tries to get the second. It's actually Nitro that does it. Tens with the op, gets 1, and it gets traded out Zombs in a 1v3 to avoid overtime. He's got some utility. That he doesn't have at this point is friends.
Cover going out. Now he's known.
Yeah, and the spike just continues to tick away, right? If you're Zombs, you gotta go. You just don't have very many options. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to overtime.
This is exactly what it needed to come down to either way, whether it was Sentinels pushing it to 3 or 100 Thieves pushing it to 3. You want to see this kind of competition coming out of the teams, especially for 100 Thieves to just be able to recoup after what happened first map. If you're a top tier team, that cannot get you down. And knowing what was happening that map, it seems like they had a really good idea of how they wanted to play here. Remember, this is Sentinel's pick on Haven. We'll see if they can keep it.
100 Thieves back on the defense here in the overtime rules. Nitro in that common position where he's going to CC down A short. They're just a few moments away.
What a score by
trying
Ethan.
to settle this map. Yeah, dude's playing out of his mind. Oh, and I like this. Speaking of Ethan, he's doing a little bit of dapper, right? Like, look at how much space he's taking down C-Long already.
So much patience, too. This is a cat and mouse game. You love to see it. The smoke clears, and we'll see if that initiates any more movement. But it looks like Ethan's in for a bit of a party here at C-Long and Cubby. And he'll have a bit of help from Steel up top to let him know that party's coming. Great jump by him, and he will find Sick to start. That's going to be another one. Ethan almost for 3. Right on his right. He has the angle. He has the kill. And Ethan shuts down Sentinel C-Long.
They found my wire.
What an insane performance out of Ethan. Coming up huge when his team needed him the most. Steel was there for the bait, right? The info was given, and then the man answers the call at just the right moment to get 3 big ones, and the spike goes down. What a round out of 100 Thieves.
From 24 to 27 kills, just like that. He is setting himself up so well for these positions. You were right to call out the info grab, moving down. Overtime, you want all the info you can get, and then you might want an Ethan pushed up a little bit at C-Long to boot there if it happens that way. And great finish by the rest of the team. Great control on the OT by 100 Thieves so far. Let's switch it up and see what Sentinels can do.
Yeah, I mean, now 100 Thieves on the attack. What are they going to dial up? Keep an eye on Dapper, see how much space he chooses to take. The narrative, really, when Sentinels was on defense, was the ability for them to take C-Long, to take A-Long, and to really suffocate 100 Thieves into where they either had to fight through the members of Sentinels or go towards the middle of the map, and you might get some of this here again, as 100 Thieves seem to be very comfortable, patiently waiting things out. Also note, Riv, Tens brought an op into the overtime round, so he has no armor.
Yeah, that's a big naked buy right there. He's Aerodynamic, but very dangerous. 1 minute left on this round. He'll see if he can make an impact with that one. 100 Thieves is actually, or sorry, Sentinels is backing up right now, making sure that they have very good positioning for their rotations, and they're not too committed to any site at this point. Playing all the way across that spawn line, if you will.
Hey, man, and you can tell neither team really wanting to make a mistake. The pace of the game just comes to a screeching halt. Now it looks like 100 Thieves want to make a play towards C. The spike gets picked up. Ethan gets the shots onto Dapper. Again, the paranoia is going to come out. Counter smoke. The flash is there, excuse me. Oh, TenZ! Up close and personal. Shazam's good for one as well. As 100 Thieves are just down to 1.
That was a pie to the face as TenZ came out of the smoke there for Asuna. Oh my word, the crits goes to the next one. Coming from spawn, we're going into a second overtime as Shazam finalizes the kill on Steel.
Switching sides.
I know we talk about him a lot.
Overtime.
I know we do, right? But that round, how do you not? 2 huge op shots there. One of them, like, the gun barrel was in Asuna's ear. And then for him to land that last one there is just so well played. He's just so good.
Those ones feel great. It's kind of like the medium difficulty shot, but especially when the flick like that hits their head and you sweep them off their feet. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss right there. Feels real good on scoping in. All right. We are back to 100 Thieves buying up along with Sentinels. The operator's there once again. TenZ is feeling comfortable on it, and the team says, we let TenZ do what he feels comfortable doing. That's going to be his role. Get a tactical pause real quick as the teams, I should say, discuss what could be the road to victory here.
Now, I want to see how Sentinels choose to play this, right? Given how the last overtime round went, understanding that Ethan took all of that space away, I wonder if they show a little something towards C, just to kind of bait them into thinking that that's where they're going to go and draw some of that utility out and draw some of that presence and some of that attention towards that area of the map while they slow down and feel out everything else.
It's hard to say. I mean, it does seem slow overall. I think both teams are finding where TenZ is to start, right? You'll say, okay, where are they focusing him? If we can push somebody down, we'll be able to get info without losing someone from the defensive side, of course, of 100 Thieves. And then thinking about who they might prioritize on the side of Sentinels here. They've been working so well as a team, and it seems like they've kind of just been able to catch 100 Thieves off guard most of the time. A quick A-strap, pull back, and float to B has left them with quite a bit of room on the strats they're trying to pull out.
Attack pause, done. Here
Let's
we go.
do it.
Sentinels again on the attack for the second overtime. You see TenZ. There he is, man. Expecting that aggression coming out of Ethan. He's got the op. He's going to hit that peak early on. It's not going to be challenged, but you already see some of that adjustment.
Yeah, he's going to hang out there for a while. There's always a possibility that you take somebody down at C long. So Sentinels playing it slow with their opper occupied right now. Spikes also dropped, so let's see how much ground they can gain here with Sick. And moving up lower. 100 Thieves doing a lot of recon right now to make sure they know exactly what's going on and their movements are not wasted.
Oh boy, here we go. They're fully committing on to A. Asuna's got a chance to do something special there. He gets one. Nitro gets another one as well. As it drops down to a 4v3, make that a 4v2 in favor of 100 Thieves. Nitro anchoring things down on the site. The spike goes down. TenZ, who was watching C long at the beginning, is alone here. He arrives to the party, but just a minute or two late. He's got the op, but he just doesn't have the spike, right? Like, he doesn't have great positioning here either. This is a very difficult ask for TenZ.
They keep missing each other. Looks like Steel's going to stay in his camera for now. A smoke towards long, as this is going to be Ethan pushing up. Does he get it? What is his 29th kill? Nah, Hiko's going to pick that one up first. And now 14-13, Doug. Another one as we switch sides here. See if 100 Thieves can push through again on attack.
It was a great adaptation out of Sentinels there. Again, understanding how the previous overtime round had gone. But again, 100 Thieves, they just handled that they handled defending the site on A super, super well. But now we're going to see them on the attack, right? They dropped the ball here last time around. They weren't able to put Sentinels away, but now they're going to get a chance to do so again. I'm liking this early on. They're showing some heavy aggression towards A, and then look at how Sentinels respond. Dapper's all the way up through mid already.
Watching Shazam, he's having such a great game right now. We talked about the impact of that leader, of that caller, being able to frag out here, and he's right now at the top of the list. Tens looking for a shot's gonna find Steel. That helps out the round with the first blood for Tens. Confidently moving out with Dapper just below him. They're going to secure mid. This is big. 100 Thieves basically have to go with what they have now, knowing they could be surrounded.
Embarrassing.
Wow.
Oh, man. Ethan drops sick, anchoring down Garage. He's going to have curveball as well, and then you see Dapper on the flank. So even if they do manage to get the spike down, Dapper can blow things up. Spike goes down. Sick. Good for Asuna. Only 2 members remain for 100 Thieves. It's just Hiko now. Hiko's not going to be around for long. Riv, we're playing another one. Neither team willing to give an inch.
Oh, my word. Let's do it again, Doug. We're going back into another OT, number 3 here. Sentinels does not want to go away to or go into a third map, I should say. 100 Thieves doesn't want to go into that lower bracket. They're going to have to be facing Gen G if they do lose this match. Another great one to watch, but both of these teams are gunning for the full upper bracket win. Sentinels right now had a really great stride coming into this game. 100 Thieves has been able to battle back, and maybe they take it all the way here. Our third OT.
Heavy bunch towards A early on for Sentinels. Fully sending here, you see the tripwire towards C, which leads me to think that there is no question about where they want to go. They've gotten a short control. They've gotten a long control as well. The question is, at one point, do 100 Thieves believe that that's where the play is going and rotate off towards A? Steel alone. Waiting to hear things out. We mentioned earlier on in the map with how good they are on the retake. They're going to get a chance to show it here.
Spike planted.
They have breach utility. Oh no, Hiko goes down right away! The Sova is so necessary for the retake. How will this work for 100 Thieves now as they try to get back in? Steel is already injured as he's up and having smoked off. The rest of the team needing to make commotion from lower.
Steel's tagged up. And you see Zombs down low waiting for that push to come through. And here comes counter paranoias at almost the exact same time. They still can't find a way into the site. Here goes Asuna. He's going to go in first. He's going to get ripped down as well. But the rest of 100 Thieves seem to be just fine. Tens and Shazam flipping it back. Tens again for another one. Sentinels take the round. This is the first time we see them take the opener in an overtime bout.
Match point.
That frag early on Hiko sealed the deal right there for Sentinels that round. Having the dart to get back in, understanding where Sentinels was going to be playing, since they did stay in the site, that would have been chaos for them. 100 Thieves may have been able to capitalize, but a lot of that went out the window with Hiko going down. What a push for Sentinels to identify that kill.
And this is what's scary for 100 Thieves, right? Like, the last 2 rounds where we've gone into OT, it's 100 Thieves who wins the first, Sentinels respond, but now Sentinels breaking serve. And now in a position of power where they've shown how good they are on this half of the map. 100 Thieves on the attack. Looking to see what they can get going. Tens with an operator. Not wise to the fact that 2 members just on the other side of the smoke. Ethan's down. The spike is there as well in the hands of Hiko. He's still alive. Thing is, I don't know that he saw anyone else. So you see Sentinels not fully sending over to see yet because they don't understand what else is there. They didn't see anything else.
The pressure's on now. Usually we'll get a trade in these rounds, Doug, 1 for 1, but now 100 Thieves playing it very slow. They at least want to get what would be some separation out. Quiet down, cut the sound, and believe that they would rotate out. Also, you usually get the Jet rotating away from the first kill. Tens has not done that, so they're going to expect to see it. They're not going to expect to see the op here.
They've got to draw noise to pull Tens away because Hiko's stuck. right? He's still sitting in that cubby. He can't move out. There's no flash on the side. Well, Breach is there now. Now that they've pulled over, now that Nitro has shown up, now they might have a chance at something sick with an excellent curveball. Asunu drops. 3 members remaining on the side of 100 Thieves. Make that 2 as Sentinels look to put 100 Thieves away. Steel and Hiko. No, it's just Steel. Tens with the Blade Storm looking to take down the remaining member. Steel, what magic do you have in your hat? It's not going to be enough. A flawless round. A statement made. Sentinels 2-0 100 Thieves.
That was a series towards the end, a surprising burst of energy from Sentinels here that teams need to be afraid of continuing in the tournament. And 100 Thieves finding their ground a little too late, but we did see that 100 Thieves that we're so used to seeing out on the maps. Sentinels, though, they just were not to be stopped today.
No, man, and I was so worried. One Sentinel on that third overtime round, when Sentinels won that first round, I thought, that hurts, man, because again, we've seen Sentinels from that position of power execute so many times, right? And in a position like that, where they have everything served up, when whether or not they know Hiko's trapped and there's an op watching down C long, there's really no room for them to work with. They have to commit to C. They didn't have a choice.
And you look at that scoreline when it comes back on the analyst desk for how the team did. Everybody on Sentinels was fragging. You could not find anyone that was lagging behind. You needed to give extra cover to or rotate early to give their position strength. That was some team play right there from Sentinels.
And again, for Tens, the most recent addition to the roster, I have to highlight him because he continues to perform, right? And it's not, I want to be very careful about this because this is not Tens just go, right? Like, go do your best Baby Bay impersonation and just run down their throats, hold W and blow things up. He's fitting into this roster so well. He's playing his role so well, showing up for high impact moments consistently. And when you've got probably the best player in North America in a situation like that who continues to deliver, that's just so hard to weather.
It really is. Seeing these guys seeing Tens come in, and you just need to be afraid of him almost in any position he's in. He can be a powerhouse player. I can't wait to see who's next, right? We see a lot of players like this, new up and coming. That's what opens are for, and we've seen a lot of these players step into the limelight.
We have indeed, and I think just very quickly before we throw it to the desk, I'd be remiss if I didn't call out Dapper. Man, the impact that he had, and it may not necessarily show up on the scoreboard, but the space that he was able to take away, the pressure that he was able to apply on the 100 Thieves, left them like handicapped. They didn't have any room to breathe. We're gonna throw it over to the desk. Bach, take it away.
I mean, an incredible series. And look, first, before we get into things, I think I just want to do something here in support of our boy Doug. He took a little bit of heat from Puckett for unbuttoning the shirt. Look, we're all going to do it. I'm just going to... He did? Yeah, there we go. This is just what we do. We're going to go ahead and show some chest hair here, really dig into this final segment. Sentinels and Haven. It feels like we've seen this storyline before, right? We've seen what happens on Haven in big games. I go back, I was having flashbacks watching that overtime Vinceley. I'm having flashbacks to like the FaZe Clan Invitational, watching them play against TSM, that crazy overtime best of 5 where they just kept going back and forth before we finally had a conclusion. This time they come out on top and they take the 2-0. So you're the only one that's wrong here. It's okay. There's got to be one.
I mean, I have to stick to my words, right? But at the same time, you do have to give credit to Sentinels for the way that was played, because for Tens, about 2-3 days ago when he was streaming, he said, look, we never practiced before. I haven't had a chance to practice with the team. They look definitely organized in this matchup versus 100 Thieves. The reason why is, look at these, like the flanks that they were able to get. So that was maybe 2 or 3 occasions where they were able to push C-long, mid-side, or do a crunch from the A side to just backstab 100 Thieves on their executions. Not only that, but on the attacker side, there was one round where they walked all the way into the A site and waited until every single person was into position before they planted for Sentinels on the attack, which means they knew how passive Steel plays on the A side, how they let them into their site, how they played a retake, and how to play against that retake. And that was just really nice to watch here from Sentinels. And even a round where they executed into A and they knew Steel was at heaven, they just spammed spam the window, and it just took down, I think it was Asuna trying to go for that retake. So they knew how 100 Thieves were going to react to how they were going to play on the attack too. And man, Sentinels just looked very, very good, and I'm happy to eat my words on that prediction.
5 objective wins, by the way, Bach. That's not a stat line I expected Sentinels to have over 100 Thieves.
Yeah, right. When we look at these teams, we typically expect Sentinels to be the one that just kind of frags out. Speaking of which, by the way, when you look at the scores at the end of regulation, it was 16, 17, 17, 16, 17 for Sentinels. That's their kill totals. And their damage was 5k at the top end, 4.5k at the bottom. You know, Riv kind of touched upon that, but it was even distribution of the workload over on the side of Sentinels that was the recipe for success. It kind of put a lot of pressure on the side of 100 Thieves, specifically Ethan, to really step up, and he did at various points. He kept the game going towards the end there, Veli, with that huge 3K pushing up long C, and we were like, okay, this game's turning around. Remember, it was 8-4 at half, and there was a point at which I'm watching this, I'm like, all right, well, this is just a repeat of the last map. And instead, Veli, we see that turnaround, we see that resiliency, and ultimately, unfortunately, 100 Thieves still gets knocked down in the lower bracket.
No, let's talk about some positives. 100 Thieves played extremely well, and they kind of learned how to stop Sentinels. They realized, I mean, let's be completely honest, Ethan, Nitro, Steel, their gunplay along with Asuna was insane, man. But there was a player that stopped all of that, and it was my man Sick. Sick, especially in overtime, the last 3 rounds was full of nothing but impact kills. Think about the round where all of 100 Thieves, they were pushing up C long and they were taking sight. That was when Tins got the opening kill on Steel, right? So Cypher's out the game. We have to be cognizant of the utility that's off the board when the player dies. What happened? Sick got a nice kill. It was on Omen. They lost a ton of utility. No smokes, no paranoia, nothing to stop the retake from happening. That caused a huge win for Sentinels. And if they're listening, listen. Or Sentinels, pay the man. You need to buy out 10 right now, because what we're seeing right now, he is elevating a lot of people on this roster, and Sick is such a standout. Everything he did in that last overtime game, especially backing up his duo 10s with that curveball, that flash, and then was able to get those kills, was everything we ever wanted. Sorry, I'm excited, man.
Yeah, I mean, Potter, looking at that final round, one thing we were saying leading into that was it did feel like 100 Thieves kind of had a read on what Sentinels was doing. You were starting to see those early pickoffs on players like Sick, and then they were just overloading whatever side of the map that pickoff came on. But then at the end, we had that huge round by 10s and 6, like kind of the wombo combo over on C. Just looking at that round in particular, that illustrates some insane value for this duo.
Absolutely, and just working in tandem so well, right? You saw Sick, he had 10s back, 10s had the drone, gets tagged, falls back, breaks the drone. They're just going in and out within the smoke, dodging the breach flashes. That was a pre-take on C site with Nitro flashing twice behind the site, and somehow, some way, 10s is dodging a left, right, and center. Gets 2 quick scopes with the operator, no armor. These are insane, incredible, high-level, high mechanical plays that these guys are busting out. And it wasn't just that last round either. We think about that mid-control, Dapper creeping up under window because he has Sick to have his back in garage, always breaking the dart, breaking the drone. 100 Thieves, they kind of had an idea, but the information was lacking because Sentinels didn't allow them to just have it for free.
Well, I'm sure you guys are getting tired of hearing our voices. You'd much rather hear it from the source. We've got Sue standing by with an interview with a member of Sentinels. Take it away, Sue.
I have the man of the week himself, Tens, with me after a crazy victory over 100 Thieves. So first and foremost, congratulations, Tens. You secure a top 3 here, and I can't even imagine what this week has been like for you. Starting off with being on a break from pro play, a lot of your fans were upset to see it. Then getting the call, having to fill in some pretty big shoes for the Sentinels, but not only killing it with your performance, getting that top 3 already in just a couple of days, which is a career high for yourself at a tournament with this much weight. What has this been like for you?
For me, it's been really fun. I really enjoy playing like pro play, and especially winning feels nice as well. So yeah.
I think your fans feel exactly the same way about watching you play. It's been an absolute pleasure seeing you just shred things on the server. Let's talk about what it was like going up against 100 Thieves. When we talked to Shazam last, he mentioned that there was zero time for actual practice with you. So it's doubly impressive to see you continue this level of performance. What was the prep like going up against a team like 100 Thieves that is known to be very tactical?
I know that Chaz watched like 100 Thieves matches and he was picking up some tendencies and calling, like counter calling against it. I really didn't do much. I just kind of showed up.
Shaz mentioned that a big goal of his was obviously to ensure you felt very comfortable. We saw the fruits of that, especially on that second half on Haven when, as the analysts mentioned, the rapport between you and Sick, especially on C, it was such a pleasure to watch. What was it like for you? Did it feel as comfortable, as seamless as it seemed?
It was like it was really comfortable for me. I can just hold angles with the knob, and then the rest of the guys go kill stuff as well. So, it it felt pretty good.
That's awesome. And now with this performance, you will be moving forward to play FaZe, a team that has looked so damn good. They absolutely smashed in their performance earlier today. Baby Bay had mentioned if he were to play you guys, it should be funny because of how both of you steamrolled your opponents. What are your thoughts about facing them?
I definitely think playing against FaZe will probably be a fun match to watch, and it will definitely be like a playground where people are just running around and taking fights.
I think a lot of fans are definitely looking forward to it and also so happy to see you back in pro play. Thank you so much, Tens, for sharing your thoughts and best of luck in that match against FaZe. For now, let's head back to the desk to wrap up the day.
I think one of the things that I really liked about that interview was him saying, I miss pro play. And also kind of taking a subtle jab and be like, and it feels good to win too. Like hearing him basically admit to what everyone was wondering. Like a lot of people were wondering, did Tens really want to step away from play, or did he want to step away from play with who he was playing with? Does he want a better opportunity? I think he kind of found a better opportunity, and I'm not trying to throw shade at Cloud9 at all. Sentinels is just an incredibly good team. And to have this opportunity, he's been interviewed as saying, it would be great if they made me a permanent offer. So, again, tagging in with what Veli's saying, get that checkbook out. I think it's about time to go ahead and make this man an offer, Veli.
Yeah. Same thing my man Uber says. Bring out the Brinks truck. Sick and Tens, I think it's safe to say, they go together like milk and cookies. The versatility and the duality of both of them on the same board when both of them are on fire is something that we don't see from any other team out there except from FaZe Clan. So this matchup right here, next time they play, is going to be everything. I'm just upset that we have to wait so long to see it.
Yeah, that is the end of the week for us here for week 1 of NA Masters. We'll be live again later on in the week, but before we talk about the matches we're going to see, let's go ahead and pull up the bracket one last time so we can see how things have shaken down for week 1. Again, we did see some teams unfortunately sent home in week 1. They got knocked down into the lower bracket early. That was XSET after losing to FaZe 2-0. And they weren't able to best Gen G, who got beaten down by Envy in their early series, despite a strong win on Icebox. Then looking later on in the bracket play on day 2, we had Sentinels versus Luminosity, Immortals versus 100 Thieves. Immortals kept it really close against 100 Thieves and Luminosity, but just not close enough to take the victory over either one. And that's what sent them packing. Luminosity, of course, falling to this incredible Sentinels roster in a rematch that we've seen several times in the past. So now we've got FaZe Sentinels in our upper final, 100 Thieves versus Gen G in an elimination match. Envy versus Luminosity also an elimination match. So scary lower matches right now. Just looking at this, just base level predictions here, Vansili, looking at maybe those lower level games, who are we expecting to see specifically in that 100 Thieves Gen G game?
The 100 Thieves and Gen G game is going to be a tough matchup, I think, again for Gen G. I think 100 Thieves are going to learn from this one from Sentinels and bounce back, because we've seen 100 Thieves whenever they've been knocked or they've been on the low ground, they always come back fighting and they come back swinging very, very hard. So I think they have a full week to be able to practice this as well. I think they have a chance to come back into this one, but it's not going to be easy, man. Gen G has been looking very, very good, and I'm looking for a very close matchup for that one as well. One thing, though, I could note is that with all of these matches and how all of these panned out, that conversation with that #1 team in North America is definitely still up for grabs. Who has this title now?
So
True.
That's the thing, you know, and I guess I'll kick that to you, Potter. Is there really a #1 team that we can 100% crown? Because we see teams stepping up. We see FaZe playing at a really high level, and we see Sentinels changing their style of play and playing really well. Obviously, 100 Thieves has tremendous potential given the talent on the roster. But can you really crown a #1 team currently?
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. You know, I think it's still in this any given Sunday type of phase right now. No pun intended with phase being in that sentence. But yeah, it's absolutely an any given Sunday. Dare I say there's a little bit of RNG thrown into the mix as well. But it is really, really impressive to see that Sentinels with a brand new fifth is just coming out swinging as hard as they are. So it's, Bach, it's all up in the air, 100%.
Bach, we have a week of preparation and game plan to be had, and we still have 100 Thieves, Luminosity, and these other teams in the bracket. Even Immortals can upset pretty much all of them. The thing is, Sentinels has always been the top 2 team to me ever since the end of First Strike, right? When they started working their way back up. The question is now, who's going to take that? Is it going to be a loser's bracket run or what? We simply cannot name it. We're not like Europe where they just take turns just winning or whatnot. And, you know, top teams don't make it to Masters. This is NA. Competition is consistently rising. So if I don't see you guys next week, you're going to miss out, because this one is going to be a doozy, man.
Yeah, we will be live again here on Friday, so it's a couple days away. It's the 19th, and we'll be shifting ahead just a bit. We'll be moving ahead 1 hour, so we'll be starting at 1 p.m. Pacific time or 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And again, we will have, I believe, the upper finals and some elimination matches that day. So there's actually 3 best-of-3s next Friday. You guys are not going to want to miss it. Actually, this coming Friday, I guess I should say. And again, it's 1 p.m. Pacific or 4 p.m. Eastern. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us and chilling with us on the desk. I hope you had as much fun as we did, and we will see you on the 19th for more of the NA Masters.